If you like the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and comment for more videos like this.
For those who spend time in forests, have you ever encountered cryptids, like Bigfoot, strange bipedal beings, skinwalkers, etc., unknown creatures, or other unexplained things deep in the woods? Share your scariest true encounter.
This is an account of my encounter with the Dogman in 2006. Hi everyone. I haven't shared this with hardly anyone and have seldom shared my encounter with Dogman, so here goes. It was in 2006, in central Kentucky. It was in summer, and I was exploring a large old farm next to where I grew up, late one evening. Somehow I lost track of time, and it was already dark, but there was a full moon that night, so it was still quite light. I was between two tobacco barns by the road that ran through the farm to the main highway, and suddenly, without any warning, I heard a rustle, and something large bolted from right past me, in a blur, and ran behind the corner of one of the barns. It moved so fast. I didn't know what it was at first and thought maybe a cow, but it seemed too tall. I moved towards the corner of the barn. I had seen it go behind, but before I could get too close, this creature sidestepped into view from behind the barn. It moved and stood upright. It was facing me, and I was paralyzed. It was about 6 feet 4 inches tall, gray in color, with a long snout and long pointy ears. Its eyes were piercing. It just looked at me with this fierce, hard expression. I don't remember seeing any teeth, but I was about 10 feet from it, and it was still somewhat dark even with the moonlight. It did have a tail, but it didn't seem overly large or prominent. I think it had one arm still against the ban as if it was leaning on it or something. It seemed to have blackish outlines around its eyes and mouth, but again there were shadows. Its skin, its eyes, its snout. This creature was no man. It bore no resemblance to any known human or animal. It made no sound. Just looked at me. This lasted maybe 5 seconds before I turned and ran faster than I have ever run in my whole life. I was in my early 20s then, so it was no problem. I didn't stop running for maybe half a mile. I was terrified. It was nothing I had ever seen before. I haven't told many people because I thought they would just mostly laugh. It has haunted me ever since. I will never forget its eyes, how fast it ran past me, its gray fur, and the way it just stood there. Why did it run so close to me without harming me? I know what I saw, and I know it had to be Dogman. When I was in middle school, my friend and I would always try to scare each other. During a camping trip, my friend and I decided to leave our tent and walk down to an abandoned path and house. We were coming back and saw some shadow, and we thought it was the cops because we were paranoid about that for no reason. We ended up trying to go around the house and then couldn't get back to the mainland. The house was out on a little patch of salt marsh, almost like an island. The salt marsh has mostly small water canals and weeds, but you can't pass over them. We ended up going through the small forest that was behind the house, and it was so thick we had to crawl. This was also before cell phones, so we had no light and just crawled through dark woods where we saw odd tarps and stuff. We exited and waited behind the house to see if anyone would come down, but after a while, when nobody appeared, we began walking towards the path leading out. We heard footsteps coming towards us, and we completely froze because we assumed if it was anybody, they would have a flashlight, and it's odd because I can't think of any other time I've frozen like that. I just actually couldn't move. In front of us appeared an animal-like figure on 2 legs. The entire event occurred very quickly, and although it was dark, the figure appeared tall, leading us to initially believe it was a man. However, it actually had the body of some kind of animal. It hopped into the woods, and we just stared, then sprinted home and went to bed without talking about it that night. The only real unexplained thing I've ever seen in my life, and we still talk about it to this day. Skinwalker. My family owns a farm in the heart of an Indian reservation. One winter I was home for Christmas taking care of the farm while my parents were away Christmas shopping. As I was home by myself, late in the night, I heard all our cows freaking out. I knew it had to be the wild dogs that are rampant in the area. So I throw on some boots, grab a shotgun, load it up, and head out to the field. This was a perfect scenario for a horror movie. It was cloudy, but there was a full moon, and it was breaking through the clouds, making it just right to light up all the snow. I ran out into the middle of the field, and just in time, I saw 2 giant dogs. They were standing up facing each other and fighting. I think, perfect 2 for 1. So I pump a shell into the chamber of Mr. 12 gauge, and then it happens. The 2 dogs heard the rack, they both stopped, looked over at me, and ran away on their back legs. Immediately I froze, and every ghost story about skinwalkers and all the other native legends I grew up with flew through my mind. Keep in mind I am a white guy, and up until then, these were all just boogeyman stories the native kids liked to tell to scare us. That night, they became real to me. Possible Bigfoot sighting when I was about 8 years old in the rural woods behind my uncle's trailer. When I was around 7 or 8 years old, I was at my uncle and aunt's place. I'll call them April and Marcus. They live out in the sticks, in a trailer surrounded by woods. My aunt was in the kitchen fixing dinner, speaking with my other aunt, Tammy, the one who raised me, and my grandpa. My uncle said he wanted to show me something in the woods, so I followed him out back. It was starting to get a little dark, that late afternoon kind of light. He showed me a blackberry bush they had growing back there, and he went a little bit ahead of me, just a few steps. That's when I heard something behind me. When I turned around, there was something or someone standing maybe 6 or 7 feet away. It was shaped like a man, but it was covered in dark brown hair from head to toe. I can't remember exactly how tall it was, but it was huge. It didn't move. It just stood there, staring right at me. I froze. I remember wanting to call out to my uncle, and the second I turned to yell for him and looked back, it was gone. Completely gone. I informed my uncle immediately, but he merely dismissed it with laughter and claimed I was imagining things. I was a kid, so maybe he thought I imagined it, but I know what I saw. I can still picture it standing there like it was yesterday. I don't know what it was, a person, an animal, or something else entirely. But it's one of those memories that's never left me. I have 2 stories from my late grandpa that took place in rural Yugoslavia, present-day Serbia, in the mid-40s and the 1950s. The first one is about a being or thing called Drekovic, which literally means the one who screams. Folklore says it's the spirit of a dead child that screams and can latch on to travelers and shepherds. My granddad was a young man when he had an encounter with this being. Back then people would travel by foot from village to village at night. This being the 50s, there was no lighting whatsoever on these paths between villages. My granddad recalls returning home to his own village after a social get-together in another village tens of kilometers away. It was completely dark, and he remembers hearing a loud screaming sound, like that of a fox or a dog. Sounds like these were normal, of course, but this time he felt something jump on his back. Like a heavy being, it made him hunch over because of its weight. He said he was too terrified to even fight it and just kept walking and walking until he eventually came closer to a lit village, when it just jumped off and left. I remember asking him on multiple occasions if he's sure this was a real physical thing or just his mind playing tricks on him because of fear and the folklore stories. He was always completely convinced this was a being that really latched onto his back and did not let go for a long period. He always told me this story like it was a thing that could, and did, happen to people that traveled at night. He never seemed traumatized about it, it was just part of life back then. The second story is creepier to me because it doesn't have a folklore background. This was when my granddad was still a child. He used to sleep in one bed with his kid brother and his mother. This was in a one-room cabin-like house. One night he woke up in the middle of the night and saw a pale-faced woman dressed in all black next to their bed. Completely terrified, he tried to wake his mother up, but she brushed him off and did not fully wake, probably tired from rural 1940s life. The cloaked woman took his kid brother from the bed, exited the house, and disappeared in the woods by the house. Eventually my granddad managed to wake his mother. She noticed her younger son was missing and alarmed the other villagers. A group of them, including my granddad, ran into the woods to look for the woman and his brother. Granddad recalls it being a long search until dawn started to come. He said, "We did not find him until we heard the first roosters," meaning they found him when the sun was coming up. When they found his brother in the woods, he was okay, not badly hurt, but he had scratches all over his upper body. My grandma grew up in a holler near Roanoke, Virginia, with no indoor plumbing or electricity. When they were teens, she and her sisters would sneak out to an old abandoned mining town on the ridge to smoke and play cards. The town at this point had been empty for 50 years and consisted of a few bare foundations around a collapsing wooden church. The locals avoided it, so it was the perfect place for teens to hang out and get up to stuff their parents wouldn't approve of. One day as they were cresting the ridge, a man with the head of a goat stepped out of the doorway of the ruined church and stared at them, then gestured for them to come closer. They ran all the way back off the ridge and didn't visit anymore. A couple of months back, I went on a hiking trip with a buddy of mine and his dad in the superstitions. On the way to the trailhead, his dad told me several stories that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. To preface, his dad is literally the most low-key, chill, down-to-earth person I've ever known. If anything, he tends to downplay crazy things, never to exaggerate or make things up out of whole cloth. That's just not in his nature. Anyway, here is the craziest story he told me. About 20 years ago, my friend's dad had been camping with a friend of his at a certain, mildly well-known dispersed camping spot in the superstitions. It was early in the morning with the sun just starting to crest the horizon, and they were both sitting in front of their tent drinking coffee as they stared out over a big valley across to some adjoining rocky outcrops. As they were both staring out at these rocky outcrops, they saw what looked like a man appear on top of them. Mind you, these rocks, that I actually hiked to the same day he told me the story and saw exactly where this took place, are basically inaccessible unless you want to risk life and limb. The humanoid figure had apparently appeared out of nowhere on top of them and was pitch black, like a shadow person, with no discernible features. The shadowy humanoid waited until they both were watching it intently and then began performing what looked like karate or yoga poses. That's when the dad and his friend both realized something: the shadow figure was giant. Judging by a couple of lone trees nearby, they were later able to hike close to the rock wall and estimate the height of the humanoid to have been around 12 feet tall. After a few minutes of putting on a show, the dad's own words, the shadowy humanoid levitated off of the rocks into the air, curled up into a ball, and traveled into a portal, disappearing for good. I later got confirmation from the dad's friend he had camped with that he saw the exact same thing, except he said the shadow person had been wearing a black robe. Several other stories were shared with me that day. I decided to share the most bizarre story from that day, which has stayed with me the most. While I didn't personally witness anything paranormal that day on our hike, the atmosphere of that place was certainly dense, and it felt like there were eyes on us the whole time. It didn't help that we never came across another group of people the entire time. At one point in the hike, it was dead silent, and I mean dead. No wind, no insects, nothing. I could hear the tinnitus ringing in my ears, it was so quiet. It stayed that way for several minutes and really spooked me, lol. The second time is a confirmation. Flying creature. Can someone please give me an explanation, or I'm about to lose my mind. My family and household have forever been subjected to weird experiences. Some say it's a curse. However, this particular experience is genuinely frightening. Here I am staring out the window at around 3, I just couldn't sleep. I saw the large shape of a figure with wings swoop right next to my house and up into the sky. It couldn't have been my eyes playing tricks on me. The trees where the creature passed were swaying and shaking with life, and the trees around them were still. Now the incident isn't the first time someone has claimed to have seen a figure similar to this. A local folklore was that a man was basically near a river, and a large creature with wings was perched on a large branch and flew away. He said it had a human-like face. I hope this is a good sign, or at least something positive. I have seen a lot of weird shit around my house, and I've gotten to the point where I'm fed up with being silent and scared. Something in the middle of the highway. This happened about 10 years ago. My then boyfriend and I were out for one of our usual late-night drives. It was anywhere between 10 p.m. and midnight. I don't remember the exact time, just that it was what most people would consider late at night. For reference, this takes place in northeastern Colorado. Out on the plains, rural. We were on the highway when we turned off and drove through one of the tiny towns, which has a population of maybe 100. As we attempted to turn left back onto the highway, we saw something sitting in the very middle of the road, specifically on the double yellow line that divides the lanes, that I can only describe as resembling a mangy wolf or dog. It was about that size, a wolf or large dog. It did not move. It remained still, even as we approached it. It sat there in the middle of the highway and just stared at us as we stopped at a stop sign. As we turned left, our headlights went over it, and it had no eye shine. None whatsoever. And it never did move. Just sat and stared straight at us. It was not afraid. I'm under the impression that most animals have eye shine. Although I must admit that I am not an expert on the subject, I would appreciate any input regarding eye shine in animals. Its eyes seemed black. It made us both feel very uneasy. My ex continued driving past my house, then went into town and drove around for a while longer before backtracking to take me home. He didn't want it to follow us. I could tell it made him feel exactly the way it made me feel, uneasy. The hair or fur on it looked matted and patchy. It was a dark color, very dark brown/gray or black. I'd appreciate any input here. It's something I won't ever forget for the rest of my life. As cliché as it sounds, I'm pretty skeptical when it comes to many things in this world. But something about this thing literally forces me to realize that there might actually be stuff out there that most people don't know about or don't ever see. I grew up on the North Jersey/Rockland, New York, border. Back then it was still woods and farms. Not the McMansion mess it is today. Anyways, I had a wonderful border collie growing up, Bondito. Our house was on a hill, and the basement actually had French doors that opened up to a sloping backyard that led down into the woods. We used to watch all sorts of wildlife from those French doors, as they were our theater into the forest outside. We'd see raccoon and deer families, different colored foxes, beavers, groundhogs, and your basic wildlife. One winter night, one of the coldest I can remember now that I live in LA, I can still remember how bright the full moon was because it reflected off the frozen snow in the yard and illuminated everything in pale blue. I and Bandito were in the basement watching TV, and from outside we heard what sounded like whimpering. Bandito ran to the door like a good guard, and I followed. We peered into the blue night but only saw snow and a black wall of woods. Then it came again, the distinct sound of crying, like from a child. Bandito was apparently as disturbed as I was, and he started growling. Being young and dumb and endlessly curious, I slowly and as quietly as I could opened the French doors, not wanting to wake anybody in the house, letting in all the cold. As I stepped outside, holding Bandito by his collar, we listened for a while. Silence. I took 2 crunchy steps forward in the snow and calmly called out, "Are you okay?" At that point I heard a loud thrash in the snow about 20 feet off into the woods, where I could not see. It sounded like something was standing up, and then I heard what resembled 2 feet running off into the trees. It was booked, too. To this day, it has creeped the hell out of me to wonder what that was. A distressed animal, maybe? The Jersey Devil? We used to find arrowheads in the stream. There's both a settler's cemetery, a slave cemetery, and an Indian burial in the woods behind my house. We were taught to respect our surroundings and to leave no trace behind. I always will. Need to know what I saw. I was working and went outside at 5:08 in the morning to take a smoke break, and near a wooded area, I saw a creature that absolutely terrified me. It had the shape of a dog's body and the face shape of an oversized possum, but it didn't look like anything God intended to create. It looked like it had 6 legs and a white oval-shaped face, but it had no eyes. The way it looked and walked looked completely unnatural. Has anyone else seen anything like that or can tell me what that thing was? If so, please let me know. I need to know what it is that I saw. Encountered a strange creature in Pennsylvania. On an evening in late August 2017, a police officer riding down a road in a wooded location in a southwestern section of Westmoreland County, Pennsylvania, saw something that startled him. Ahead of him on the side of the road, the officer observed what appeared to be a ball of very dull white light low to the ground. He was familiar with the area and had never noticed any type of lighting in that location. As he moved closer and was about 50 yards from the round light, it suddenly rose up or stood up from the ground. It was then that the witness observed something that he couldn't process. The officer told me, "It was the weirdest thing I have ever seen." The ball of light was actually the head of a very strange being that looked to be about 6 feet tall or larger. It was tall and almost skeleton thin. The officer believed that the creature, when he first observed it, had been lying on its belly on the ground with its head facing toward the road. It then stood up facing the road. In that dark location, he saw the dull light from the glowing head, which illuminated the upper section of the creature's body. While the officer watched, the creature turned toward the right. The dull illumination from the head lit up the shoulder area. The creature then turned and faced him, then turned to the left and took off at an incredible speed away towards a location away from the road. As it moved off, the witness could see its arms swinging. The officer indicated that it took off at a speed that you could only call abnormal. It was faster than anything I have ever seen. It was there, then it was gone. The witness assumed that the creature moved on 2 legs, however, he could not see the lower sections of the body in the dark. The witness described what he saw as standing 6 feet or taller. The head was about 8 to 10 inches in diameter and was shaped like a ball. He said the head was just a ball of light, possibly egg-shaped but pretty round. The light emitted seemed to be just a dull white. The light illuminated the shoulders, the top of the chest, and a section of the arms. The witness could not see the hands. The chest looked to be about 18 inches across. The waist appeared to be small, but the arms were abnormally long. The long limbs also looked skeletal with no muscle mass. The skin tone of the body appeared to be dull grayish blue. The witness could not see any facial features. The entire experience only lasted about 10 seconds. The officer was confused as to what he saw and about what could move so fast. He pulled up his vehicle to the location where the creature had been standing and turned on his vehicle spotlight. He looked around the area but saw no evidence on the ground. The officer, after the experience, continued to try to make sense out of what he had encountered, but he could not figure it out. The first time I've ever talked about this experience. This happened about 15 years ago. I grew up in a very rural area in the American Midwest that was full of forests and farm fields. I had an old motorcycle that I would ride around all day and night. One night I was in town at a friend's house and was leaving to go home to my parents' house. My parents lived about 12 miles out of town, in the middle of the woods on a country road. So I hop on my motorcycle and begin riding home. I'm about 3 to 3.5 miles away from their house, and my bike breaks down. It was about 2 in the morning, and my phone was dead, so no calling out. I was always raised to not go knocking on doors in the country, as people tend to get spooked out there since no one really goes knocking on doors, especially at night. Anyway, I begin my walk, and it's a moonless night, but I can at least see in front of me enough to navigate the road. About 2 miles in, I am going through a patch of old-growth woods. I start getting the very weird feeling of being watched. This is a road that I've grown up on my whole life. I know every tree and bump like the back of my hand. But I've never felt anything quite like it. The hair stood up on my arms and neck. I'm walking and trying to get a sense of where the feelings are coming from as well as trying to calm myself down. Everything is really quiet, and I begin to hear whispering. This was a windless night on an otherwise very peaceful journey. I tell myself it's nothing and keep walking. But the whispers get louder, and I can hear the occasional giggle. I can hear words but not any that I can understand. It sounds like women's voices. I get to a point that I'm almost in a full panic. Something is here with me, and I cannot tell what. I run to the nearest house and pound on the door. The owner sticks a shotgun in my face and calls a sheriff's deputy, who comes and gives me a ride home. So what was it? Was it just my mind playing tricks on me? I've been going over some of the odd things I saw growing up in that area. And this was the first I wanted to tell. I wasn't someone that really put much stock in anything supernatural. Kentucky Bigfoot, Red River Gorge area. Are there Bigfoot near Red River Gorge? Has anyone had experience there? Here is my experience from about 2 weeks ago. I was camping with a friend at Red River Gorge. We were just hiking and doing some amateur rock climbing. On Friday, October 24th, we rose early and embarked on a hike along some trails, engaged in leisure activities, enjoyed lunch, and explored the surroundings. We were hiking to go see some waterfalls and find somewhere to set up our hammocks. We went off trail at the Tower Rock trailhead and were following creeks to get to Sal Branch Falls and Copperas Falls. Everything got dead quiet, and for maybe the first time ever hiking, I was overcome with straight terror. My friend kept telling me to stop, insisting that something was following us or lurking nearby in the woods. Initially, I denied hearing anything, but the eerie silence allowed us to notice another large creature also coming to a stop nearby. We would hear, like, one extra footfall when we both stopped, and when we started moving again, we could hear extra footfalls start up with us from in the woods. Eventually we got back to the marked trail, wildlife seemed to start back up, and we decided it must have been a rare bear. They are in the area, not a ton of them, but a few. We walked another mile or so, then went up in the woods near a little clearing by another creek and set up our hammocks and went to sleep. We were both woken up at night by the scariest noise, as if something in the nearby woods was making noises neither of us could identify. It was like deep-voiced chirps or howls, but not really howls. I don't know how to even describe the noises. It was like the chirping noises the Dilophosaurus makes in Jurassic Park, but louder and deeper. It was not coyotes or anything we've ever heard before. The woods were deathly silent again, and we sat whispering to each other, but the noises had stopped. Then I did something dumb. I took a large stick and banged it into a tree 3 to 4 times to scare it away, and about 20 seconds later something hit a tree 3 times so hard it sounded like a shotgun or like when a baseball bat breaks and makes a loud, booming crack. I yelled out loud, and we heard it take off. It sounded huge and bipedal. We turned on our lights, packed up our belongings, and ran as fast as we could back to our car, where we laid down the back seats of the SUV and both slept inside. So has anyone else had strange occurrences or sightings at Red River Gorge? Dog man or Sasquatch encounter. The encounter happened to me around 16 years old, 9 years ago, in south central PA below Harrisburg. It's not an I saw Bigfoot type of story. I actually did not believe it was anything apart from a bear at the time, so I wasn't forcing a memory. It wasn't until about 2 years ago, when I retold the story, that a lot didn't add up. My friends and I had a spot in the woods we called Fort, and it had a north and south entrance. We biked here, and it was not far off from a road but not visible from it, 800 yards over a hill. Surrounded by a field, it was like an island. So one day at twilight, light enough to see but dark enough not to see through the woods very far, we go to meet. I biked to the north top entrance and began to struggle to push my bike through a deer trail. This was all low canopy, which made for the best fort. As I crouch down, I see a large brown mass run across the entrance about 7 yards into the bush. I literally laughed and called my friends' names out and said that I saw them and they can't scare me now. So I keep pushing. After a few seconds, I hear them on the south bottom side laughing and talking. Immediately felt anxious and yelled down asking where they were. They answered and were on the other side about 80 yards on the other end. That's when I heard the deepest grunt/breathing I've ever heard. Like an angry inhale and exhale. And it was just out of sight but close enough I could feel the rumble from the breathing. At this point, I'm stuck with my bike and freaked out. So I back up slowly until I free my bike, still angry breathing, and then continue to back up and not turn my back to it until I'm far enough away to bike out and get my friends and go. This became a very fun story to tell because I thought I'd had a close encounter with a bear. But as I said before, the more I think about it, the less that makes sense. The mass I saw was very long, around 5 to 6 feet maybe, and probably about that tall hunched over. Where this is, we rarely get black bears, and when we do, it's all over the local news, and they're no taller than 4 feet. I also know that if I ran up on a bear and spooked it, that bear would have taken off and not stayed around for as long as this thing did. Any animal would have run or attacked, this one stayed out and breathed heavily. All this to say, I don't know what it was. At the time, I thought bear was the most logical explanation, but as I learn more, that conclusion seems less accurate. Woods. So one time I was over at my uncle's place, and he let slip something about snowmen. I was like, "Uncle, what in the hell's a snowman?" He just grunted and said he didn't feel like getting into it right then. Next thing I know, Grandpa comes stumping through the door, pours himself a cup of blacker than midnight coffee, eases down in his chair like his back's killing him, looks at me, and says, "Well, boy, you want to know what the quiet hunters really are? Sit still and listen closely. My granddad taught me this before he passed in 23. He said that the quiet hunters are neither ghosts of deceased individuals nor demons that have crawled up from hell. They were here long before the first Shawnee or Cherokee ever set foot in these mountains. 10,000 years ago, maybe longer. Old-timers called them the first watchers or just the ones that never speak. They belong to the land itself, the same as the rock and the ice. Folks say they're what's left when winter gets so mean and cold that the line between living and dead thins out like wet paper. The first time a bunch of outsiders really noticed them was during the war between the states. Deserting soldiers and runaways hid out way up high, Dolly Sods, Roaring Plains, Canaan Heights, all those places. They built campfires because they'd freeze solid otherwise. And that's what got them taken. The quiet hunters can't stand fire, and they hate loud human voices in deep winter. Army reports don't say anything about it. Officers just wrote it off as hillbilly superstition, but the folks who lived here knew better. Whole squads of men disappeared flat in the winters of 62 and 63. No bodies, no blood, not even tracks in the snow most times. Just every now and then a pair of boots set neat side by side or a rifle laid carefully on the ground like the fellow meant to come back for it. Mountain people say the quiet hunters carried him home not out of meanness, but because those boys broke the old bargain and disturbed the silence. Grandpa said that his granddad personally witnessed one right at the edge of a blizzard. The thing was as tall as two men standing on each other's shoulders, shoulders wide as an ox yoke, but where a face ought to be, there was nothing but black emptiness. And the snow never sank under its feet, like it didn't weigh a damn thing. The worst part, though? The breath. When one of them's close, the cold quits biting. Your breath doesn't freeze anymore, it hangs there in a little white cloud right in front of your face. Then it starts drifting slowly toward the hunter, like it's showing him the way straight to you. That's why the old folks boarded up the windows with quilts in winter and breathed real shallow if they had to step outside after dark. If someone coughed too loudly or snored like a sawmill, that bed would sometimes be empty by morning. Grandpa got real quiet at the end and said, "They don't come every year. But when that first snow hits in October and the north wind blows in dead empty, no birds, no deer, nothing, then I know they're walking again. And I don't crack a window, not even a hair. Because they're patient. Lord, they're patient." Not me, but my old Boy Scout scoutmaster. For background, this guy was a lieutenant in the Vietnam War. He flew helicopters and saw all kinds of crazy stuff he wouldn't talk much about. He was shot down once but managed to escape. He looked like Michael Jan Vincent and really enjoyed bow hunting and spear fishing. He had no real sense of humor. The only times I saw him laugh were when his dog, a big black lab, did something funny. Or someone fell down. He did not make jokes or even laugh at jokes. He was, and is to this day, the toughest, most serious man I have ever met. But when I was about 12 or so, he changed for the worse. He got more grim. He started canceling meetings. He was hunting less. Eventually we were assigned to a new scoutmaster who was a totally different kind of person. He was way more into the indoor aspects of scouting, Pinewood Derby, making bows out of you, that kind of thing. My neighbor Scott and I were both in the same den, and our parents thought it would be a good idea to invite him to one of our barbecues to get to know him. So he and my dad start talking, and my dad straight up asked what happened to Mark. The new scoutmaster, whose name I can't remember, but I want to say Phil, said that Mark was on a hunting trip deep in the Olympia National Forest. Mark had enough supplies for a 3-day trip and had taken time off work for it, but he returned on the second day to ask his boss for another day off before leaving again. Of course my dad needed the details now. This sounds fishy. Apparently Mark made camp at a clearing he liked near a stream down a game trail several hundred yards off of a logging access road. He caught a couple of fish, made dinner, and went to sleep. In the morning he started a small fire to make some coffee and then decided to get some fish, lots of big trout around there. So he headed up toward the stream to fish for breakfast. He was there for a couple of hours fishing and reading a book, and then he heard some commotion down the trail near his camp. This wasn't much cause for serious alarm. There were large bucks in the area all the time, not to mention black bears and coyotes. When this happens, he shoos them away with some noise, and they rarely come back. He gets there, and the camp is wrecked. His canvas tent is in shreds. His cooler is emptied. The fire is out. His rucksack is all the way across the clearing. But the part that got to him was that his truck had been moved, sideways, about 6 or 7 feet. It left grooves in the mud. He thought maybe it was poachers or teens playing pranks. He went to his truck to get his bow and quiver, and that's when he saw Bigfoot, staring right at him from between 2 firs. It was about 7 feet tall, huge in every way. Apparently he looked very human. It's a man, and the look on the face wasn't hatred or anything, but very much a "you aren't welcome here." They just stared at each other for a minute, then the Bigfoot loped away. Mark had seen enough. He hot-footed out of there, even leaving some of his fishing gear up by the stream. From what I heard years later, Mark moved. He was having terrible dreams at night of a Bigfoot breaking into his house. It took a toll on his marriage and work, so he and his wife moved to Montana or something like that. But that was part of Mark's story, the dreams and nightmares. I hope he got better. I met a dark monster in the woods at night. Greetings, everyone. I want to share with you an encounter I had in September 2012 in a French woods in the neighborhood of Beaugé en Anjou. I am not sure of the name of the forest. It could be Les Bois d'Anjou or La Forêt Domaniale de Chandelet. Anyway, I am still haunted by this creepy encounter. I just can't accept being unable to know what that scary creature was. So, I was 20, and I was in an old small truck with an older friend, 55 who was the driver. I was sitting in the passenger place on the right of the truck. The truck was very old, and I remember we couldn't go faster than 30 or 40 kilometers per hour. We were driving from Le Havre in Normandy, and we took only the very small road to stop anywhere we wanted to visit an old church, an abandoned house, a German fortification, etc. We were expecting to arrive at our destination, a troglodyte house that belongs to friends of mine, around 3 a.m. in the morning. But we were late, and it was 3 a.m. when we entered a huge dark forest in the night. We were driving slowly in the woods on a small straight road. The old lights of the truck were some kind of blinking yellow. At one point, I saw some very black humanoid outlines on the left side of the road. It was a very clear outline because it was in the light of our truck. Otherwise I wouldn't even have seen it. The creature was on 2 legs as a biped. No tail. At first I couldn't see any arms. As we were slowly approaching the creature, I saw it turning its head in our direction. We were silent in the truck, saying no words. My friend was just driving, and I wondered if I was hallucinating. We slowly drive in its direction, and it starts to cross the road as it is staring at us. It has big yellow eyes like an owl. It was around 1.50 meters high. We almost were at its level, and I remember fearing that it would open my truck door and grab me. I was really in fear. I saw its arms swinging along its thin, black, hairy body. It has hair on all its body. I saw it at its outline as we approached it. It arrives on the other side of the road and suddenly stops and turns in our direction, still staring at me, or us. A few seconds later we passed it. And I didn't move my head, just looked at the right rearview mirror, seeing that it was staring at our truck, letting us drive away from him. My friend and I didn't say a word. And half an hour later, we drive out of the dark woods, and I say something like, "Well, weird things are in the woods, right?" My friend suddenly became extremely nervous and said, "Yeah. Did you see that? What the F was that?" We talked about it, and he saw the same thing as me. He thought he was hallucinating because we were exhausted. But no, we saw that thing in the wood. Today he is in his 60s, and I am in my 30s, and we are both still haunted by this thing. We talk about it every time we meet each other. He is particularly marked by the intelligence in his big yellow eyes. I know the situation could be explained, but to be honest, I have been an urbexer since 2004. I visit the catacombs of Paris every 2 months. I saw weird stuff during my explorations, but I never feared anything. But this thing, it scares me. I heard a story from my dad about seeing the devil in the Polish countryside. This story is about my dad mostly, but as much as he saw the devil, so did my grandma and my dad's childhood friend. My dad was born in a Polish post-communism countryside. People back then were very poor, and most of the families were violent. My dad's story begins with the words that he used to go mushroom collecting since he was 3 years old because he knew the forest around his house so well. He never got lost, he always knew where he was and how to get back home or reach the closest road. I believe him because when I was a kid, he used to tell me stories about his childhood that mostly took place in that exact forest. When I was around 13 or so, my dad, my auntie, and my dad's friend were sitting outside our home, drinking beer, and I was just there to listen. As it always goes with alcohol on the table, random stories began to pour out of them all when my dad and my aunt started talking about how some places in the world are just paranormal and there was no explanation for it whatsoever. My dad said that he saw the devil once in that forest, and so did my grandma. I got confused, so I asked them, "What devil? Did they mean a ghost? A weird animal?" My dad explained to me that the phrase seeing the devil, which originates from their countryside, refers to a moment or event rather than a clear instance of paranormal activity. When my dad was around 17 or 18 and started seeing my mom, he was coming from a small city, where my mom lived, back to his countryside hometown in the late evening. In the middle of the stormy forest, my dad's bike broke, and so he got off of it and started walking through the path in the rain. The rain was pouring like crazy. At one point, my dad just lowered his head to protect himself from the rain, and when he lifted his head back again after a few steps, he suddenly didn't know where he was. He lost the path that he just walked on. He got super confused. This whole time he didn't know where he was. He heard a car a few times and tried to find the road but couldn't. He was soaking wet, it was getting dark as hell, and he was lost in the forest he knew his whole life. He only managed to find the path again after it stopped raining. The rain stopped at the snap of a finger. When he got home, my grandma started laughing at him, and so did my auntie. My dad was confused, and so they started talking about it. He said that it wasn't funny because he got lost in the forest for 40 minutes in heavy rain. My grandma looked at the clock, she got her knowing look on her face, meaning that something was going on, and so did my auntie. They told him that the heavy rain lasted at least 15 minutes. My dad was shocked. Something that took 15 minutes outside the forest lasted for him 40 minutes of madness in that forest. Then my dad told me that my grandmother, who knew this forest as well as, if not better than, my dad, got lost once too, this time on a sunny and cold autumn evening, while collecting mushrooms, not knowing where she was, and she felt like the time had passed much, much faster than it actually did. Being lost in a place you know better than the back of your hand can be disorienting. The same happened to my dad's friend. And apparently a lot more people from that countryside experience it too. This isn't much, but I've been to that forest many times too. And at one point there is something chilling about this place. Something felt off, I felt watched occasionally. To this day, those stories still give me chills. A tall, gray, buff, masculine, humanoid creature. I and my friends went back roading today through our local area's supposed haunted hotspots. We drove for at least 2 hours through back roads and didn't really see anything, just a bunch of wild animals, until we made it to a spot where there was a field that went up a hill with many trees. I shined my spotlight out into the field to see if I could catch anything, and about 60 to 70 yards out in this field I see a 7 to 8 foot tall gray, buff, naked, masculine, humanoid figure standing looking out towards the hill. The beam of light from the spotlight caught its attention, and it turned around and looked at us. Its eyes were glowing from the light, and then it crouched down on all 4 limbs, trying to stay out of the spotlight. As soon as it did that, I told my friend to floor it, and we got out of there as soon as we could. At first, I thought it was the rake, but the rake is really skinny, according to eyewitness testimony. The creature I saw looked more like a pale mutant from the video game The Forest. This incident was in northeastern Oklahoma, right at the foothills of the Ozark Plateau. This incident occurred just a few hours ago. Demon? Skinwalker? I would like to make my story known to others that have maybe experienced what I have, or if you haven't, don't take this with a grain of salt. Now I've been a long-time avid outdoorsman. I live in Michigan and love hunting and also backpacking. I've only had 2 experiences like this. The one I'm about to describe is the worst of the 2. This happened in 2019. I was at a buddy's house whose whole family lives on one street. All the houses are on one side, and everything is woods anywhere you go. My friend's house is at the end farther down the road, so with that being said, nobody that isn't his family will be outside, especially late at night. We were having a fire, it was maybe 1 a.m.-ish, and my friend asked me if I heard people talking. He turned off the music, and we sat there silent. We listened, and then we heard very strange laughing, but only one thing, not multiple. Then the laughing morphed into 3 things. I would say it started talking, it was so weird hearing it. Now where we heard this was across this little stream, so we would hear if it was coming to us. My friend has bad vision, so for this next part, I only saw there was no cloud cover that night, the moonlight slightly lit the tree line up. I swear I saw a man turn into a dog-like thing, like an upright, 4-limbed man thing just turn into a creature on the ground like a dog. I started hitting my friend, repeatedly asking, "Did you see that?" Everything that has happened so far has taken maybe 5 minutes. It was moving very slowly, like it was stalking us. It kept making strange noises, we could hear barking. In front of us was a pond, and on the other side of it, in the middle, was clearly a huge. Then it appeared out of the tree line, we both saw a shadow appear. Now this part of the story I will always shake when I tell. I've been in the woods all my life, I have never heard anything like it. You can make weird eclectic noises on DJ equipment or whatever, but nothing can compare to what we heard. We saw this thing appear, and it let out the highest pitched scream for about 3 seconds, as loud as a tornado siren. My ears started ringing, and it started laughing again. As we were grabbing the speaker, I noticed it starting to run at us. Now there is a football field distance between us and whatever this thing was, and it crossed the pond in what felt like a matter of a blink of an eye. We both went crazy and scrambled inside, locking the doors, of course. Now there wasn't a curtain on the window looking out onto the pond. So I sat there staring at that ducking window for what felt like a year. In reality, it was 5-ish hours until sunlight, and I got TF out of there. I've shared this with older men, including my grandfathers who travel worldwide for elk hunting, and they laugh at me. I will forever be in disbelief of this event. I will never forget it, and every time I think about it, I can't get those things screaming out of my ear/head. Thank you for hearing my story. I think a lot about it, like, was this thing staring at me through the window, and I couldn't see it? What if one of us tripped getting inside? So many unanswered questions I have that I will never know the truth. Unknown white thing by the road. Hi, I want to share an experience that happened to me recently in a small rural area in Slovakia. I prefer not to mention the exact location. Even though it was evening and already dark, street lamps illuminated the road. I was walking with my cousin. On the side of the road, we suddenly noticed a large white figure that seemed to be eating or sniffing something near the ground. It looked like a creature with 2 legs spread and its head between them. When I said, "What is it?" it turned around and started looking at us. It had big round black eyes, and its entire body was white, no fur, no clothes, no details like a nose, mouth, or ears. Just a head and eyes. It was about 140 to 150 centimeters tall, resembling a hunched person, but it was definitely not a human or an animal. It just stood there and stared at us. It didn't attack, it just watched. We had walked through the place before, and there was nothing there. It wasn't trash or a mannequin, it was moving. I believe in paranormal phenomena, and I think what we saw didn't belong to the ordinary world. It could have been a crawler, an entity, or some other unknown being. If anyone has had a similar experience, especially in Central Europe or in villages, I'd be happy to hear from you. Rougarou sightings, maybe? Hey, I had never heard of this before, but I swear to God, I think I just saw a rougarou outside of Panama City, Florida. We're working nights here at this solar power plant way out in the sticks, and a giant brown translucent dog just ran past me like 5 feet to my left and then just completely disappeared into thin air. I could only see its legs because the solar panels were blocking its body, but they were like 4 feet from the front to the back. Its legs were rough looking and kind of translucent, kicking up dust as it ran down the row next to me. I jumped back because it scared the shit out of me, and when I got my flashlight back over to it, it was gone. I'm completely serious, I have never shared this before, but I needed to share this and see if anyone has any idea if this was a rougarou, which, according to the internet, is a Cajun werewolf, or not. My coworkers said skinwalker. I don't have extensive knowledge about cryptids, but what I witnessed was definitely cryptid-like. Furthermore, I have heard random whistling in the dark out here since we got here, which was last Monday night. If you all might have an idea, please respond. That thing on Crouch Mesa. It was the summer of 2012. I was 17 at the time, and like most kids my age in northern New Mexico, I spent my summers looking for something to do or getting into trouble. That night, my best friend Sean and I decided to hit the Connie Mack World Series in Farmington. This was a big summer event where semi-pro youth baseball players from all over the country came to compete. We didn't go for the baseball, though. We went for the scene, the energy, and yeah, the chance of meeting some girls. It was a good night. Nothing unusual. The drive home on the old highway was uneventful until I reached the stretch leading back home. I decided to take a detour through Old Crouch Mesa Highway, a desolate, high desert stretch that winds through wide basins and low hills. You can see the faint outline of the La Plata and San Juan mountain ranges off in the distance to the north, but out there at night, it's pitch black. Just your headlights, the moon, and the sound of the radio. My mom used to work out there for an oil field company that reclaimed contaminated soil, so I'd been down that road hundreds of times, day and night. No matter how many times I drove that road, I always experienced an uneasy, heavy feeling in my stomach. We turned off the highway after some time to the east, and eventually, we came upon the four-way stop, half of it somewhat paved, and the other road that intersected was nothing but dirt roads for miles, the kind of intersection where you never see another car. Normally, I'd run right through it. But I'd been pulled over a few months earlier for doing exactly that, and I wasn't about to risk my mom finding out again. So I eased the car to a full stop. Sean sat in the passenger seat, quiet for once. He had this habit of yelling "watch out" or "stop" whenever I was driving, just to mess with me, almost causing car crashes. After years of his pranks, I'd learned to ignore him. But that night, as I stopped at the intersection, he shouted, "Hey! What's that?" I rolled my eyes and turned to ask him to shut up. But when I looked back toward the road, there it was, the figure. There, about 20 or 30 yards ahead, something massive crossed the road. It moved from left to right slowly, deliberately, and like a phantom. For a few seconds, I froze. My mind couldn't process what I was seeing. It was humanoid, but too tall and too broad. The shoulders looked like they belonged to a linebacker for the Denver Broncos. Under the moonlight, it moved with purpose. Sean started yelling, "Go! Go! Go!" I slammed my foot down on the gas, my heart pounding out of my chest. A few moments later, he yelled again, "Stop, idle, slow it down." I slammed on the brakes. Both of us were looking into the darkness, just the illumination from the car headlights and moon. We rolled the windows down, the air cold and silent. Then we saw it again. The thing to the right, maybe 30 to 40 yards away, is the same hulking figure. It was facing away, half lit by the moon, just walking into the void of darkness. The best way I could describe it is to maybe imagine Arnold Schwarzenegger, but taller, perhaps 7 feet, with huge shoulders, long arms, and thick legs. I never saw its face, and I thank God I didn't that night. I'd been down that road my whole life, but I'd never seen anything like that. When I finally dropped Sean off at his house, I begged him to stay the night at my place. My mom was out of town with her boyfriend, and I didn't want to be alone. His mom said no, she wasn't in the mood to let him go anywhere that night after he had already left. So I drove home, locked every door, and lay awake all night staring out the window, dreading if what I saw was real. I tried to comprehend what I saw. I know that area had farmland and had farmers. Was it a horse? I was so terrified I actually called my mom, begging her to come home because I'd just seen Bigfoot. That was the first time I truly believed in something out there, something not human, and it wouldn't be the last. Since that night, I've had 2 more encounters, one a couple of years later in northeastern New Mexico, at a party on one of my friend's hundreds of acres of farmland. Again, I, Sean, and 4 others all saw the same thing and later heard little girls laughing in the darkness. And another in the mountains of Washington while I was in the Air Force attending survival, evasion, resistance, and escape, SERE, training. Every time, the sensation remained consistent, a powerful, unseen presence. But it all began that night, back in 2012, on the empty stretch of Crouch Mesa. I have spent my whole life hunting and fishing, hiking, and scouting for one hunting season or another. I've hunted bear, elk, and deer nearly every year of my life. I was very comfortable outdoors. Maybe a decade ago, I was walking my Doberman a few miles up a trail I hiked every other week or so. At this time in my life, I had never had anything paranormal happen to me, nor did I believe any of it was real at all. We reached the second bridge on the trail. As we crossed it, my Doberman just froze, her hair was standing on end, and she didn't budge. That's when I noticed the forest was completely quiet, other than the stream below us. I had an unnamed feeling come over me. Not quite fear and very unexpected. I've encountered cougars, bears, coyotes, etc., and had never felt this. I drew my .357 and said out loud, "Okay," like I was acknowledging I wasn't welcome. But I have no idea why I said it out loud. I walked backwards on the trail maybe 1/4 of a mile when the feeling receded. That's my one and only strange experience in the woods. Since then, I've had several strange things occur, but it's rare. It was around 10-ish years ago, so I was a teenager in high school at the time. I was walking through the woods near my town in Ohio with some friends, as we had built forts out of twigs and sticks and other items you would find in a forest. We returned to our forts one evening around 6 p.m. in the fall, so it was starting to get dark. It's about a couple 100-acre wooded area, so we brought flashlights with us so when it did get dark, we were able to find our way home. We started to hear this thrashing sound and decided to investigate. Upon getting closer, we see an about 8-foot-tall brown-haired human-like animal. Brown bears are not native to Ohio, and black bears are increasingly rare, so we knew what we were seeing was in fact something else. It looked over at us, and we saw big yellow eyes shining back at us, and so we sprinted out of the woods as fast as we could. Upon exiting the woods to our car, an animal control van rolled up and told us to leave the area now. They had live firearms with them as they entered the woods. We tried to pry more information out of them and tell them what we saw, but we were not given the time of day. None of us were on drugs or anything, so it was not a hallucination. No news was ever given on what happened that night with animal control. We got back to our friend's house to try to identify what we saw. While searching, we found a picture that resembled what we had seen. It was the Ohio grassman, which is basically a Bigfoot living in the state of Ohio. Ever since then I have never ventured into the woods alone. A trip in the Apache Nation. This happened about a year ago, and I've been brushing it off because it seemed impossible. Some backstory: this happened in Arizona in the Apache Nation. The company I was working with at the time decided to have a company camping trip at the Mogul Lone Rim at one of the lakes out there, so I went. It was a group of about 15 of us. I had a buddy who worked for a sister company that always showed me pictures of all the fish he caught out there, so I got the okay to invite him, and he said he'd love to go. The day comes, and I'm driving up there with my girl. It took some time, but we eventually found the campsite, and everything was going normal. We ate and did a bunch of camping activities and then decided to go fishing. By this point it was already 4 p.m., but the group figured we still had about an hour or so left of daylight, so we went. We get to the lake and start fishing, and about 30 minutes into fishing, we hear our names being shouted across the lake, and to our surprise, it was our buddy from our sister company. He said he couldn't find the camping spot, so he set up camp over there. He was shouting this across the lake, which was probably only 40 or so yards, give or take. We kept yelling to bring his stuff over, but he kept yelling for us to go over there, but we ended up telling him to go meet us by the outhouses by the parking lot. We waited for a bit, and he never showed up, so we just thought he decided to camp out where he was. My girlfriend and I opted to drive home that evening because the temperature fell below 50 degrees Fahrenheit, and we were not prepared for such conditions. Nothing occurred during the drive home, but on the following workday, I encountered my friend and inquired about what transpired and why he failed to attend our camp. He explained that he was unable to go because his mother was hospitalized, and he even showed me a photograph with a timestamp as evidence. I told my coworkers, and all the guys that went on the trip got chills, and we tried to explain to him how we saw him at the lake and how he was calling our names and mentioning things only he would know. He said he thinks it was a skinwalker. I have so many questions, and I would like some feedback or something from a native or someone who's experienced this before. My girlfriend is a native, but I am not, and she said she was uneasy during the trip. All humanoid creature. Years ago, when I lived in Argentine Patagonia, specifically in a town of fewer than 1,000 inhabitants with a large lake in the middle, I won't say where, but it's not too hard to find, I heard something walking across my backyard before falling asleep. For context, the yard was about 25 meters long. This thing covered the entire yard in 4 steps. I imagine it must have been very tall. Furthermore, the footsteps didn't sound like feet, they sounded like thick, heavy stilts, as if it had 2 baseball bats instead of feet. I'm sorry if this sounds far-fetched, but strange things were always being heard in that town. I know this was real and not a hallucination because I was completely awake and aware when I heard it. Has someone experienced something like this? It's time to share my possible Bigfoot encounter near Hoopa, California, back in 2014. My girlfriend and I were going up with a buddy of mine to work at a little weed farm near Hoopa, California. It was just us 3 going to be out there for the weekend. The farm was 19 miles out an old logging road and only about 12 miles as the crow flies from where the Patterson film was recorded. When we got there, I decided to mess around with the 2 of them, telling them how if you knock on trees, Bigfoot will knock back if they are in the area. They weren't too into any Bigfoot talk, but for different reasons. My girl was from LA, so she was scared of the woods in general, and my buddy had been working out there alone all summer and said he had some strange calls at night that he couldn't identify. So naturally I decided I should knock on a tree with a branch I picked up. I did it a few times, and about 30 seconds later we heard knocks coming back from pretty far off in the woods. They got spooked by that. I said no big deal to them, it's probably just a person from another we'd farm down the road screwing with us. At that point, my buddy mentioned that the nearest other farm was about 9 miles away, in the opposite direction from where the knock replies originated. They asked me to stop messing around like that, so I did, even though I still thought it was another person. After that we just got to work doing stuff around the farm, and then we trimmed weeds until pretty late at night. We all decided it was time to go to bed. There was only one little cabin on the property with one room, and my buddy snores super bad, so we decided to pitch a tent down by the edge of one of the greenhouses instead of listening to him snore. We set up the tent and went to bed. It was a nice little spot. Right below the greenhouse was a little creek. You could hear frogs croaking, and the crickets were going off too. Pretty relaxing sounds, in my opinion. We fell asleep no problem. Out of nowhere I wake up in the middle of the night, around 4 a.m. or so. At least that's what I assumed because the whole ordeal lasted what seemed like a couple of hours until the sun started coming up. Pretty soon after waking up, that's when I noticed it was eerily quiet. No frogs, no bugs, no nothing, just dead silence. That's when I noticed some noise rustling around in the brush by the creek. At first I was just thinking it was a raccoon or something, so I wasn't too worried. Right about then, small rocks started coming up from the creek and hitting our tent. I was instantly paralyzed with fear, like I couldn't even move if I wanted to. My girlfriend was still asleep even though this was going on, and I would rather not wake her up even if I could have. She would have been hysterical, and I wanted to stay dead silent. I had by that time decided it was Bigfoot. So I just lay there, rocks kept coming up and hitting the tent, and every once in a while they'd stop. I'd get hopeful it was leaving, but I could hear it pacing back and forth along the brush at the creek, and it would stop, and the rocks would start flying again. This went on for a couple hours, the whole time no other creatures made any noise. Eventually I could tell the sky was starting to brighten up because the top cover of the tent was open, so I knew dawn was coming. I hoped whatever it was would take off. Finally the rocks stopped coming at the tent, and it went dead silent again. After what seemed like forever, whatever it was let out a huge sigh or release of air from its lungs and just barreled off into the woods. After a while the sounds of nature came back. I lay there for a few more minutes, and it all seemed normal, and the paralyzing fear ended. So I got the courage to come out of the tent. It was right at daybreak by that time. I decided it was as safe as it was going to be, so I walked up the hill to the cabin, ready to confront my buddy, as I suspected he might be the one trying to scare us. Even though in my mind I was just coping by thinking that. When I got up to the cabin door, I could hear him snoring away in there. I pounded on the door and woke him up and told him what happened. He just said, "I told you I thought there was some weird stuff going on up there. Do you believe me now?" I said I definitely do now. Whenever we worked up there, we all shared the cabin instead of using tents. Nothing else strange really happened up there when I was there. She and I only went up there for like 2 more nights. I told my girlfriend about it when she woke up, and she wasn't too thrilled to hear my story. But I think she didn't really believe me. Ever since that experience I've been super interested in the topic. I only listen to Bigfoot podcasts when driving now and have read a lot of the popular books on the topic. I've had a couple other potential experiences, but nothing that intense. Just hearing potential vocals a couple times when hiking and doing photography in Redwood National Park in northern Humboldt. Real story here from southern Appalachia. Not the craziest horror type story, but it still scared the hell out of me. In August 2022, I solo overnight camped in the Sumter National Forest up in the far northwest corner of South Carolina. My third and last time ever solo camping out in the middle of the mountains/woods. I feel like I'm a pretty seasoned outdoorsman, and I wasn't that far out to where this would be irresponsible. Anyway, I parked my car on an old logging road and hiked about 1.5 to 2 miles to the top of a ridge line that was near an area that had just been cut by loggers, probably in the spring of that year. I was about 5 miles from the nearest sign of civilization. I was testing out some new camp gear and just getting some solitude. It was pretty and peaceful, though hot and humid. Found a nice spot to set up camp right on the edge of the tree line bordering a grassy area on top of the ridge. The afternoon and evening went by without any issue. I had a cramped 1.5 man sized tent and left off the rainfly because it was hot, so it was mostly just netting that sort of let me see out of the tent, but not well. I went to sleep and woke up from a nightmare at 4:36 a.m. I remember because I looked at my watch. The nightmare was me in my tent exactly where I was in the exact position I was lying. In the dream I woke up and looked to my left and saw a large dark figure with red eyes staring right at me from outside the tent. I woke up for real in a cold sweat and thought, WTF, that was ducked up, and maybe a minute after that I heard a blood-curdling scream that had to be right in the vicinity of my little camp area. I was absolutely frozen in fear. It kind of sounded like a combination of an owl scream and a fox scream, if you can try to imagine. About another 30 seconds went by that felt like an eternity, still frozen in fear, and then something big, like a full sprint, stomped through my campsite. It was 100% bipedal and heavy because I could feel the vibration on the ground. I had a pistol and an AR-15 style rifle with me in the tent, both with weapon lights. I somehow mustered up the courage and grabbed my rifle, unzipped the tent, switched the light on, and quickly scanned around with it. Pure adrenaline. I saw nothing, no sign of anything. At this time, there were no sounds of bugs or insects. And if you know the South, the woods can be loud at night. That also scared the living shit out of me. That part didn't even hit me until later on when I was recounting everything, which made me more scared. Anyway, I stayed awake scanning the woods non-stop until first light and quickly packed up and got the F out to the car. What's weird is I have been to this area many times with my brother and friends doing little campouts, shooting, and land nav type stuff for fun and never ever had anything weird happen. Not even a weird or off feeling. Always felt safe and comfortable until that night. Since then I've gone near that exact area again but no closer than a mile or two and always had dudes with me for overnight camps. Nothing strange or scary has happened since. I don't know what it was. Some people I've told said it was maybe the dog man or Bigfoot. I truly don't know, and I don't want to. Shushing Cryptid. Hi. I've been pondering a question for you all. Has anyone ever witnessed a creature in their home before? When I was very young, 3-ish, my mom and I both witnessed a creature in our home that looked like E.T. Not exactly, but the head shape. It was dark, mostly in silhouette, about the size of a medium dog, sitting on the dresser seemingly the way a dog would sit, but it wasn't a dog. I was young, that's what we remember. It was in our bedroom, my mom was upset about it, and it kept shushing her every time she swore at it. For a long time I thought it was a demon, but I believe it wouldn't have been opposed to swearing, and the encounter wasn't really scary or negative. It was just hanging out? Shushing my mom every time she swore at it? I don't remember how it got out. We left the room. Before you suggest it, I spent a long time thinking it was a dream, feeling like it wasn't a dream, until one day I told my mom about it, and yeah, it wasn't a dream. She couldn't believe I remembered it. My mother is reluctant to discuss it. She states that she has observed it on various occasions over the years and believes it to be a demon. When I was 12, which would have been 1984, I woke up in the middle of the night and saw a creature sitting on my dresser. I was lying on my side facing the dresser, with a window over the head of my bed. It was black, like a shadow, but not transparent, very solid. It had 2 white eyes, kind of slanted. No other features, no arms, no legs, no ears, no nose, no mouth. The head was an oblong oval, and the body was a rounded rectangle for lack of a better description. It just looked at me. I was paralyzed in fear, and I think I must have closed my eyes to scream when it settled on my leg, near my knee. So I didn't see it move across the room. I felt the weight of it, but I couldn't move my head to look at it. At that moment, I only saw a long-fingered hand reaching out to lightly touch the underside of my wrist, as my arm was lying with my hand palm up. Then I screamed and leapt out of bed. I saw a black streak across the room, and it was gone. My mother ran in my room. I had a red mark from wrist to elbow that was not raised, didn't itch, didn't burn, and didn't hurt. It was gone by morning. I had another experience later in the same house, where we lived for less than a year, though I can't remember how long it was between incidents. I was asleep, this time facing my closet across the room from my dresser, and I woke up to find what looked like men in black suits or robes, with black hats on, leaning over my bed looking at me. But their heads were oblong ovals and blue in color. The eyes were black but the same shape as the previous thing I had seen. I lifted myself up on one elbow and began to scream when one shoved a black cylinder in my left hand. It had weight to it. It was so black it almost looked like a shadow, but it was heavy and solid. As I screamed, I threw it away from me as hard as I could. The men disappeared just as it hit my closet doors, which made a huge clattering noise. My mother ran into the room after hearing the loud crash, and together we searched my room, including my closet and all around, to see if we could find what had caused the noise on the doors. We assumed that I had experienced a nightmare, so I grabbed something near my bed and threw it, but we could not find anything at all. I had nothing on top of my dresser, no nightstand, and nothing on my floors. Everything was put away neatly in the closet. We never found anything to explain it. At any rate, we did move soon after, and I remember my mother saying the house made her uncomfortable after that, and she had a hard time sleeping, wondering if I was going to scream out in the night again. I don't know if it makes a difference to anyone else, but I'll say this, I believed then and still believe now that there was no evil intent, but curiosity, from these creatures. It felt extraterrestrial or something to that effect. And I lived on an Air Force base in San Antonio, Texas. This didn't happen in the backwoods, but it's creepy, and my grandma told it to me. My grandparents were retired and lived in southern Idaho, just south of Pocatello, out in the farmland on a couple acres of land that had milk cows and horses next door and whooping cranes down in the river bottoms. The only trees were in an old apple orchard. The I-15 freeway ran through there but didn't get a lot of traffic. There are old lava fields with huge black boulders of lava rock, very sharp stuff. When they cleared the lava rock for the freeway, they left some big, black, sharp boulders in the median between the two freeway roads. Grandma warned me to be careful when I drive through there because if I ever hit those sharp rocks in a car crash, I'm not likely to survive the lava rocks shredding everything. Okay? I'm always careful and don't run off roads. This is before cell phone distractions were a driving hazard. Yes, I'm old. We've had problems with people crashing when no one is around, just them driving by themselves. No witnesses. Not many survive. One guy did survive, and he said he was so surprised to see that Indian, Native American, on horseback in a full feathered headdress standing in the meridian that he swerved and crashed. Grandma gave me a stern look. Guy wearing a costume? Nope, ghost. That's something. Revenge from beyond the grave? Remember to not swerve for the ghosts. A story told to me by a trusted friend. I'm in British Columbia, where you can drive an hour and a half out of Vancouver, walk an hour up an old dead-end logging road, and you're guaranteed to be in the middle of nowhere. I mean unbroken bush for dozens or hundreds of kilometers. I was reading about Sasquatch on a computer at work one time, and one of the guys asked me if I believe in it. I showed him some stuff, so he confided in me that he was in the middle of nowhere with his telescope club. They decided to leave, but he stayed on a bit. He said that after a while, he heard a voice describing this crazy guy on acid coming from far off in the bush. He shrugged it off but then heard the screaming pretty close, so he threw his stuff in his car and bolted. The windows on his car were frosty, but he swears he saw someone run onto the dirt road behind him in his taillights. It wasn't until years later when he heard some screams on a TV show that he thought it might be a Sasquatch. He'd never considered it until then. Anyway, this guy doesn't know how to use computers or anything. He's pretty old, and since I was familiar with the area, I pulled up maps to get him to show me which direction he heard it. Unbroken BC bush in the middle of the night and over a very rocky mountain river. There's no way a human could have done that in the daytime, let alone the nighttime. Note, forgot to say this was back in the 90s, before all the shows were on TV and everybody was out there squatching. If anyone is familiar with the area, I can tell you exactly where it happened. It's not a secret like on all these shows. Help me identify this creature. I don't tell many people this story for fear of sounding insane, but I need to know what happened. A few years ago I was in bed at my dad's house, a cabin in the woods in the middle of nowhere in West Tennessee. It's important to note I struggle with insomnia but was on no medication for sleep at the time. Okay, so I was asleep, and in the middle of the night I woke up and just felt off, and then I saw it, a tall humanoid creature, skinny and white, with no eyes, just black pits, and a huge open mouth that was just a black hole. At this point I closed my eyes, but I could see it through my eyelids. I rolled over, and it appeared on the other side of my bed, not walking or anything, just appearing. Then I rolled onto my back, and it floated over me. I just could feel it was evil and had bad intentions. It reached down towards me, and I was frozen in fear, but it touched me, and I suddenly panicked. I was convinced it wanted my soul, and I ran out of my room. The kicker is my house was completely empty. It wasn't supposed to be, but my family left, all doing other things. That's when I realized it was now 8 a.m., not the middle of the night as it had been. I still cannot walk in that room to this day, and I'm not sure if it means anything, but I am a Christian. Please help me. What did my friend and I see? It has been a couple of years now, but my friend Jack and I used to thoroughly enjoy camping and hiking in the state forest, upstate NY, behind the home he grew up in. It was a massive forest with a large pond in the middle. I don't know exactly how large, but you could walk for miles in any direction without making progress. A large part of the forest was flat, but the further in you went, the more elevated it became until you were hiking some pretty steep elevation. We were there midsummer. One day we planned on spending the whole day out in the woods. We packed bags with lunches and snacks and equipment to start a campfire. We very rarely did but always brought it just in case, and we each had knives. We walked a couple miles out to the hilly part of the forest. At a flat clearing at the bottom of a very steep hill, we sat on a fallen tree and ate our lunches, talked for a little while, and then decided we were ready to get up and moving. That's when we looked up the hill to start climbing. There was a massive, maybe 7 to 8 feet tall, brown humanoid figure staring at us. It was holding something shiny in its right hand. Not sure what. When we saw the figure, it darted away fast. Like we both saw it for a second, and it immediately became a blur and was gone. I thought I was going crazy. I looked at Jack, and he looked at me. We both asked, "Did you see that?" And described generally the same thing to each other. The weird thing is neither of us could describe exactly what it looked like. As soon as we saw it, it blurred away, but even for the split second we did see it, it was almost like the creature was out of focus while the rest of the forest remained in focus. All we could say, which was the same for both of us, was tall, brown, carrying something shiny, and darted away in a fast blur. That day we decided it would be best to turn around and head home. However, a week or so later we decided to go back. We climbed the hill. At the top of the hill we saw no tracks or sign of movement, though it had been about a week. After a couple minutes of walking still, we came across this rundown shed in the middle of the woods. Nothing around it for a mile. It was made of rotting wood, it had no windows, and the roof and one side of the walls had collapsed. We tried looking inside but didn't see much except for a few old tools. We stayed in the area for a few hours and saw nothing else of note. I'm not sure if that last part is even relevant, but it might be. Does anyone have any idea what we saw? Jack and I always referred to it as Bigfoot, but I'm not 100% sure that is what it is. Encounter in coastal North Carolina. My mom, father, and I were visiting the Alligator River National Wildlife Refuge in Dare County, North Carolina. We were driving along Milltail Road and didn't see anything ahead of us. I looked down a back road to the right and saw an American black bear. We drove slightly down the back road and out of sight of the main road to see the bear better. Once we finished observing the bear, we backed out onto the main road again. And when we looked ahead, we then saw a large figure had appeared in the distance. My father asked if it was another bear, but we almost immediately noticed this creature was bipedal. It looked like a large man with long arms. We couldn't see any colorful clothing or a backpack, the creature was completely black from a distance. We assumed it was just a hiker and continued down the road towards it. We noticed it was walking weird. It was walking with a bit of a rock back and forth, and as we got closer, we could see that its arms were swinging. When my mother got out her binoculars to look at it, she noticed that whatever it was had a lighter brown coloration on its top half and a dark brown/black coloration on its bottom half. Though she was unable to make out any more details as the gravel path caused the car to shake. My mother does report that she could see it looking back at us in an almost panicked manner through the binoculars. Believing that it was still a hiker, despite no known trails on that street, we continued down the road. We were a distance away when it suddenly bent down and leapt with both legs across a creek and into the swampy brush. It happened so quickly we only saw a blur. No human could move at those speeds. We immediately stopped the car in shock and began going through possible scenarios. It was most certainly not a bear based on its movements, and we ruled out humans based on the speed it disappeared at and the way it jumped. My father says it took a hard right, lunged, and was gone. Additionally, we didn't hear any loud noises as it ran off, though our windows were rolled up at the time. We didn't have any music playing. We went back to the location the next day to test out distance and height. My mother, 5'4", stood where we believed the creature leapt off as my father redirected the route. We quickly realized the creature was much larger than we initially thought. At the same distance, my mother was much smaller than the figure we saw that day. Not to mention visibility the day of the sighting was low, foggy weather with a consistent drizzle. Whatever this was, Bigfoot or something else, it was at least 7 feet tall. It's also important to note that this area is remote swamp land home to red wolves, black bears, and gators. Additionally, the location where we were driving was not near any hiking trails. The forest was swampy, thick with brush, and impossible to see into. No human in their right mind would go in there with the gators and other critters. I was on a week-long trip to the Superstition Mountains. Well, it was supposed to be a week-long trip, but I cut it short. There is something in those mountains that's alive and always watching. I felt the same presence in the mountains of Afghanistan, which the locals referred to as a jinn. I don't know what happened in Oz, but you'd feel like running and being watched, and the hair on your neck would stand up. The light in those remote canyons would play tricks on you with shadows seemingly to appear and move, and you would hear things that shouldn't be heard, like horses and the rattle of tack when no one is around. Even our dogs appeared tense, snapping and growling at unseen entities. We looked for big cat prints and didn't see anything, and being armed didn't help calm the feeling. This was the only place in North America where I felt relieved to cut short my visit and leave. Once we left the mountains, the feeling was gone. I had a chupacabra encounter years ago. This encounter occurred in November 2002 when I was 24 years old and completely sober. I had a late exam at my university in Valparaiso, Chile, that ended at 7 p.m. Afterward, I drove to my parents' house in Melipilla. The distance between both cities is more or less 120 kilometers. November in the southern hemisphere is mid-spring, with nice mild temperatures, 15 to 20 degrees Celsius, green fields, snowy mountains, and a very beautiful view. The road I chose takes a small rural shortcut that goes in a valley called Lalenco, which is a very nice and pleasant way, but lonely, with barely any traffic but me. In the most lonely part of the way, at 10 p.m., already dark, after a big curve near a hill, suddenly an owl hit the windshield of my car. I stopped, I was not going fast at all, and went to look after the owl. I took off my sweater and grabbed the owl to see how badly hurt he was. I know it might sound weird, but I had many encounters with wild birds, and that's the way to take them and not be hurt by them. Then I realized that a very warm wind came from the west, totally an unusual thing, and something like a very tiny whirlwind that moved some leaves was coming in that way, west. But the thing that really caught my attention was that the bird was totally unaware of me. He was trying to run away as fast as he was able. Typically the birds try to peck you, squawk at you, or something like that, but that was not the case. I let the owl go away and came back inside my car, started the engine, and turned on the lights, and then I saw him. He was like a wolf, coyote, or German shepherd with no hair at all, big fangs, walking on two legs, very tall, with red blood eyes. He was walking across the road and then turned his head towards my car. As I was inside the car, I thought if anything happened, I would hit him with the car, so that thought calmed me, but I must say that his sight gave a strong impression. He turned his head and crossed the road in just a second or two, and then I ran away. The strangest thing about this whole situation is that I never talked to anyone about this for a long time, maybe years after. So, I like to hike. This happened in Finland. It's a place I've been many times. Next to a river. It was September, and I was alone, usually with a friend. There aren't many people living there, just some small houses. I was about 1.5 kilometers from the house I was sleeping in. So I'm at the river and literally go take a leak maybe 30 meters from the river. There are big trees and small trees but mostly very thick brush, and you can't see much. There are a few trail-like pathways that lead to this area, and some people also fish there. It's between 8 and 9 p.m., but it's still bright. Soon dark. So after I take the first leak, I hear something in the brush near me. Well, I brushed it off and was still maybe 30 minutes in the forest nearby looking at the water and river and so on. I had a headphone on my other ear all the time. Now I go and take another leak, same place for some reason. After I finished, I heard a noise in the same brush, about 4 meters away from me, but I couldn't see what it was due to the thickness of the brush. I take the other headphones off, and I can clearly hear what sounds like a step in the brush. Now I start to plan that I'm out of here. I step one step, and it steps almost at the same time as me. I step another step, I can hear it step at the same time. Now, I take only a half step. After my step, which makes a small sound every time because I'm standing on grass and small tree branches, etc., I can hear another step, but it's late because I stepped only a half step. It stepped a full step. Now it's total silence. If there's something, it knows that I know because it misstepped. I had a strong headlamp with me and put it on my head. I start walking fast from there and, of course, get lost from the trail I'm trying to go on. Now, I begin walking faster through the dense brush, heading in the general direction of the trail that runs alongside the river I'm trying to reach. Of course, suddenly in the middle of the forest there's water slightly higher than my knee for maybe a 20 by 20 m area, and I start going through it because it's easier than the forest around me. There's also a fallen tree at about 80 centimeters, 1 meter, tall, and I must go over it. I'm thinking, WTF. Now my shoes are totally wet, and also my pants are wet up to knee high. Then I finally found the trail, put my headlamp on, and ran fast. About 15 minutes later, I'm back at the small road. I literally ran almost as fast as I could. And it's pitch black at about the 10-minute mark. I left at the last possible moment because if I had stayed only 15 minutes longer, it would have been dark, and I would have been in the forest with whatever made the sounds. Furthermore, about 10 years before this happened, I was near the same area in the forest, alone. The area I am referring to is approximately 500 meters away. I saw a lonely brush the size of a normal home door move in the forest next to the trail near the river. I did a U-turn and ran away. There have been bear sightings in this place a few kilometers from here, wolves somewhere 50 to 100 kilometers away, and even wild hogs. However, animals typically flee, and I heard sounds during both my first and second urinations, so why didn't the animal run away during the first one? The scariest part is that when I stepped, I could hear a step. And when I did a half step, it stepped late. And if I wouldn't have heard anything, I would have stayed a little longer until it would have been dark. Was it some Bigfoot? Well, I highly doubt it, but this sighting wasn't normal. A few years after this incident, about 2 kilometers from this spot, I witnessed something that I swear is true. At night, near a large field, I saw a wolf cross the road in about 15 seconds, walking very slowly. But its size was larger than a so-called Danish hound dog/Great Dane, and it was more hairy. It was probably 1 meter tall, also slightly longer from head to tail, and quite thick. Its legs were also thick, and it wasn't some deer. It walked just like a dog or a wolf and went over the road. About 5 minutes after this, a huge rainfall started and lasted for 15 minutes. I was maybe 80 meters from it when I saw it enter the road and walk over. When the rain started, I was still where I first saw it, filming the road, trying to get it on film, but of course it didn't come. It took about 30 minutes for me to get courage and walk to where it crossed the road, and I could hear something in the brush on the side it came from, like a smaller animal, but clearly there was something. I didn't go in but didn't see anything either. I had a strong flashlight with me. I decided to leave it alone, thinking it was better that way. Then a car drove past, and it was maybe 1 a.m. I bet the driver wondered, what the duck is that dude standing here next to a field with a flashlight looking into trees? Also, when I saw it enter the road, I stopped immediately, like by instinct. It wasn't an anorexic moose either. It resembled a large dog or wolf, but I couldn't be sure. I have read about dogmen, and if they are real, I believe they could be a type of government-created genetic test animal or hybrid. But, I was walking on this road, and this area is not supposed to have wolves, and the size of this was like in online if you search for huge wolf, and here it is, suddenly on the road with you in the middle of the night. Real goblin sightings. I have seen real goblins before. It was in rural Wisconsin in between a friary and a graveyard. They were circling around some tree, and it was quite foggy when they appeared, but they were unmistakably goblins. This was around 2006 to 2007, and I have thought about it every day since. It was in a small town not too terribly far outside of Frontenac. The goblins were short and mostly brownish. They had large, toothy mouths, large yellow eyes, and small, not quite horn nubs on their heads. I wish I had been able to stand there and look at them more, but it was a terrifying experience. There was also another man with me at the time who corroborated my story at the time by telling me what he saw before I told him what I had seen, and his description matched mine exactly. He has since threatened not to, when I asked him about this years later. The goblins were incredibly short, probably about 3 feet tall, maybe shorter. They may have had little stubby tail nubs as well. Some of them were more greenish in color, but they were mostly brown. They were dancing around a tree when I saw them. I am hoping to hear from other people who have seen real goblins. Please share your story. I was camping out in the redwoods on the northern California coastline on the side of a ridge overlooking a creek bed with my dog. We have lived outdoors our entire lives, and he has been trained to deter bears from our kitchen, successfully chasing a few away on occasion. He's not spooked by wild animals and never goes too far away. With nothing around for miles, we basically hiked into a wilderness area. I was sleeping, and he woke me up. He was shaking and frightened and trying to get into my sleeping bag to hide. Very unusual behavior. He's 12 years old now, and that was the first and last time I've ever seen him so scared in his life. I'm outside a lot and know all the different animal sounds, and I'm also an amateur tracker and know gates and tracks. I'm not afraid of the dark or wild animals, just prepared. I hadn't heard anything that would have spooked him like that, so I sat up and grabbed my headlamp and started listening intently. Deep in the creek bed, maybe 100 feet away and below our camp, I heard a heavy crashing sound. Probably just a branch falling. I wasn't worried. But I heard another one, like a whomp sound. I realized it was a large critter making sounds or crashing through brush, but I realized as it continued that it was a very large something moving, and the whomp sound was a heavy body's foot hitting the ground. I immediately assumed it was a bear or something because in the sound of the gate, I could hear the weight of the thing. It sounded like it was taking a step, pausing for like 5 seconds, and taking another step. It was such an unusual pattern. My dog was as far into the sleeping bag as he could get and shaking like a leaf. His fear was really unnerving, because I'd never seen it before, even in the face of multiple bears raiding our outdoor kitchen setup. I haven't seen him that scared since that incident, which occurred 8 or 9 years ago. Having woken up a bit and realizing what was happening, I started to get chills, and the hair on the back of my neck started to rise. Could not identify the huge thing in the creek bed. My mind had been racing with possibilities. What could be that heavy and be walking with a clearly bipedal gait? I realized that there was nothing I could do, whatever that thing was, being as far out and as late as it was, so I just went back to sleep. Heard human-sounding noises at midnight in the middle of the woods. So just last night I was taking my pup out to go to the bathroom. I'm smoking a cig, so we're walking around my backyard. I get to the corner, which leads to just woods forever, and stand there for a few until I swear to God I heard a human voice going do-da-do-da-do. The only other person around is my older brother, who was inside and asleep. It scared the shit out of me, TBH. This is the weirdest thing I've experienced since some strange events during my deployment. It should be noted this is the area of the King Philip's War, too, so I don't know if anything in local native lore would fit the bill. But that's all it was, one quick, plain as day, almost musically humming type of sound, then nothing. I had a really good flashlight and saw nothing. I threw a rock into the area I thought it came from too. Nothing. There was also a well-documented alien abduction in this area many years ago. Actually, come to think of it, in my last house, which was also in the middle of the woods, one night I heard weird human noise outside my house. It sounded like a person was imitating an owl. However, at that hour, it was unlikely that anyone would have been outside. What makes human-sounding noises? Not screams or cries. I know fishers and vixens can sound like people crying, but that wasn't it. Scary stories from the woods from Grandpa and Grandma. Story 1. So, my grandma, she was like a quarter native, but she knew so many stories from the natives, you'd almost think she was more than that. It was one of those stories she would tell repeatedly while we sat in the kitchen, with her making us tea, like she didn't want to discuss it but somehow felt compelled to do so. Once, she told me about this old story, one that her grandmother had passed down to her. It was about a woman who lived way out in the mountains of West Virginia, far from the settlements. Now, the legend says she was a woman of the woods, like they called her, and she could speak to the animals. The natives highly respected her, but one day, she simply vanished. Folks from the villages said she went off with the wolves in the mountains and never came back. One night, my grandma said, you could hear the wolves howling when the full moon was at its highest. But it wasn't just regular howling, it was like singing, like the wolves were talking to the woman who'd never fully left. And from that night on, so she said, strange things started happening. Nobody'd go in the woods after dark, because that woman roamed with the wolves, and sometimes, she'd take the souls of the wanderers. But she also helps wanderers. Grandma said the wolves weren't real wolves but some kind of guardians of the woods, making sure the contract between man and nature wasn't broken. Anyone who broke that contract by making loud sounds like whistling, music, or using chainsaws would fall victim to the forest wanderer, whatever that was. Then she'd always say, boy, you're lucky you're over there in Germany. The woods here? They're peaceful. But in the Appalachians, they'll change a man. Story 2. Now, as for my grandpa, the man had so many stories, it was hard for me to tell which ones he'd lived through and which ones he just heard from others. But the one he always told, over and over, when we'd sit out on the porch at night, was about the riders of the fog. He said the fog came with the riders' shapes, which weren't really there, but you could hear them and feel their cold breath. The riders appeared to look like people, but they were not entirely human. More like ghosts. And if you heard them, you'd get pulled into their spell, like they were trying to lead you somewhere you'd never come back from. Grandpa always told us that he sometimes got so scared, he ran straight into the fog. His cry echoed, and the fog disappeared. But the moment that fog broke, it was like it just vanished as fast as it came. He never saw the riders but the fog. This story, he says, is from the WV folks. Grandpa would always say, if you're in the fog, and you hear those hooves, that means the riders see you. And if they see you, well, you're going to be taken by them. Story 3. Now, my grandma had a unique way of looking at you when she talked about certain things, making you feel like she knew something important, even though she never revealed much. I once asked her about these braided symbols I'd seen, only one time, in the woods, and she started telling me, but not too much. She would only share just enough information about those things with me. Once, she told me about a time when she was younger, walking in the woods with her mother. One afternoon, just before fall, they went deeper into the forest when they found this sign. It was a tree, with a kind of braided pattern carved into its bark. Grandma said it looked like a symbol for the way home, but she knew that wasn't a good sign. Anyone who sees that symbol, she said, isn't alone. And anyone who wonders about it, they'll find that symbol on them one day. I asked her what it meant, and she looked at me a long time before she said, "It's the symbol of the guardians. If you find it, you know the woods have claimed you. But thereafter, you don't have any claim on them." Later, I learned that the guardians weren't regular people or animals, but something else, maybe ghosts. Or maybe it was just nature itself, testing us to see how far we'd go. Grandma always said you should never look for that sign, you just need to make sure you don't find it. My grandpa always says things to these ghosts. I was camping at a small campsite located just outside of a national forest in Arizona. When I say dinky, I mean I wasn't confident that this wasn't just a trail that led into the forest. I was about 15 at the time, and my sister and her friends had taken me along to see stuff and go hiking. Approximately 1 week into the trip and on our second day at this specific location, my sister and her friends became heavily intoxicated, leading me to retreat to the tent. After a while, I was finally roused from the tent by a lot of screeching and cussing, which prompted me to confront everyone for leaving me alone and bored on this trip while they had fun and made noise. It turns out that they were all panicking about something in the woods. It was enormous. When I say enormous, I mean it was about 3 times the size of a car. I remember it being brownish tan and smooth, having 4 legs, and it rippled like a bed sheet and moved insanely fast without any noise. It had a super weird shape, but the head and shoulders were taller than the back. It just seemed to be moving through the woods oblivious to everyone. One of my sister's friends decided to check it out and scrambled up the hill through the trees to see what it was. I remember just saying "oh my god" a million times in varying degrees of panic while being absolutely useless. I just stood half out of the tent, flashlight in hand, completely frozen. I remember him getting to whatever this thing was, it turning, and then nothing. I woke up the next morning to everyone else asleep. Everyone was hungover from drinking and pretty quiet over breakfast until one of the girls mentioned never drinking again because of a dream she had with a giant weird bear. Everyone froze, and my sister looked at everyone and was like, "We're going home. Trip's over." No one argued, and we were packed and out of there in no time. I don't think it was people pranking us for being loud, because there was no one near our site. One can hope, though. Something appeared in the woods. An ex-girlfriend of mine used to live on this small, rural island in Minnesota called Gray Cloud Island. At one point, the island had had the highest concentration of Indian burial mounds in the county. There is a lot of history there, and it at one time was considered sacred. I'm sure you all know how that went. At any rate, across the street from my ex's mailbox was a long, overgrown gravel driveway blocked off by a rusty chain. On one of our late evening jaunts, we decided to step over the chain and make our way down this driveway, which was a good quarter of a mile long, if not more. The driveway opened up into a small clearing of sorts, in the center of which was all that remained of a home's foundation, then little more than a rectangular patch of concrete. The trees that ringed the clearing were sparse in some places, thicker in others, but even so, we could see a lot of the ground beyond the clearing, grassy, humped ground. Trees. Nothing else. The ex-girlfriend had a blanket, which she spread out on the patch of concrete. We lay down together and talked for some time, all the while listening to the chirping of the crickets. Dusk had just crept in, and we were still lying there when he heard movement in the woods nearby, the furtive crackle of branches and crunching leaves. It was very close, much, much too close for comfort. From the sound of it, it was no more than 20 yards away. Surely we would have heard its approach from a ways off? After all, sound has a tendency to carry in the woods. We got up by mutual unspoken agreement and, in the dark, made our hasty but careful way to the driveway. The sound of something approaching from the woods, changed. It was now in the clearing, where he had been only moments before. As shit scared as ever, I broke into a run, which was immediately arrested by my girlfriend, who urgently whispered, "Don't run. It provokes chase." I did as she bade, and together, in silence, we moved back down the driveway, moving as fast as we could without actually running. The sounds had vanished by the time we reached the street. "What do you think that was?" I asked her. "I don't want to talk about it," she said, stone-faced. She was 100% Native American. I knew she knew more than she let on, but regardless of how much I pried, she never told me what it was. To this day, I wonder. I have one. A little about me. My family's from West Virginia, but I was born in Germany, because my dad moved there. So, I grew up split between Germany and West Virginia, spending time with my grandpa, grandma, and the rest of the family, kinda like a 50-50 mix. That's why I'm pretty familiar with the Appalachian stories and those from the woods. So, my grandpa always had a certain respect for the darkness. One night, I was trying to bring their old dog, Teddy, inside. It was probably around 7 p.m., just when it was starting to get dark, a normal late summer evening. But he didn't want me going outside then. He'd always say, after 6 p.m., we don't leave the house alone, and once it gets dark, we don't leave at all. I used to think he just said that because there were animals out there or something. Later, I asked him why we couldn't go outside, and my grandma said, "You don't talk about that, or it brings bad luck." Grandpa just said there were folks around here who went out and never came back, but when I asked why, he'd changed the subject. It wasn't until I got older and started helping with hunting and woodcutting, and the woods became more a part of my everyday life, that he started opening up a little more. He told me the danger wasn't the woods themselves, but the things, he always called them things, that watch you and want you to stay. Most of them won't harm you, but they make sure you get lost. Back then, I thought it was hard to believe. Well, mostly hard to believe. And I still do, to some extent. But I figured if an 80-year-old man is saying this stuff, it can't all be made up. A few months later, I asked again, since he always shut me down before, and he said, "Boy, sometimes it's better not to know everything. But you want to know, don't you?" And that's when he started telling me a few stories. He mentioned there was a family in the 20s that had immigrated from Belgium and didn't follow the rules. He said they'd go out at night, unprotected, just by themselves, and some of them didn't come back. He told me a bunch of stories about people who went into the woods and never returned. He also said you should never whistle in the woods. If you do, everything goes quiet, no animal sounds, nothing. When that happens, you've got yourself a problem. You'll feel watched, get chills, and start thinking there's something behind every tree. He said when you whistle, you wake up things in the woods that should have stayed asleep, and if they hear it, they'll wait for you. Another rule he had was no music, no playing music or even listening to it while working or hunting. Not because of the animals or anything, but the forest has its own rules. Break those, and you won't make it back home easy. He said too much artificial noise, whether it's whistling, music, chainsaws, or motors, can invite these things to come after you, and they get mad. They'll stalk you, and the noise just makes them angrier. Another story. There are these old abandoned cabins that people avoid. The cabins are empty, but something waits there. If you walk by, you'll start hearing things, sometimes a footstep, sometimes a whisper, but you won't see anything. He said that's when you walk into a trap, because the woods want something from you. I'm not entirely sure what to make of these things. Ironically, he always says Hollywood monsters like Bigfoot are made up nonsense, but his own stories, he stands by them. The reason I believe them, at least a little, is because sometimes you'll find footprints in the backyard, especially at our woodcutting site, and these wooden symbols like a W in the woods. I've only seen them once, and then never again, like Grandpa set 'em up or something. But I have to admit, I do have a mix of respect and fear, even if I'm not fully convinced. In Germany they just laugh at stories like this. Sightings, white masked beings. From Phantoms and Monsters. A witness reported a strange sighting of white masked figures. I saw them outside of my house. I lived in the piney woods of East Texas. As soon as I saw them, I just intuitively knew that I wasn't supposed to have been able to see them. It's like I heard their thoughts. The weirdest thing is how they tried to trick me into thinking I hadn't seen them at all, like the way they moved away from me, not of this world. I could see them moving away from me, but I never witnessed the actual movements. I know that doesn't even make sense to our understanding, but that's the best way I can describe it. Also, the faces of them contorted into crazy-looking smiles and grimaces, so I don't know if that's really a mask, but that's what I thought I saw at first, too. I saw them on a few different occasions. Once I looked out my bedroom window and there were 3 sitting in a triangle formation peering up at me. I was shocked but calm at the same time, threw them a peace sign, and never looked out the window again. I really believe what she says, they are real. I think they're demons. Another sighting. 2. RST Reservation, South Dakota, masked apparitions. This one is from my mother's experience. We lived in the apartment complex just off a big field. She had explained that a bad car accident had happened across the field, as there is a dirt road for a cut across into town. Both vehicles hit head on. One had 4 passengers and the other had 3. Nobody survived the accident. My mom often talks about how she stayed up late watching for suspicious activity because she was part of the neighborhood watch. She said she remembers seeing 3 people walk in from the field, all wearing black, but they looked as if they had white masks on. She called her friend who was security. He had gone out but reported he didn't see anyone. My mom explained how they kept appearing, but before security could arrive, they would be nowhere around. Finally, one night, my mom saw 4 people walk up while security was already around the corner. She was sitting by the window, watching in terror as she hollered at security, pointing out that the individuals were right there. The security guy was shining his flashlight but couldn't see anyone. My mom said she yelled in fear because the security guard was shining his flashlight directly at the 4 people who were standing right in front of him. He swore he couldn't see anyone and that my mom was probably seeing things. My grandma vouched that the apartment complex had been built on half an old cemetery and that half the residents had reported seeing or hearing things. Possible encounter. I'm on vacation in a small town with a population of 700 in North Dakota, about 30 minutes from the Canadian border, with my mom and my boyfriend. We go here every summer, and this is the first time I've had an experience like this. Remember that my brother and his wife, whose house we're at for the week, have 7 chickens that are all accounted for and put into the coop around sunset. It was around midnight, and my boyfriend and I were on the deck in the backyard of my brother's house, and we had already been talking about skinwalkers previously. Yes, a stupid idea. Then, after the conversation, we switched topics for about 30 minutes. In the middle of my boyfriend's sentence, I heard bow oo ook, only raising in tone and pitch. I know what a chicken sounds like, and this was not it. This was something trying to sound like a chicken. Chickens have a bit more of a gurgly and rough call. This was far too smooth and definitely did not come from a chicken's vocal cords. It lasted for about 4 to 5 seconds. I instantly shushed my boyfriend, and it stopped 2-ish seconds after he stopped talking. I asked him if he heard that, and he said yes. About 5 seconds after the sound, we heard what seemed to be 1 or 2 footsteps on the grass around 12 feet away from us in total and about 5 feet away from the deck. Right where we had heard these steps was the exact spot that one of my family members had given his granddaughter a chicken to hold. I can't help but wonder if whatever entity that made that noise may have seen it and thought it could lure someone to it. We sat in silence for a sec, and then we started talking about what just happened. Minutes went by with both of us terrified to move. Eventually we gathered our stuff and went inside for the night. I'm open to any ideas on what this event could have been, realistic and paranormal. In the mid-1970s, a group of teenagers took a late-night drive. It would eventually go down as one of the oddest reported cryptid sightings. Just what was the so-called Dover demon? Hellspawn, ET, or exotic animal escapee? The bizarre tale begins at 10:32 p.m. on April 21 in the mid-1970s as 3 17-year-olds, Bill Bartlett, Mike Matsoka, and Andy Brody, are driving north on Farm Street. Bartlett, who's behind the wheel of the Volkswagen, spots something creeping along a low wall of loose stones on the left side of the road. At first he thinks the image is a dog or a cat until his headlights shine on it and he realizes it's nothing he's ever seen before. The figure slowly turns its head and stares into the light, its 2 large, round, glassy, lidless eyes shining brightly like 2 orange marbles. Its watermelon-shaped head, resting at the top of a thin neck, is the size of the rest of its body. Except for its oversized head, the creature is thin, with long spindly arms and legs and large hands and feet. The skin is hairless and peach-colored and appears to have a rough texture. Like wet sandpaper, Bartlett subsequently tells cryptozoologist Loren Coleman. Standing no more than 3.5 to 4 feet tall, the figure is shaped like a baby's body with long arms and legs. It had been making its way along the wall, its long fingers curling around the rocks, when the car lights surprised it. Unfortunately, neither of Bartlett's companions sees the creature. The sighting lasts only a few seconds, and before Bartlett can speak, the car leaves the scene. Then the creature is gone. Bartlett drops his friends off and goes to his Walpole Street home. Visibly upset, he walks through the door, and his father asks him what's wrong. Bartlett relates the story and later sketches what he's seen. Creature feature, the Dover Demon creature feature, the Dover Demon around midnight. 15-year-old John Baxter leaves his girlfriend Kathy Cronin's house at the south end of Miller High Road. Then, Baxter starts walking up the street on his way home. Half an hour later, after he has walked about a mile, he observes someone approaching him. Because the figure is short, Baxter assumes it's an acquaintance of his, M.G. Bouchard, who lives on the street. John calls out, and there is no response. Baxter and the figure continue to approach each other until finally the latter stops. Baxter then halts as well and asks, "Who is that?" The sky is dark and overcast, and he can only see a shadowy form. Trying to get a better look, Baxter takes one step forward, and the figure scurries off to the left, running down a shallow wooded gully and up the opposite bank. As the figure runs, Baxter hears its footsteps on the dry leaves. He follows the figure down the slope, then stops and looks across the gully. There, he sees the creature, standing in silhouette about 30 feet away, its feet molded around the top of a rock several feet from a tree. The creature's body reminds Baxter of a monkey's, except for its dark figure-8-shaped head. Its eyes, two lighter spots in the middle of the head, are looking straight at Baxter, who after a few minutes begins to feel uneasy. Realizing he has never seen such a creature before and fearing what it might do next, he backs carefully up the slope, his heart pounding. He then walks very fast down the road to the intersection at Farm Street. There, a couple passing in a car picks him up and drives him home. The Dover demon is described as having skin of a rosy orange and a large head on a small, stick-like body. It was reported to be bipedal, walking on two legs. It has eyes that glow, sometimes orange, sometimes green. A shadow person in the woods. This was in the year 2000 when I was 13 years old. I lived in a semi-rural community of ranches and horse-boarding type places. A suburb had been recently built where we lived, with the back wall of it butting up against the farms and properties we lived on. There was a pedestrian gate in the neighborhood wall, and a park had been built a couple of properties over from us for the influx of kids. Kids from our side of the wall and dirt road could play with the neighborhood kids that way. I was out there at the park with my brother, two cousins, and a couple of girls from our youth group whose parents were visiting ours. It was nightfall and approaching winter, so a heavy fog rose up in the evening, and we all wanted to play manhunt and spook each other. The park had a playground set, a couple of pavilions, an outdoor hockey rink, and a jogging path that wound around the park and along the tree line of the woods that surrounded our homes. We said the woods were off limits since it was nighttime and we didn't want to get hurt. We commenced to running around and playing manhunt and spooking each other for a while. While I was hiding under a picnic table, I saw someone on the jogging path near the tree line, which we said was off limits. I couldn't identify the person, only that they were an adult due to their height, but all I could see was a silhouette. I thought it was maybe my older brother trying to mess with us and didn't give it much more thought. We finished playing and all gathered in the large field between the park and the woods. I mentioned the person I saw, and it was dismissed as some neighborhood kids or something. We sat in a circle in the grass so the fog was over our heads. We took turns telling scary stories when my cousin, who was facing the woods, suddenly froze in the middle of his story. He got up and darted away without saying a word toward the hockey rink. We all looked behind us and saw something tall standing over us in the fog. A tall, skinny shadow person. It was close enough to us that we should have been able to make out facial features and clothing, but it had neither. We screamed and ran to the hockey rink behind my cousin, which had a 10-tall chain-link fence around it. We gathered in the middle of the rink with our backs to each other and stood petrified for a while, just breathing and scared. We left our flashlights in the field when we ran, so it was only the fog and moonlight around us. We eventually made a plan to exit the rink and stay in a circle until we got back to the house. We got halfway out of the park when the two girls screamed and ran, breaking the circle. We all just took off back to our house and told our parents what happened. My dad, uncle, and the girls' dad went out to search the park and found nothing except our flashlights. As time went on, everyone there that night fell into denial about what we saw. I'm the only one who will admit to what was there save for the cousin who saw it first. The cousin who saw it first has been experiencing hauntings ever since then. They lived with us on our property in a trailer behind our house for a while. They lived with us for a month or two until the water and power were connected. That same cousin went overnight to sleep in the trailer because my other brother, with whom he shared a room, was staying up late playing PlayStation. He gathered his pillow and blanket and walked to the back of the property, about an acre away. He went inside and got on the top bunk of the bed. A few minutes later, he said something was walking around the trailer and came to the room he was in. He pulled his blanket over his head and peeked out when it opened his door. He didn't see anything but saw the door move and felt a presence in there with him. He stayed in there the rest of the night, too scared to move until dawn. A month or two later, a local kid found the grave of a man who had been missing since the 1880s. Apparently the land we all lived on had been a battleground during the Seminole Wars, and he and several other settlers had been massacred and never found until now. Weird, maybe a cryptid/creature sighting in the Mark Twain forest. A couple times a year, my parents, siblings, aunts, uncles, cousins, and I go to visit my grandfather in a small town in the middle of the Mark Twain forest. This location is close to Elephant Rocks and Johnson Shut-ins, if you are familiar with the area. My family is fairly split on believing in the paranormal or not believing in it. But I do believe in it, and so does one of my cousins. We'll call them V for the sake of this story. We were all spending a weekend at my grandfather's property, which, as previously stated, is in a tiny town with a population of under 300. Not far from my grandfather's property is a park with a graveyard right up the hill from it. It is a place my cousins, siblings, and I would often go to hang out at during the day. It was late in the afternoon when my cousin V chose to go there alone, as they felt overwhelmed by the noise that more than 10 people can generate within a small, and somewhat haunted, but that is a story for another time, house. They were there for about 30 minutes when they came back to tell me about this really weird deer they had seen standing and staring at them in the park. The deer looked at V while she sat on the merry-go-round and even walked up to her, which is not typical deer behavior, especially in that area where deer hunting and random gunfire are common occurrences. V was feeling rather spooked, so naturally, I was quite excited and suggested we go back to investigate further. So we do just that. When we get there, the deer is still there, just standing in the field behind the playground, not lying down, not grazing on grass, and certainly not getting spooked and running away. No, it was just there staring at us. Before we had left my grandfather's house, I had grabbed my tarot cards and my spirit box. So seeing that the deer was still there, I turned it on and switched it to FM mode, which was what I used to use for communicating with spirits and such, but now I find AM mode more reliable, and set it to the mode so it would flip through stations. But something strange was already happening. Normally on FM mode I would get at least song bits every now and again, but right now it was just static. Only static. It's not that we were too far out of range from a radio tower, though, because just the night before, a few of my cousins, including V, and I had used it in my grandfather's house, which was not even half a mile away from where we were. And it had been a clear day and was turning into a clear night without a cloud in the sky, so the weather shouldn't have been messing with the signal either. So the low hum of static was enough to slightly unnerve us alone, but that's when more eerie things started to happen. I know you have no reason to trust an internet stranger, and I wouldn't believe it either had I not experienced it myself, but a low fog started to roll in that looked like terrible 80s horror movie CGI, touching the ground but barely rising 3 feet above it. And the deer started to slowly walk closer to us, like the order of the food chain had shifted and we were now its prey rather than the other way around. A strong gust of wind blew my tarot cards off the merry-go-round we were sitting upon when it had not been windy all day, so after picking them up, V and I decided that we had enough excitement for one day and began to walk the path to the street so we could head back to our grandfather's. It was nearly dark anyway, and we are not allowed outside the house after dark. As we walked with our backs turned to the deer, we could still feel its eyes on us as if it were planning the best point of attack. And then we heard it run. We whipped around and saw it run into the woods towards the graveyard up the hill. Like the white girl in a horror movie, I always swore I wasn't afraid. I said, well, at least it ran that way, so it couldn't cut us off. I said this because there was a building between the point of the path we were on and the part of the woods the deer ran into. But because my luck was and always had been so amazing, as we were halfway to the street right after I said that, we heard a rustle in the woods on our other side, the opposite side that the deer had run into. But that only scared us a bit more than we already were. It was what came next that had us fearing the next time we returned to the playground. An animalistic laugh, not one that could come from an animal, nor one that could come from a human, but something horribly and unfathomably in between. It's safe to say we booked it back to our grandfather's after that. We made it home safely and tried our best to get some sleep that night. We have yet to determine what transpired that night, whether it was merely an unusually strange deer or an entirely different entity. If it had been something darker. Or just a bunch of coincidences our minds tangled together as a haunting. We have been back to that park since that evening, with no new sightings of said deer. But if there's something I know from that night, it's that I don't believe in coincidences. If you guys have any idea what that could have been, any explanation for what was going on. If you have any knowledge about the lore surrounding that area, please share it with me. The deer may have never shown up again so far, but it never truly left my mind. Hi. So as for my experience, in an apartment I share with multiple other men, I awoke one night to sounds in my room. It was the middle of the night, and it was almost completely pitch black in my room aside from a streetlight showing through the big window right next to my bed, giving me some visibility. About 3 feet from my bed I had a box of pizza crust and chicken bones I didn't finish from that night lying next to the trash bin. The sounds were rustling and sounded like paper moving, so I sat up in bed and looked around. I then saw the cardboard box moving a little bit and thought, oh damn. Did a rat get in here somehow? So I started to get up and yelled, hey! When, from out of the box, instead of a rat, I saw a tiny black-skinned man with a very athletic physique, a long nose, and medium-cut dark hair about the size of a glass cup jump out and dash across my floor. It ran straight to my closet, opened the door, and disappeared. I just sat in my bed in disbelief for, 15 minutes before I called my mom. She's an old Russian witch and has raised me and my siblings on the paranormal and tales of creatures being real our whole lives. Her response was that during the winter, the veil between the normal world and the spirit realm is at its thinnest because of the long dark hours and the full power of the moon. She told me it was more than likely a gremlin or a goblin that came out just to get some free snacks. I was still scared shitless. I also have a few other sightings from my family and myself that I can explain, but I want to hear from you guys as well. What was this shadow creature? I was walking my dog last night. I would say around 9 p.m. I usually take him to the park and let him run around. He's a husky that likes to run around, and some of the dogs around my area are usually mean, which is why I take him at night. Well, on my way back, I was glancing through my phone, and it felt like something was watching me. I looked up at my peripherals and noticed something following me across the street. It was a long-legged shadow creature. It didn't feel threatening but more like observing. It had long, skinny legs like a wolf and was huge as well, but its form wasn't officially like a wolf. It followed me for a few feet, and I could see it lift its huge paws, mirroring my steps as I walked down the street. Until I fully glanced up at it, and then it was gone. But I had an eerie feeling it was once there. What was this creature? Does anyone know? I know it's an entity, not a regular shadow creature, but I don't know what. Fear in the woods. I am a girl and live in North Carolina in the United States. I was 15 at the time of my encounter and was definitely not a believer in anything supernatural, paranormal, or anything of the sort. It happened while I was at a local summer camp. There was absolutely nothing special about that day, no weird lights, people, animals, or sounds, nothing. It was just the same camp schedule as I'd grown used to in the past 2 weeks I'd been there. My age group had just finished lunch and was able to persuade our counselor to let us play a game called Scatter down by the lake. It's like a giant hide and seek in the woods. Now we had played this at least 20 times before that day, and nothing weird had happened to any of us, and we all grew up playing in the woods, so it's not like we had an aversion or fear of it, but for some reason that day when our counselor shouted scatter, and I ran to find a hiding place, it became a whole new ballgame. I had run as far as I could while still being able to see the lake, as were the rules, and had found a huge old uprooted tree that I decided would be the perfect hiding place. So I lay down as close as I could against the ground and waited. I had been there for about 5 minutes when I suddenly heard a voice calling my name in a weird, dreamy-like voice, and not just any voice, my mom's. Now I and my mom are extremely close, thick as thieves, so I'd know her voice anywhere, and I would swear on my own grave that it was without a doubt hers. But I knew it couldn't be her. She was 20 miles away at work, and even if it had actually been her and she'd come to pick me up early, the voice wasn't coming from the lake, it was coming from further out in the woods beyond the border of the camp. I knew I should have run away from this strange mimic mom voice, but I couldn't. It was almost hypnotic. It messed with my thoughts and gave me doubts like, well, it could be mom, or what if she's hurt? And I have to get to her. All these things were flooding into my mind like someone had broken a dam I didn't know was there until they finally overwhelmed me and emotions got the better of me, and I took off running in the direction the voice was coming from. I ran as far as I could with only this strange voice as my guide. I couldn't have run for more than 5 or 7 minutes when I got to a clearing and the voice suddenly stopped. When I entered the clearing and didn't hear my mom's voice calling me anymore, I could finally think clearly again and started to have little alarm bells go off inside my head saying, "You idiot." Or "That's not mom." And run. But I couldn't run, I didn't know where to run. I had gotten so far away I had lost sight of the lake by camp and had absolutely no idea where I was, and I was completely exhausted to boot. With no other option than to sit and catch my breath, I did just that. No sooner had I sat down than more warning bells went off in my mind. I quickly did a 360 survey around the clearing and noticed a strange noise. It wasn't the continuation of the voice before, no, it was the distinct sound of chattering teeth, like if you were cold, only there was no one else around, and it was the middle of June in North Carolina, there's no way someone could be cold. And that's when I heard it, leaves and sticks crunching on the edge of the small clearing, and I realized something was watching me, and then whatever it was moved fast in circles around the clearing, almost like it was circling prey, and it was at that moment I knew whatever it was had led me out there away from the rest of my group, exactly like the predator my instincts had been screaming at me that it was. Without any other option other than to try and escape, I took off in the direction I thought I came from and sprinted as fast as I could, all the while hearing the chittering of teeth and sticks crunching behind me. I didn't know what to do. I didn't dare turn around to see what was chasing me. I knew that if I did, I would slow down, and I absolutely would not. It felt like a lifetime running away from this thing before I finally saw the lake, and even though I didn't think I could, I ran faster than I ever have in my life when I broke the tree line and ran to the lake where I knew my friends were. At that point I felt safe enough to stop and look back and see just what had been chasing me, but when I did I only saw a fleeting form running back the way I had come and the distinct sound of chittering teeth. When I finally found my counselor, who was the seeker to find all of us, I was hysterical with fear and hugged her as tight as I could. When I finally calmed down, she tried to get me to tell her what happened, but I just asked, "Were you calling my name?" Before she even said anything, I already knew the answer. After all, it had been my mom's voice that led me away from everyone else, but what she replied with was so much more bone-chilling to me. She told me, "No one called for you, we didn't know you were gone. Everyone is still hiding, the game isn't over yet." Still trying to figure out what this may have been, whether a cryptid or possibly something mythical? So I and 3 other friends went caving at night in Central Oregon, in a pretty popular cave called Boyd Cave. When we entered, we heard what sounded like something big breathing, and it reverberated through the entire cave, which is 2.5 miles in length, to my knowledge. When we got to the back of the cave, though, the breathing stopped pretty abruptly and was never heard again. When we exited the cave, though, which we did pretty hastily, probably 1,000 feet in the distance, maybe further, there were 3 sets of eyes glowing on the peak of a hill as a cat's eyes do when hit with a flashlight, and they would disappear when not shined on with a light. What was weird, though, was that they were probably 30 or 40 feet off the ground and spaced apart to where there would have been at least a foot or 2 between each eye in every set. There was a set to both the left and right, and one set in the center that sat probably 5 feet or more above the other 2. I went back there a day or 2 later, and there were no trees, vehicles, campers, etc. on the hill, just a blank hill. There was also no trail or road leading to the peak of this hill. Any ideas on what this may have been? Possibly 2 separate encounters with 2 separate things? The Devil in the Woods. This is a story, a series of encounters/experiences, really, that has been passed down from generation to generation in the rural mountain community here in my neck of the woods. Everyone knows about it, everyone has experienced it, even if some haven't spoken of it. In my part of the world, where my father and his family grew up, many ghost stories and unexplained creatures roam the deep hollers and woods. However, one story has always intrigued me more than the others. The one that has always stuck with me. It goes like this. Whenever you are walking anywhere on the rural road in this part of the area, you will always hear someone or something walking directly next to you deep in the woods opposite the road. If you stop, it stops. If you keep walking, it will go at exactly the same pace as you and will even mimic your steps. Many locals have experienced this, and it is incredibly eerie. Since the first time I saw the report, I was immediately hooked, and growing up, I would always ask around and tell some of my family and other members who live in that part of the area about the story, and they all said the same thing. The culprit was the devil, or another demonic entity. Some even had similar encounters. My uncle, who would go out late at night hunting coons and other small wild animals, had a very frightening experience when he was out late one particular night hunting well into the late night hours. The moon was barely illuminating the trees around him. He had a pack of hunting dogs, each loyal to him no matter the odds. However, this one particular night something had them spooked. They heard or saw something in the darkness and wouldn't go any farther into the forest after the area they were in. They were chasing my uncle, and he tried everything he could to make them go deeper. However, they just froze in place. My uncle, rifle in hand, examined the area, still not seeing or hearing anything. However, the dogs definitely did. They started to cower in fear, and as soon as they did, my uncle heard something moving rather quickly through the brush around him, almost circling him in some sort of trap. He knew whatever it was wasn't something to be messed with, especially being an old man out alone, so he immediately began backtracking to the house. The dogs followed him quickly behind. However, whatever it was, they began quickly following him from the back, staying in the blackness of the woods around them. He started picking up the pace, and so did it, and finally, feeling frightened by whatever it was, he started running as quickly as he could towards home. The thing started running after him and his dogs all the way to the clearing of his property before finally stopping its relentless pursuit. My uncle ran inside and locked all doors and windows, never stepping foot outside until morning. I have asked many people about the encounter, and all backed up each other, even my grandmother, who was his sister, who remembered my uncle telling them about the incident later that very next day, still shaken from the experience. Another story that came up when I asked around was from my mother, whose family friend lived in an old house deep in the middle of the woods years ago. She told me that he always loved the peace and quiet and tranquility he offered. However, things were not as they appeared. She talked to me about remembering, as a child, the man coming to see my grandmother in the mornings, sitting down for a cup of coffee, looking very tired and lacking any sleep, and looking as if he hadn't slept in days or even weeks. She recalled the man saying, after being asked by my grandmother what was going on, that he talked about a demon inhabiting the house, rattling the windows, shaking the house to its foundations late at night, throwing plates, forks, and furniture, and the front door slamming open and closed. He explained that the disturbances always occurred late at night, preventing him from getting any rest because they never let him sleep. This went on for many months, maybe even longer. However, things came to a head late one night when the entity took its torment to the limits, attempting to inflict injury, even death, upon him and throwing glass plates towards his head. He had nowhere to run, being so deep inside the woods. However, the man was of Christian faith and knew of the power of prayer against such beings. He got down on his knees and began chanting and denouncing the demonic presence in the name of Jesus Christ and telling it to leave him alone and leave his house. The entity, obviously being extremely angered by this, began breaking and throwing even more things inside the home, prompting the man to run outside and into the deep forests, hoping to find a road to leave the area on. Finally, after hours of running, he found one and used it to walk all the way to my grandmother's house early the next morning, where he explained to her the incident from just the previous night. He mentioned how after running through the woods, he could hear the demon chasing him through the night, never stopping its pursuit until he reached the road, but even then, he recalls how he could hear it following alongside him deep in the wood line. Kentucky, scary ride out of the woods. This was around the end of September 2014. I recently made friends with the guy I purchased my four-wheeler from. He called me to see if I would be interested in riding on his friend's property on four-wheelers. I told him yes and showed up. We arrived at his friend's farm with 3 four-wheelers plus his friend's quad, which made 4 quads total. The time was 9 Eastern Time. There were 5 of us that went riding, 4 males and 1 female, who was my friend's girlfriend. After an hour of riding on this individual's farm, we proceeded to a location situated south of Berea, accessible via US 25. It's a few thousand acres of undeveloped land. We ride for an hour without incident, then decide to return to the farm we left earlier that night. As we were heading out, we stopped so everyone could catch up because some had utility quads and some had racing quads. As we waited, that was when the first incident took place. As we sat, we heard a branch snap like it was being deliberately snapped to let us know we were not alone. It was about 50 yards to our left in thick brush. We sat there quietly and just waited to see what would happen next. I have hunted deer before, and it did not sound like large game traveling through brush. It was a single snap, with no brush or leaves moving like when an animal walks. Additionally, there was complete silence. You could hear a needle drop as even the insects stopped making noise. We decided at this point to move on. It was a strange incident but not alarming yet. We rode up the trail about a quarter mile to half a mile and stopped at a clearing in the woods to just talk. We were all present. We spoke a bit about that branch and just other general things when, out of nowhere, a large, huge log was hurled from up the hill next to my friend's four-wheeler at the base of the hill. The log was good-sized. I stood up and looked up the hill, but as soon as I did, this massive limestone slab was hurled toward the same friend's four-wheeler and barely missed him. At this point you heard loud thumps and branches breaking, like something was running down the hill with a lot of weight. At this point everyone started their four-wheelers, and we sped out of there. We haven't gone back since. I am not a believer. I thought sightings were hoaxes before that night, but now I can't explain what that was, and I'm not ruling out the possibility that it could have been Bigfoot. Also noticed, branch being broken. Other witnesses, 4 other witnesses apart from myself. We were all sitting on the four-wheelers talking. Other stories, the people I was with said they heard that this happens every single time you go back there. It always happens when you go to leave. Time and conditions, it was nighttime, with no moonlight, and the sky was clear between 10:30 p.m. and 11 p.m. Environment, creek, thick forest with a large hill. Dog-headed aliens/humanoids. I would like to share a story about an encounter, and it would be awesome if you could share personal experience you have or have heard regarding dog-headed, or dog-faced, aliens/humanoids. So this happened to my mom when she was a child, around 6 years old. My mom has a very vivid memory of this encounter, and she has shared it with me several times in the past. However, our attempts to investigate it further did not yield much information. My mom's family lived on the outskirts of our capital city, and not far from their street was a giant cornfield where they used to play as kids. As she ran in there one day, she came upon a figure squatting in the corn. As she described it, the creature looked like a man, except his head resembled more of a dog's head. It had pointy little ears and a flat face with a kind of flat nose, a bit of a square-shaped head, and small eyes. It had dark bluish-gray skin with an oily texture, and it was wearing blue clothes that reminded her of overalls combined with a policeman's jacket from that time. This happened around 1965 in Eastern Europe. She had never heard of aliens, and the family didn't have a TV or radio, so she had no idea what she saw and just ran out of the corn screaming. When she told her parents, they said it must have been the neighbor boy with a mask, but my mom said that she is pretty sure the neighbor boy doesn't have bluish-gray skin, and even though no one took her story seriously, she could never really explain what she saw but never forgot it. Fast forward almost 40 years, I was already around 12 years old, and I had already heard the story, but the internet was still pretty new to us in 2004-2005, so we didn't really look for stories about dog-headed aliens, and the books my father had on this topic were all about big-eyed tall or small gray creatures, so my mom's experience felt like something marginal. But one day around 2005, my mom comes home in a kind of shock and gives me a magazine that opens on a page with an article about types of aliens, urging me to read it. It listed a number of alien species, among them the ones with dog-like faces, and gave almost exactly the same description as my mother did. Since then, I have tried to look it up on the internet, but I either encountered myths about cynocephaly or Dinardin's Iagran dog heads, and none of those seem to accurately represent what my mother saw. Dinardin's story seems similar, but it includes more fiction than fact. If you know where I can find more research or stories about these aliens/creatures, please share. Thank you for listening and for any suggestions. I believe my friend and I had an encounter with a skinwalker/Wendigo over 20 years ago. Over 20 years ago my friend and I had an encounter that until recently I had chalked up to a dream. A recent conversation with said friend made me realize the encounter was not a dream. In the 1990s and 2000s, my parents owned property on a small lake in mid-Michigan. There were dozens of other people that owned property on and around this lake. Lucky for me, there was a large group of kids my same age who also had parents who owned property on this lake. Most of the people on the lake used the property as summer/vacation homes, but a few people did live there year-round. One night I was with a group of about a dozen of us hanging out on the deck overlooking the lake on the property of a girl we were all friends with. This girl lived on the opposite side of the lake as the rest of us in our friend group. Over the course of the night, people started going home because of curfews, tiredness, etc. at around 2:30 a.m. It was just the girl whose place it was, a friend she had brought from home, my two friends, who I will call Mike and Tom, and myself. The girl and her friend decided to go in for the night, so Mike, Tom, and I had to walk around the lake back to where all three of our parents had property. Mike and I were 15 at the time. Tom was 14. My girlfriend at the time, who I will call Ashley, was with us at our friend's place earlier in the night but had gone home because of curfew. Normally, I would have done the same because Ashley and I had similar curfews, but this particular night I was staying at Mike's, so I didn't do that. Instead, Ashley walked home with some of our other friends. When we left the girls' property, everyone knew the plan was for me to stay the night at Mike's. This becomes important later. Tom's family's property was next to my parents' property. Mike lived 2 streets over and down the road, about a 10-minute walk from where my and Tom's parents' properties were. As we were walking back, Mike was telling me how we'd have to be quiet when we got into his place so as not to wake up his sister and mom. Tom threw out the idea that he had put up a tent on his parents' property and said, "Why don't we all just sleep in the tent with him and not have to worry about it?" Mike and I agreed. We returned to Tom's place, and everyone lay down in the spots we had chosen inside the tents. Mike fell asleep pretty quickly, while Tom and I stayed up talking. Tom had a thing for the friend of the girl whose place we were just at, and we were talking about how he could try to get with her. During our conversation, we heard some rumblings from outside, followed by a voice calling all three of our names. The voice sounded exactly like Ashley's. At first the noise did not set off any alarms. We responded, and the voice asked us to open up the tent and let her in. I moved to open up the tent when Tom stopped me and pointed to the silhouette outside of our tent. The silhouette looked nothing like Ashley. It was much taller than Ashley, appeared to be somewhat hunched over, and did not seem to have long hair like Ashley did. Tom and I froze, and the voice again asked us to open up the tent and let her in. We both didn't know what to do, but eventually I pretended the zipper was stuck and not working. Ashley then said she couldn't believe she snuck out just for us to mess with her and not let her in. After some more attempts to convince us, Ashley walked away, and we never heard anything again. Tom and I fell asleep not long after this. Mike never woke up while all of this was going on. The next day Tom and I never discussed what happened. I met with Ashley and apologized for not letting her in the tent last night at Tom's. She was confused and said, I thought you were staying the night at Mike's, and that she had never snuck out last night." Her sister corroborated her story, as they shared a room in her parents' place, and she'd told her sister when she snuck out because her sister would cover for her with her parents. It was at that point I realized she was right. The only people who would have known Mike and I stayed at Tom's last night were Mike, Tom, and I. This was before cell phones had GPS and before smartphones. Text messages cost 25 cents apiece, so texting was not as prevalent as it is today. People called each other if they wanted to talk, and none of us had called anyone after leaving the girls' house on the other side of the lake. I chalk this up to a dream at this point. Tom's parents unfortunately lost their place to property tax foreclosure the following summer, and I lost touch with him for years after this. Mike and I remained friends for a couple of summers after this. Ashley and I would be in an on again off again relationship for the next summer or two after this, but never talked about this night again. I never thought about it again until last week. As adults, all of us became friends on social media. We rarely talk to each other, but we are all social media friends. Pretty much all of our friend group from the lake are. Mike unfortunately died a couple of years after the night in question in a car accident that was not at all his fault. It was very sad, and one of the last times I saw everyone from the lake in person was at his funeral. Last week, Tom and I were texting through FB Messenger about the Detroit Lions, during which he brought up that night and commented on how foolish we were for being scared and not allowing Ashley into the tent. At that point, I felt something sink in the pit of my stomach. This was no dream if Tom remembered it, and Ashley had told me she never snuck out all those years ago. I told Tom this and asked if he was sure he remembered it, and he said, "Oh yeah, it was the night we stayed up talking about me wanting to hook up with the girl's friend." He described exactly what I saw, someone probably 8 to 10 feet tall with a hunched back and short hair. He too thought he had dreamed it, and him mentioning it was his way of confirming whether it was a dream or not. There is no question in either of our minds what this thing's silhouette looked like and that it had Ashley's voice. We never experienced anything like this before or after this night. To our knowledge, no one else around the lake had experienced anything like this either. Mike never mentioned anything to either of us before he died. I have heard of skinwalkers before and never really thought about them. After my conversation with Tom, I looked into them more, and my research led me to believe a Wendigo is more in line with what we saw since we aren't in the southwestern US or near a Native American reservation. I don't really believe in the paranormal, but I have no other explanation for what we encountered that night. What does everyone else think? I am in need of assistance in identifying whether this is a cryptid or something else. So, ever since a few years ago, some strange stuff has been happening in my woods. So far, the less unusual occurrences include predators being significantly more attracted to my woods compared to other nearby areas, as evidenced by the presence of 5 foxes, 3 cougars, and at least 1 bear. Cougars aren't even supposed to be in my area. A year ago, my sister and little nieces, I believe the youngest was 4 or 5 at this time, visited my house, and we went down the hill into the woods. Some interesting things that happened then were my dog seeming pulled down to the hill above the creek and almost falling in, strange rustling in the bushes, and while I was separated from my sister and youngest niece, she heard a loud growl, loud enough that I heard it where I was climbing the steep hill to my house, and bushes started being pushed around. She yelled at me to get Dad and get the gun. Luckily, we made it out alive, but our parents and family refused to believe that the incident ever happened. This was before the animals started flocking around our forest. The scarier stuff to me was when I and my cousin went down to the dump thing that Dad is down there. There was a pristine deer skull on the hood of a car, facing directly at the path to get there, and recently, a few weeks ago, there was a setup for, like, a shelter or something. Our area has a lot of Bigfoot sightings, and there are a lot of urban legends and stuff. And now, about 30 minutes ago, there was a space thing that me and my mom were excited to see, but immediately when I went out there, I saw an eye down in the woods, by a broken gate we have at the bottom of the main slope. It was pure white and lacked the bluish tint that is typically seen in dogs. It was too close to the ground to be a star. I refused to go out on the balcony-like porch we have, even though my mom insisted it would be fine. She alternated between saying the object was either non-existent or a firefly. She stayed outside while I went inside. She called me, and when I went outside to see the object in the sky, I found it was much closer, near the stairs. Luckily, my mom didn't stick around outside for too long. I think this is the only notable experience. Bigfoot and aliens, backpacking in the Pacific Northwest. My friend, who is an avid outdoorsman and an Eagle Scout, came up to visit me in Northern California for a backpacking trip in January 2017. I had only been backpacking twice before this. We drove 3 hours from my town deep into the woods. For the last hour of the trip we didn't see a single other car. We got to the trailhead around 4:30 p.m., and it was getting dark. My friend told me we could just camp at the trailhead and start the next day because he knew I was afraid of the dark. I was feeling a little brave and said I'd be okay going a mile or two up the road. By the time we started, it was completely pitch black. There was no moon or stars because clouds had rolled in. We started hiking uphill, and I was making light fun of the fact that there was snow on the ground when I looked around with my headlamp and saw two glowing orbs in the trees a distance off. I jumped and got scared because I thought it was the shine from a creature's eyes, like a raccoon or bear. My friend chastised me and told me he expected there to be creatures, because they live in the woods. We kept walking, and I kept looking back at the eyes. Slowly they started to drift apart and were no longer close together. I covered my headlamp and discovered that they were glowing on their own. We kind of watched them for a little bit. They moved ever so slightly up and down and drifted a farther bit away from each other. We figured that they were just hikers on the other side of the canyon, doing night hikes like us. I noticed how quiet it was, but I chalked it up to being winter in the mountains. After about a mile, we found a nice flat area. The idea was to set up our hammocks, eat, and go to bed. But it started raining. My friend luckily had brought his one-person tent and rain fly. So we set that up, put our stuff in it, made a fire, and ate some dinner. The rain picked up, so we headed into the tent and went to bed. The next morning it stopped raining, but it was very muddy. We made breakfast, then buried our campfire. Stirred it up well and put enough dirt on it so it looked like a little mound. We then headed off deeper into the woods. I was taking a mammalogy class at the time, so I was super into tracking all the footprints in the fresh mud. We found deer, raccoons, and a raccoon tail, bears, mountain lions, etc., everything you would expect to find. After a few hours of hiking through mud and snow, we finally found a little spot next to a creek to stop. It was nice and quiet. We ate food and stayed up a little late. But then it started to rain again, so we went back into the tent to read and get out of the wet. Then I heard some stick whacking, the kind that is typically associated with Bigfoot. I'll be honest, I had just recently watched a Bigfoot documentary, so I was trying my hardest to convince myself that the sounds were just in my head and that I was imagining things. Then as I was trying to fall asleep again, I could feel soft vibrations around the tent like something moving, but I couldn't hear rustling over the sound of the creek. Then it sounded like someone had turned the gas on the tiny camping stove we brought. On and off, on and off. That little hissing sound. My friend was next to me and sleeping by that point, so I just lay there and listened for a while until it stopped. The next morning we woke up and did some hiking around the area, then decided it was time to head back. I was once again watching the trail for all the next footprints in the mud and snow. Hours from the day before it washed away. I did find a really cool deer antler this time that we missed on the way to our spot. Halfway on our way back, there was a small cliff into the valley. I really wanted to go shout off it. So I dropped my pack, ran, and yelled. As I walked back to my friend, I looked down, and there I saw it. A 16-inch humanoid footprint was there in the fresh mud. At this point, I was beyond excited. I was laughing and joking about how the sounds I heard were real. I took some pictures of it next to my water bottle for scale, always use scale when out in the field. After that we continued heading up the trail, laughing and just being silly. At some point my friend had twisted his ankle, so we were moving slowly back up the mountain. I look down again and see a bunch of humanoid footprints and a line going up the hill. I get more excited and take more pictures. My friend is hobbling up ahead of me, just dying to get back to the car, but he sees them. We finally get to our campsite from the night before to take a break. At this point my friend has twisted his other ankle, terrible, old boots, and we sit for a minute. I decide to kind of explore around a little bit. This is when my excitement turns a little into uneasiness. Over the fire mound we had buried the night before were very tiny, 5-inch, humanoid footprints. I let my imagination go a little bit crazy for the fun of it. Maybe it's baby Bigfoot. But also, I really don't want to run into a mama Bigfoot protecting her young. We keep the mood light and eventually start making our way downhill to the car. We were talking about staying another night at the trailhead when suddenly, my blood runs cold. I realized we had gotten to the spot where we had seen the orbs from the first night. We were not in a canyon. The other mountain was at least 20 miles away. Right where they were on the tops of all the trees, not in them. I decided I could do Bigfoot, or I could do aliens, but I couldn't do both. I feel my stomach sink and a sense of urgency to get out. My friend and I start making our way a bit faster to the car when, on the very flat lead up to the car, we see a few different sized humanoid footprints leading up to it. I felt at that point we were really being watched. I couldn't shake the eyes off me. The roads were muddy, but no tire tracks of any other cars were there except for some of ours that had been saved from the train under a thick tree canopy. I tell my friend we need to go, and I would rather not stay. We drove mostly in silence for the 3-hour journey home. Years later we still talk about it when going backpacking. My friend regrets not getting a better look at the footprints, but his ankles hurt too bad to focus. It was also the first time he hiked in months. One day I want to go back, most likely again in January when there are no people, but that uneasiness has kept me back so far. Pacific Northwest Watchman. I grew up in the Pacific Northwest on some big properties surrounded by forests and tree farms. My friends and I spent most of our childhood exploring them. We climbed trees, followed deer paths, and wandered for hours. Unfortunately, run-ins with creepy old men in the deep woods happen more often than you'd think, but this one stands out because I still cannot tell if he was an actual person or a ghost. Near one of the houses I grew up in, there was an old abandoned place that we called the Witch's House. Real original, I know. It was falling apart with broken windows, a sagging roof, and boards that were all rotted out. None of us ever went close to it because something about it felt wrong even in daylight. It genuinely scared us. The barrier between my family's property and this house was a huge bramble of blackberry bushes, dense and thick, so we were never trying to go over there anyway. One afternoon my friend and I found a treehouse on the edge of the woods. It was farther up behind the abandoned house's would-be backyard. While we were checking it out, we thought we saw movement near the back door of the abandoned house. We got spooked and left. A week or so later we were farther up in the woods on my family's land. It was north of the abandoned house. We were climbing trees again, and each of us had picked our tree. We were not very high up but high enough that if someone were to walk by, they wouldn't directly see us in their line of sight. We heard branches breaking and immediately stopped talking. An old man stepped into view. He was walking toward us from the direction of the witch's house. He wore a cowboy-style hat that looked worn down from years of use. His flannel shirt was faded, and his jeans looked old. "Hello, girls." I was mortified. How did he see us in these trees? Maybe we weren't as high up as I thought? Had he been watching us? I knew not to talk to strangers, and I could not make sense of why he was coming from that direction. I looked at my friend. She was older than me and braver. She said hello back. "I want you two to be careful in these woods," he said. "I have been around a long time, and I would not want you both getting hurt." Then he turned and walked away. He headed back toward the witch's house and disappeared into the trees. My friend and I were petrified. We did not move or speak until we were sure he was gone. When we decided to move, we jumped out of the trees and ran back to my house. For weeks after that we watched the house from the edge of my family's property. We used binoculars and waited to see any sign of him. We never saw anyone. There were no lights and no movement and nothing that suggested a person was living there. To this day I still do not know if he was a real person or something else entirely. But after that day, we stayed closer to home. Whenever the woods felt strange or we sensed we had gone too far, we turned back without question, and I always thought of this old man and his warning. South Devon White Animal. It is November, around 9 p.m. on the dual carriageway A38 road passing south of Ivy Bridge, a town at the southern point of Dartmoor in the southwest UK. At the turnoff junction, there is a footbridge going across the road from a housing estate on the northern side to woodland on the southern side. There is no traffic, so I am driving at 55 miles per hour to save petrol and notice what looks like a large, white dog running very fast onto the footbridge. As it comes to cresting the bridge, it is directly in front of me, 20 to 30 meters ahead of me, and my headlights are on full beam. As it runs, its head bobs up and down and just levels with the handrail of the bridge. It is about 1.4 meters tall and must be 3 to 3.5 meters from nose to tail, horizontal behind it, and sleek like a pure white greyhound but the size of a pony. The eye on the side I can see is a black slit, narrowed and focused forward, but I can't see ears and can't see a nose or mouth. I can't see feet either. The legs don't appear to be jointed with knees and ankles but move fluidly like the running blades worn by paraplegic sprinters and look like they come to smooth points more like tentacles than legs. It looks like a semi-abstracted drawing of an animal, all smooth, aerodynamic curves similar to a depiction in a cave painting or on a Greek vase. It cleared the bridge, 40 to 50 meters over both embankments, dual carriageways, and hard shoulders, in 2 to 3 seconds, so it was going about 30 to 35 miles per hour. The simplest explanation is that it was a large, white dog going for an evening run. A racing greyhound can reach 45 miles per hour, with its features distorted in the reflected glare of the headlights. But I have grown up with dogs. My aunt had a huge greyhound a meter tall. We have a photo of my mom straddling and pretending to ride, but this creature was half as big again, and its head and limbs looked to curve smoothly to sharp points instead of having features like feet, nose, mouth, or ears. There are plenty of sightings of big cats near the moors in Devon, but I don't know if anyone has seen anything like this or if there is someone in Ivy Bridge with a gigantic, pony-sized, white whippet. I saw a skinwalker, true. I remember it was me, my mom, my brother, my aunt, and her kids. My brother was about 4 years old at the time. I would like to say I might have been 11. We were all packed into an SUV heading back from a children's museum. It was about midnight, or around that time. We were on a slightly busy highway, with about 2 cars passing every minute, so it didn't feel like we were in the middle of nowhere, even though it seemed that way. We were really around halfway in between 2 cities, maybe an hour away from the closest town. We were in the back seat, doing little kid stuff, laughing and having fun as the 2 adults spoke in the front about politics or something like that. There was a large open field to the right of the car and a tree line to the left, like, right up to the side of the road, when suddenly a large, crippled, at least by the looks of it, light brown animal jumps at about 50 miles per hour from the tree line and onto the road. We noticed this immediately because my mom and aunt screamed something along the lines of "holy shit" and screeched the car to a halt. The littler kids began screaming and crying as I sat in terror and shock, as my mom sat in confusion and fright, staring as I did too. My aunt leaned back toward us children and attempted to soothe them by saying, "It's just a kangaroo. And it's okay." Now there are 2 reasons this assumption is incorrect. One of these is southern Indiana. 2. I know damn well a kangaroo doesn't pull its smashed hind legs behind it as it uses its 2 upper arms to rip its sticky self from the ground and go flying 20 feet into the air to land from one side of a 4-lane highway to the other. I swear to God that it turned and looked directly at me right before crawling at an unspeakably fast pace into the dark field, dragging its blood-covered legs with only 2 arms. Its eyes were human-like, but this one was different. Now, I just learned about skinwalkers about 1.5 years ago, and I know enough about their appearance. Like I said, its whole body was light brown, but as the neck started, the hair began to look blackly singed and charcoal black, and it had a snout like a dog but slightly longer. It had red around the bottom of its eyes, and the tip of its snout was, I would like to say, torn, maybe molding. The closest thing I can compare this creature to is the bear-like creature that leans over a woman's shoulder in the trailer for Annihilation, if any of you have seen it. I asked my mom about it, and she somehow doesn't remember. Hell, I didn't remember until a little while ago. The more I think about the situation, the more I think, was it a skinwalker? Sure, it had the form, but it was more evil, if that's sensible. It seemed like the thing just clashed with a demon or was maybe turning into one. I have a few questions. Why did it hurt or look like that? If it wasn't in pain, then why was it moving like that? Why, of all people, did it look at me? Why was its face all dark and more demon-like? I don't know. All I do know is that it wasn't a ducking kangaroo. Be careful out there. I witnessed a Bigfoot sighting in central Illinois. My encounter happened last week as the northern lights were going on. I was with someone else, and we were sitting in the car. I had my radio on and the windows were rolled up. I was looking down at my phone and looking at the pictures that I took. The person who was with me looked out the window, raised their camera, and said, "What the F is that?" I looked over and saw this giant creature standing there looking at us. You could see the glowing eyes, and it was white/gray in color. We would have taken a picture of it, but I was so scared that I ran away, resulting in a photo that only showed blurry lights. I didn't get a perfect look at it, but the person who was with me saw it clear as day. This is how they described it looking. It looked to be about 7 feet tall, with very long arms, very muscular, with a slight hunch, and with a gorilla-looking face, but it was gray and not brown. It was only about 20 feet away from us, standing there looking at us. It looked like it would have kept walking straight through the field but stopped because I caught its attention. What confuses us the most is where it came from and where it was going, considering we are surrounded by open cornfields. Has anyone else had this kind of experience? Vietnam War rock apes, Bigfoot or Big Fraud? U.S. troops reported large primates living in the mountainous jungles of the Vietnam Central Highlands. The creatures were described as 6 feet tall with brown or reddish-brown hair like an orangutan. They were also described as bipedal. There are no known orangutans in Vietnam. These encounters, which were sometimes violent, have been ridiculed for 50 years. To determine if these stories could be credible, the video digs into Vietnam's past. If such a species existed, it would have been reported before Americans arrived in the 1960s. Many reports of ape-like wild men have been reported as far back as the early 19th century, when the region was under French control. Before the arrival of the American soldiers, the Central Highlands had barely been explored by Westerners. Fierce hill tribes occupied the highlands, successfully preventing the Vietnamese and the French from entering. However, the few French explorers who managed to enter the region reported that a humanoid creature was living in the jungles. In 1820, a French ship captain named El Rey reported a story told to him by a Jesuit missionary. He had claimed to have encountered a race of men with tails. The hill tribes called them wild men. In 1830, Father François Isidore Gaugelin recorded similar stories about the highlands of Cambodia. In 1895, anthropologist Paul Denjoy published an article in which he claimed to have discovered a population of wild men with tails in Vietnam's Central Highlands. He even claimed to have captured a sample. His article was ridiculed all over the world. In 1912, explorer Henri Mater published a book in which he recounted that the natives of the Central Highlands shelter a peculiar and legendary beast, which he referred to as the wildman and described as having a tail like a monkey. Mater described the creature as less than 5 feet tall with thick red hair. Mater's description was identical for several people in different parts of Vietnam. Reports of the creatures increased during the 1920s. In 1947, a French officer with a contingent of indigenous troops encountered a creature he said was neither human nor monkey. The indigenous sergeant told the officer that the creature was well known to them, saying that they never hunted or ate them. The officer recorded that the indigenous men were filled with joy as a result of the encounter. Shortly after U.S. troops entered the Central Highlands in the 1960s, stories of ape-like creatures began to emerge. This was the first time in history that a large number of humans had entered this area. In 1966, the 3rd Marines constructed a base near Da Nang City on the jungle-covered Dong Den Mountain. These Marines reported attacks by unidentified animals that threw rocks into the compound, injuring some of the Marines. The Marines named them rock apes, and Dong Den became known as Monkey Mountain. In 1968, Company M, 3rd Battalion, 5th Marines, reported rocks thrown at them at Monkey Mountain. In 1969, a patrol from Company D, 1st Battalion, 502nd Infantry Regiment encountered 8 rock apes on Moulton Ridge that came walking along the trail. Mistaking their brown fur for Vietnamese Army uniforms, they opened fire. One male charged the U.S. soldiers while the other 7 retreated, which is similar behavior to silverback gorillas. Reports found that there are hundreds of stories about encounters with rock apes in Vietnam. Given that Vietnam is home to several indigenous monkey species, it's likely that some of these accounts are misidentifications. However, the American soldiers' descriptions of the rock apes were consistent, as they were 5 to 6 feet tall, bipedal, powerful, and covered in brown or reddish-brown hair. North Vietnamese soldiers also reported a similar creature. Both the physical description and the behavior match what American soldiers reported. In 1970, the North Vietnamese found evidence of the creature's existence when the Hanoi Pedagogical University found unidentified footprints. Also in 1970, British zoologist Dr. John McKinnon discovered tracks in a nature preserve that led him to believe that an unidentified hominid lives there. In 1974, a North Vietnamese general ordered an expedition to find evidence of the creatures. A professor of Vietnam's National University found prints that were wider than a human's but larger than those of an ape. In 1982, another professor of Hanoi Pedagogical University found more unidentified prints that were similar to those seen by Dr. John McKinnon. Help and advice needed. I live about 3 hours west of Denver. Our garage cat has been missing for about 2 weeks. A couple of days later, there were 2 fresh deer legs lying across the road. Then about a day later, I heard yelling. Like 4 voices were yelling the same incoherent things, just slightly delayed from each other. Mind you, where I am is a ranch. There are only 4 ranch plots around us. There are 2 roads that lead into the small town, and the rest around us is mountain and cattle land. Another note to add was it snowed about the same time our kitty went missing, so it's pretty cold out and has been that way for a while. No insects or bugs, but there was one wasp that randomly found its way into the ranch house and hasn't died since, and I go to my boyfriend's house, and his parents point out how there's a dead wasp inside. It felt almost like a bad omen. I'm not really sure if it's just coincidence or what. The Hodag, Wisconsin man recalls cryptid sighting. Back in the late spring/early summer of 1986, before the influx of digital distractions permeated the minds of the youth, there was the grand notion for children to go outside and play. For me it was no different. I was around 11 or 12 years old, and my family lived on a spacious acre and a half in what was then a somewhat rural Mequon, Wisconsin. My friend Joe lived next door, and he, my younger brother Mike, and I would quite often explore the woods and fields behind our property. Part of the allure was a dirt bike trail that ran parallel to some railroad tracks, and about a quarter-mile south of my house, the trail led to a pair of small bridges, one for the trail and one for the train. A creek that flowed beneath them, and still does to this day, offered abundant entertainment for adolescent boys such as us. Countless hours were spent here catching minnows and crayfish, throwing rocks, and running through the surrounding cornfields. It was here at these bridges that I had my one and only encounter with a cryptid-type creature. I can't remember the time of day exactly, but if I had to guess, it was mid-afternoon, the sky being partly cloudy or a bit overcast. The bridges were separated by a steep dip, down upon which we often rode our bikes like daredevils on a half-pipe. Joe and I were on the railroad bridge scanning the creek below, probably chucking stones at the poor fish who happened to swim within striking distance. My brother was on the south end of the other bridge hanging out. We were preoccupied with these very important activities when Mike gave a yelled whisper, "You guys! Get over here real quick. You have to see this. There's something on the path." We turned around towards Mike and scoffed at him, expecting him to try and play some lame joke on us. He waved hurriedly for us to run over to him as he stared north up the bike path. The foliage was heavy enough that if one was on the railroad track bridge, one couldn't see up the trail, and thus we begrudgingly ran down the little valley and to the other side. I would say that we three considered ourselves no amateurs when it came to the local wildlife. We became very familiar with deer, rabbits, woodchucks, muskrats, snakes, and numerous other animals, including the occasional coyote, because we invested a lot of time and energy into harassing the megafauna, as curious boys often do. This time it was different. It was apparent my brother was not jesting, as I came onto the path and greeted him with a serious "Whoa. What the hell is that?" We stood there in momentary silent observation of the creature, who was doing exactly the same thing to us. This thing just sat in the middle of the path staring, watching. The creature sat on its haunches, posing much like a cat does when sitting, but appearing in that position to be about 3 feet tall. It was jet black in color, being covered in sleek fur. The eyes were the same but glistened in the daylight, making it obvious it was watching us. The ears were very rabbit-like, very erect, almost as if you could imagine how Bugs Bunny's ears are depicted. From its bottom, there patiently switched back and forth a tail, also very much like a cat. The creature gave the impression of being intelligent, curious, and alert. Never in my life had I ever seen anything like this then or since. Being brave, or quite stupid, I told my companions that I was going to try and get closer to it. I walked slowly, one step at a time, and as I did so, the animal remained motionless except for its tail. I suppose it was waiting to see how far I would go in closing the gap between us, which I estimated by looking on maps to be about 150 feet. After making a nervous 35 to 40 foot advancement in which I never took my eyes off of it, it turned around with lightning speed and leapt into the brush and woods to the east. At that moment the spell of amazement was disrupted, and all of us took off running together to where it had been. In a matter of seconds we were in the same spot the creature had been, but there was no sign of it and no sound to be heard. It had seemed to just disappear. From this moment, we rushed back to the house where my parents were eating an early dinner and proceeded to tell them all about the encounter. As to be expected, we were greeted with laughs and dismissed as having exaggerated what we saw. For the next 2 weeks we actively searched the surrounding areas of woods in hopes of finding tracks or even another sighting. It was not meant to be. During this period of time, we were one day hanging out by a neighbor's house and were describing our experience when he jokingly said it was probably the hodag. The hodag, for those unfamiliar, is a mythical folk monster that is said to reside in the northern reaches of Wisconsin and Minnesota. That's the name we adopted for it for a long time, and we called it the hodag any time we referred to that day back by the bridge. When I was 13 years old, I happened upon a book about cryptids and monsters that was in my middle school library. In the book was an entry about the hodag, which showed a supposed photo of the beast, and I realized this was not the same creature we saw. The book went on to describe that the hodag was easily captured by cutting down its favorite tree because it had no joints in its legs, having to sleep while standing up and leaning against something. Thus, when it went to lean against the tree to sleep, it would fall over, unable to stand back up, and make it prone to other predators and capture. I felt some disappointment in this revelation, thinking we had some of the answers. We were back to square one in understanding what we had witnessed, and we have remained in that position ever since. It has been one of my most cherished and vivid memories of my childhood. Has anyone else seen this thing or something like it? I'd love to hear about it or any ideas of what it may have been. Spanish Cryptid. Rota, Spain, 2012, fall time. We were doing some training exercises on base, and my squad decided to push far out past the hardball and into the bush. The woods in that particular area of Spain were full of thorny bushes and trees, but it bore the harsh resemblance of Camp Pendleton's more undesirable areas, so I was used to it. We decided to halt the patrol and set a cigar shape in the tree line and just hang out for a bit. This was honestly just to show the regiment we were staying busy, so our squad leader wasn't taking it too seriously. I remember he called out for the team leaders, so I, Cruz, and Mason came to see what he wanted. He instructed us to inform the team to proceed with the 50-50 arrangement, allowing one individual to eat while the other maintained security. Despite it being a training exercise, our squad leader ensured that we received fair treatment. Mason had to go relieve himself, so he asked if I could pass the word to his team, so I did. I told my guys, and they were happy to hear the word chow. I went over to the end of the squad, and I noticed one of them was missing. It was Lightfoot. Lightfoot was a character, a small native from the deserts of New Mexico. He was my roommate and one of my best friends in the platoon. I asked one of his teammates where he was, and he told me Lightfoot pushed into the bush a bit to relieve himself. It's typical of this hard-headed guy. I followed the disturbed bush and was able to see where he went. I was looking for him, but the bush was getting thicker, and it was getting darker. I was going to go back to grab another Marine when all of a sudden I heard Pat, Hefe. It was his Lightfoot nickname for me. It was Lightfoot. He was crouched down behind a tree with his rifle sighted in. I was thinking, WTF is this guy doing? He's being silly. So I walked up to him, talking normally, no noise discipline, when all of a sudden he scolded me, shut up. Get down. Oh, okay. I'm thinking maybe he sees another squad in the open, or maybe he wants to do force on force, I don't know. Either way, I'm ducking down, Lightfoot. I do a little combat glide and make my way towards him and get behind him and squeeze his shoulder, signaling him to move, but he doesn't budge. No, he tells me. He still has his rifle up, and that's when he asks me, Hefe, how tall are you? I respond, I'm 6 feet 1 inch, or 6 feet 2 inches. Why? What's up? He replies, what I'm looking at. It looks about 8. I stopped ducking around and kneeled next to him and sighted in. He wasn't messing around. When I aimed my sights, and this is probably where I'm going to lose some of you, I saw about an 8-foot tall, lurching, humanoid creature that was naked and repulsive, with what I can only describe as a deformed, pumpkin-shaped head. I have never seen anything like this and have never been hunting. I've been to Mexico, I've heard the stories, and I know some shit can't be explained. I didn't know what to do. This thing was about 80 to 100 meters away in the bush, just looking at us. So we decided to leave the area using a 2-man extraction method. I sent Lightfoot back first, and once he was set, he let me know with a simple TSK, and then I moved and repeated the same. Granted, we only had blanks, but noise would probably scare this thing. I don't think it was going to attack, but it didn't want us getting closer. We made it back to the rest of the squad and didn't talk about it. The patrol wrapped up, and we decided to go back to the hardball before complete darkness. They were able to get transport out there. We weren't aware how far we actually went, but I shit you not, on our way back to base camp we saw the tree line moving at a very high height. I haven't told this story to many people. I usually believe people throw this stuff out as make-believe, until I told it randomly years later at a family dinner. One of my cousins stopped eating her food when I began talking and immediately went into research mode. She was able to find what I was describing, and it's said to be a creature that steals kids. Every region has their own, but it felt so weird not being from that region, knowing their lore, and witnessing something like this. If anyone out there knows about this cryptid or lore and could help me with what it might have been, apart from a deranged Spanish tweaker, I would appreciate the input. Gracias. I need help identifying a possible cryptid I had seen in southern Indiana. So the story happened around 2016-2017. Both my sister and I still talk about it to this day. I was 13-ish, my sister a year younger. I'm 22 now, and it's still just as creepy. We've lived in southern Indiana our whole lives. Where we reside is a relatively populated town in Indiana, and there have always been children playing and socializing throughout the community. My sister and I were no different. Manhunt, a game of hiding and seeking in the dark, was one of our favorite games to play. One night we were out playing with some neighbor kids, and it was probably close to midnight. The street we grew up on had several alleyways cutting through it. Most of the kids had run down the street to hide, so my sister and I snuck to the opposite end of the street so we were more secluded. Where we were at, you could see down one of the alleyways. They had streetlights, but they weren't super bright. This particular alleyway was fairly flat, so you could see where it intersected with several other streets in town. A couple of roads down from our street, one of the streetlights was perfectly illuminating a trash can in the road. This is where it begins to get weird, and I get creeped out. My sister and I were still together in this area and had been for a couple of minutes. I'm not sure what made both of our heads snap back towards the trash can a couple of streets down. I'd give it was a feeling or a noise or I don't know, but we both just knew to look. And whatever we saw wasn't animal or human. We both knew that instantly. Even a couple of streets away, we could easily tell it was probably 7 to 8 feet tall. So I'm sure it was actually taller once you were up close. It was on all four. Not hands and knees, but literally hands and feet. Like a cat with its back arched, if it were 8 feet tall. It was bent over the trash can. Its face is in it. Like truly, it looked like a skinwalker eating out of the trash. Out of all the trash cans in that alleyway, it was at the one trash can that was lit up by the light. It was so dark except for that light, so all you could see was this thing. It didn't look hairy. At least not hairy enough that we could tell in the dark. I'd how long we sat there, but it wasn't long. But long enough that the image is stuck in my mind to this day lol. Again, I'm not sure how long. But almost like we both knew to snap out of it, we took off running home. I swear we both just knew we had to go. We lived 6 houses down from where we were at, but I swear we were there in seconds. We flew home. Hyperventilating in tears and all. Never saw it again after that. Even now, we continue to discuss the incident. My sister is still creeped out by it, too. And we've told a couple of people, but I don't think people realize what we saw. My mom thinks an animal. My dad thinks we're imagining things. But it was so tall. It moved so swiftly. It was so thin and lanky, the way its back was arched while it stood on its hands and feet was so weird. It didn't have a face like an animal either. It was just round. Like Slender Man. But what if it was a skinwalker and Slender Man offspring? I hope somebody can help. I recently brought it up to my little brother and asked if he remembered that night. He was only 8 or so at the time, so I really thought he'd remember the stories we told of that night more than anything. But he remembered it. My brother says he believes us, but only because he says he remembers seeing how absolutely fearful we were that night. And truly that was the first person who ever said they believed us outright. So I went down a rabbit hole trying to figure out what we saw that night, and I've come up empty. I don't know. I truly don't. I'm hoping somebody here has seen something similar or knows what I may have seen. Again, it's been almost 10 years and I still get goosebumps. I still turn lights on if I think of that night and it's dark outside. I've read a lot of scary things. And seen a lot of scary movies. Played in graveyards as a teen and went to haunted tunnels and haunted castles and stuff. Nothing ever scares me. Nothing negative ever stays in my mind longer than the excitement from the adventure. But this was different. It was truly such a scary moment. 2011 Possible Bigfoot Encounter. From 2008 to 2011 I was stationed at Ft. Campbell, Kentucky. I believe it was sometime in mid-June 2011 when 2 friends of mine and I decided to spend a Saturday fishing for catfish. We traveled out to Dover, Tennessee, and spent all day fishing in this inlet off the Cumberland River across from a Civil War battlefield. To get to the spot we were fishing, we took this trail through these woods that was really quite small, but it was quite thick with undergrowth. I would say it was a 3 to 4 acre area of woods that this trail went through to this opening in the middle of this inlet. We fished there all day, catching a few small catfish and spotting some gar swimming around the area. We had been sitting there quietly for a few hours, and it's probably 1 a.m. All of a sudden, we hear an incredibly loud scream from some kind of creature coming from the edge of the woodline near the trail we had taken to get there. We are only 30 feet from the edge of the woods, and all 3 of us go into fight mode. One guy grabs his knife and jumps down into the prone position. I took my catfish rod and was holding it like a baseball bat, and the third guy had his hands on my shoulders and was using me as a human shield. It was so incredibly loud it's hard to explain in words. The scream was deafening. We all thought we were going to be attacked in this moment, but then the creature took off running in the opposite direction. The creature in the woods was huge. It crashed through the forest with these big, heavy footfalls, making huge strides and busting branches on its way out. It made its way out of those woods within 5 seconds. We sat in silence for a long time, trying to figure out what the duck that was in those woods. We spent the next couple of hours listening to the woods, making sure nothing was there, and working up the courage to take the trail back to the car. To this day I honestly believe that it was Bigfoot. It's the only thing that makes sense. I don't know of anything that would sound like that and run on 2 legs through the woods like it did. No human could run through those woods while being that heavy and that fast in the pitch black. That is my Bigfoot story. Believe what you want, but that is the only thing it could be unless it was some other kind of bipedal cryptid. Something whistled in the woods at me at night. I live in central Ontario, Canada, and one summer, 3 years ago, I had taken a job opportunity in a small town up north in Muskoka. The town itself was a quaint and quiet place surrounded by woods, water, and cottages. I worked in town during the day, and by night I'd leave work to stay at one of the cottages owned by my boss and the business owner I worked for. The owner and 3 other employees shared the cottage I stayed in over the summer. The cottage was surrounded by trees and forest, with other cottages scattered around the area. The property had the cottage on one side perched up on a rock face, with a large set of stairs leading down to the lower section of the property that sat right along the local lake. On the lower section of the property, there was a boathouse, followed by a sauna in a small, separate building close by. We worked long days, from morning until dusk, and would often use the sauna as a place to unwind and relax together. The sauna sat right in front of the lake, so it was great to get real warm and toasty in the sauna and then walk into the lake to cool off before jumping back into the heat. One night after a long day of work, I arrived back to the cottage late, around 11 p.m. Feeling more stiff and achy as usual, I decided that night would be a good night for some time in the sauna. I asked the others I stayed with if they wanted to join me in the sauna, but there were no takers, as they decided to have a few drinks that night instead. No problem for me, I still wanted to go and took a solo trip down instead. After grabbing my swim trunks and towel, I headed out and walked down the large flight of stairs, past the boathouse. I had arrived at the sauna. I turned the sauna on and took a seat to unwind in the heat. After about 10 minutes of heat and steam from stoking the rocks with water, I felt it was time to cool off and reset myself. I opened the door to the sauna, the warm light from the lamp illuminating my way, and I walked down towards the dark lake. As I approached the lake, I slowly walked into the water, as it was a bit cool that night. When I reached about knee level in the water, I was abruptly alerted by a loud and drawn-out whistling sound. Phew! I stopped dead in my tracks, my full body tingling with goosebumps, and scanned the area for what that possibly could have been. Nothing but trees, darkness, and the small amount of light illuminating from the sauna. As my mind searched for logical answers, I assumed the noise was either a local animal or one of my roommates playing a prank to scare me. I brushed it off and whistled back a tone of my own. Phew, I whistled back, thinking nothing of it. Almost immediately after I stopped whistling, I heard the exact same tone whistled back to me from the tree line. Phew came right back in my direction, and I thought to myself, that couldn't possibly have been an animal. It perfectly copied my tone and cadence. So I chalked it up to it being my roommates. I whistled again in a more sporadic and bizarre way this time to see if it would copy me again. Phew, I whistled into the darkness. Instantly I received the exact tone and whistle back, phew. Not a single beat missed, and this time closer than ever. A spine-chilling cold drew over my body. It felt like every hair on my body was standing straight up, and every drop of blood from my limbs escaped me. Paralyzed in fear, I had no explanation for that sound, and my only reaction was to leave everything behind and make it back to the cottage as fast as possible. I booked it back up the stairs and into the cottage only to see every one of my roommates sitting around the table, with no signs of having left for outside. I tried to calm myself and ask them if anyone had been out there and heard whistling. Everyone said, "No, we've been sitting here the whole time," and silence fell over the room. To this day it's the most bone-chilling and unexplainable experience I've had. I didn't know not to whistle outside before this occurrence, but after researching and looking for answers, I now know not to do so and also understand why. It still gives me chills to this day. Strange creature encounter. My partner and I lived in an upstairs apartment for a few years and had some experiences with entities that I wanted to share. It was on a busy street, but the nights were fairly quiet. We would stay up late most nights, and sometimes we would see some activity in the sky, lots and lots of stars appearing and disappearing. We thought it may be those Starlink things, but they would come down sometimes, and one time it was in the actual street. I didn't see the light, but my partner saw a red beam coming from it. On a different night, I was facing the window, and he was facing the wall. We were not going to sleep, and we weren't tired, we were just doing our own thing. I saw a ball of light zip past the window. It was huge, and it looked like fake rays of light were coming off it. The light did not illuminate anything. I made a noise, but it was gone by the time he turned around. Another night he was looking outside and leaning out the window, and he yelled for me. He saw a creature. It was using sack-like things on its body to fly and had a fleshy look to it, and it had a tail. He shut the window immediately and did not want to open it. I didn't see anything, but I believe him. We have since moved, and nothing has happened at our new place. There are a few more stories, but they are much of the same. Has anyone else experienced something similar? It feels isolating. In a Cub Scout trip during my youth, my father, the estranged divorcee living 7 hours away, joined us. I was ecstatic. To this day I still carry a literal round of wood cut from a cedar tree of some kind as a 30-plus-year-old to hold my books, commemorating the first camping trip I went on with my dad. It was a core memory. Anyway, on one night of the 5-day camping trip with 15 boys and their moms and our dads, my father drew the long straw of entertaining us all. So, he, being a semi-recently out-of-service Marine, decided it was snipe hunting time. Oh yes. Moving on with that, we got together and suited up for the sojourn into the darkness with flashlights, parachute fabric jackets, and beanies and set out with him at the lead of this one adult-only activity at a brisk pace. We could not see camp for a while when he found an owl and used it to begin the spooking of a lifetime. He began a story, and the owl took off as he finished it with a raised voice and scared most kids, me included. Some wanted to go back. So he started to head back, but not before telling us we had been in snipe territory just then and might be followed home and eaten to keep their secret location known. Watch our backs, he said to me and asked that I keep the rear of the group. Which I did, but as a terrified 8-year-old. Because my legendary father told me to. Trembling, I made my way back as we left and readied my flashlight, which we were asked to keep off for the hunt. Only the hunt leader could use the flashlight, you see. So for the duration of the dark trek back through the dense Texas cedars and shit of Palo Pinto in the 90s, my father would chunk rocks behind us, after accounting for us all before the tosses to not clobber one of us, to terrify us. All the while he was adding fear to his own responses to each of the noises he created. Just before we got back to being able to see the campfires of camp, he said he needed to go see if he could catch the snipe. He asked me to take the lead and handed me the flashlight, which he knew was now empty of batteries. He told me to go straight, and I'll see camp. As we trudged forward, my father would circle the group outside of the cheap 90s flashlight range, making super scary noises. But forward we went, seemingly being guided by our horror toward the promised camp. Sure enough, after what seemed like hundreds of yards, 50 feet most likely, I saw the campfires about 75 yards away and told the group. As all the scared little children went forward toward a safe campfire surrounded by family, the bowels of hell erupted in audible malevolence as my father roared a noise I've not heard before nor since and sent the horde of children forward in a frenzied, mortified swarm toward safe haven. I sprinted the fastest I had in my life, not daring to make a noise as the others around me erupted in screams as they crashed through the branches and leaves around me into the arms of laughing parents. 4 kids peed themselves, all had cuts and or bruises from running through the Texas cedar forest, and my father was not asked to help with any other activities once the full aftermath was in consideration. All in all, the best camping trip of my young life. But also the most scared I've ever been in my life. I've done some scary stuff. But this memory of fear still seems to outweigh everything since. Scariest cryptid. A witness, Yearwood, described a water monkey he had once seen. It was enormous and jet black, it had a grinning mouth full of sharp teeth, it swam at a great speed, its habit was to submerge itself and wait for bathers whom it would draw down and pound to pieces on the rocks at the bottom. Just such an occurrence had happened to a friend of Yearwood's. Every bone in his body was broken when it floated to the surface, Yearwood said. Wah, Evelyn, 1934. It was during the same Easter weekend a group of Boy Scouts from Georgetown were swimming on the Mackenzie side of the Demerara River when one of the boys just disappeared without a sound. His body was later found on the mudflat, his chest ripped open and his heart and liver missing. The creature that did this must have had enormous strength. On another occasion, in the upper reaches of the river at Clemwood, some school children were crossing on their way to school when a girl gave a piercing scream, pointing to a large hairy hand with long nails clutching the gunwale of the boat. One boy had reacted quickly, bringing down the paddle he was holding in a sharp, cruel arc to hit the hand with a sickening crunch. The thing let loose of the gunwale and broke the surface of the water to disclose a feline face with 2 protruding fangs. Its head and chest were covered with hair. It did not surface again. There were several other instances over the years of drowning children, mostly boys, in the Wismar-Christiansburg area. Often, according to medical testimony, the heart had been dug out of these victims by the time their bodies were recovered. Is it possible that a monster, the Masaku Ramen or water tiger, unknown to zoology, actually exists? I am inclined to believe so, for it brings to mind my first visit to the interior in 1925 when I saw a grown Amerindian woman, whose face had been hideously disfigured by such a creature when she was a child, bathing by the river. I saw an Amerindian woman at Chinapao landing with a hideously disfigured face. As a child, she had been bathing at the riverside whilst her mother was washing clothes. On hearing the child scream, the mother turned to see a creature, the Masakuraman, come out of the river and make a grab at the child. It was only the mother's intervention that saved the child, but the claws from the creature's hand left the child's face scarred for life. Not supernatural, but super creepy. I was hunting in extremely rural Wyoming on public land. I chased a buck a few miles from the truck, and it got dark on me, and I watched him bed. It wasn't crazy cold, and it was a clear night, so I figured I'd sleep out there and be ready to chase him at first light. I'm hunting foothills of a mountain, so I go up to the tallest place I can find to camp. About midnight I wake up and happen to look in the distance and see a light about a mile away. I got my spotting scope out, and it was a campfire, and it looked like people doing a ritual. They had a statue or something of the sort as well. Over 7 miles from any road or houses. I watched them for about 2 hours, and eventually 3 of them grabbed the statue and took off walking with the rest following. No flashlights or vehicle lights anywhere, they just left in the dark. Mind you, there are no trees anywhere in this terrain, so it's wide open. I went down midday the next day to confirm what I saw, and sure enough, they had a fire pit and a hole dug in the ground, I assumed to prop up the statue. I had a very strange experience this morning camping in the Alabama hills near Mount Whitney. This morning around 2 a.m., I had a strange experience in the Alabama hills, and I wanted to share it to see if anyone else has had a similar experience in that area or has any insights about what happened. I'm having a hard time processing what happened this morning. It rather startled me, and I can't seem to think of any reasonable explanation as to what happened. I was born in Bishop and raised in Mammoth, so I've been on the east side for almost 27 years. Because rent got so expensive, I decided to build out a van, and I've been living out of that for the past couple of years. I'm very comfortable being in the middle of nowhere, I love being in secluded places, and I prefer to camp far away from others, so I just wanted to add that context. I was driving back from SoCal last night and wanted to split the drive up and camp in the Alabama hills so I could spend some time reading and exploring in the morning before I headed back to Mammoth for work. It was around midnight, maybe 12:30, by the time I found a good spot, and I probably fell asleep around 1 a.m. after I had been asleep for a short time. I woke up slightly because I started hearing an unusually high number of bird sounds, as if morning had arrived and I was camping by a creek surrounded by trees. But I was on the opposite side of the road from Lone Pine Creek, and the spot I got was very barren and rocky. I looked at my phone, and it was 2:30 in the morning, so I was a little confused as to why I was hearing such loud bird sounds, but I was tired, so I ignored it and tried to go back to sleep. Then I started hearing crickets, almost as if the cricket noise had replaced the bird noises, and it was very loud, and I didn't recall hearing crickets when I showed up. I barely made it through that thought process when I felt/heard something lean up against my van. Then I heard this deafening wailing, screeching, whistling noise, and my van started violently shaking. Maybe a month or 2 ago, about 5 to 7 of my friends decided to mess with me and shake my van from the outside while I was asleep, and that felt more like a slow rocking back and forth. The shaking I experienced this morning was violent. If it was an earthquake, it was bigger than anything I've felt living in California my whole life. It was incredibly intense, and I have never been so scared in my entire life. I started sobbing like a baby. I recall experiencing a moment when I wished to shout, "Stop it!" and strike the window with my hand, an action I typically perform when bears attempt to break into my van, yet I was immobilized by fear. I really can't say how long it lasted, but it felt like it lasted for minutes, and I was sobbing like a child the entire time. I have had to deal with black bears all throughout my life, and I have never been scared to shoo them away when they try to break into my van. I was consumed with fear in a way I have never felt before. The shaking didn't feel natural. I genuinely do not believe a bear could have caused it to shake so aggressively. I think a bear shaking my van from one side would have felt more like a rocking back and forth, as opposed to the intensity that this felt like. I strongly felt that there was a genuine external terror, an evil and oppressive presence that did not come from within me, but rather a fear that filled the air and weighed heavily on me. It wasn't just anxiety, it was this objective force, and the gravity of the fear was absolute. I could probably spend the whole day trying to describe the feeling, but it's quite hard to put into words. I have legitimately never cried like that before. It didn't even sound like me crying, and it was so instant, I didn't even feel it start to well up. I was pretty convinced at the time that I was going to die. The shaking stopped after some time, and it was dead silent, no crickets, no birds. I can't describe to you how unsettling this silence was. I hid under my blankets like a child. I didn't move out of fear for maybe 10 minutes, but I knew I had to get as far away from there as possible, so I worked up the courage to get up, threw some clothes on, grabbed this long knife/shovel I used to dig poop holes, and got out of my van to check for tracks. I saw no bear tracks, no fresh footprints, and no fresh tire marks, though I knew I would have heard a vehicle at least driving away after I had woken up if it was a person. So, yes, I got the duck out of there. When I got service, I checked for earthquakes, but at least at that time, around 3 a.m., nothing had been recorded on the internet in that area. Driving down Whitney Portal and out of Lone Pine, I still felt a bit of that oppressive fear, but as soon as I started driving south on the highway, it started to leave me. Normally, I can't stand sleeping at rest stops or anywhere with a lot of people. To be honest, I'm more scared of people trying to pull something on me than I am of animals, but I cannot express the relief I felt when I got to that rest stop south of Big Pine and parked my car near some others that were sleeping there in their cars. When I got to the rest stop, I used my flashlight to check my van for new scratch marks. I already have some old scratch marks from a bear trying to break in a couple of years ago, but there were none. I double-checked again in the daylight, and I looked very thoroughly, but there are no fresh marks on my van. I really do not want to jump to conclusions, and the real reason I'm sharing this experience is because I was hoping somebody who is more familiar with Lone Pine might have some lore about the Lone Ranger Canyon area in the Alabama hills, or perhaps somebody has had a similar experience. I'm having a bit of a hard time processing what happened, and it was rather traumatizing, so I'm hoping that sharing and reading what others have to say might help. It was just east of Nightmare Rock, I know, in Lone Ranger Canyon. I am fully aware that this spot was near or on land. It was late at night, and I intended to leave early in the morning. I was in no position to continue driving on the highway or go farther into the hills, and because of this incident, I wasn't parked there for more than 3 hours and barely slept, so I hope nobody gets into a fuss about that. I'm hoping somebody who knows what the hell is going on out there might listen to this, because that was the most unnatural shit I've ever experienced in my life, by far. Thank you for listening this far. If you did, please let me know if you know anything. Witch-like entity experience. For a background, I live in a pretty wooded area in the historic part of Virginia, i.e., Jamestown, Williamsburg, and Yorktown, that has a lot of history with the Civil War, Revolutionary War, etc. We have neighbors, but homes are not too close to each other. When I was 12, about 15 years ago, I was playing basketball with my sister at night in our driveway. From one side of the driveway/basket, if you shoot and miss, the ball will bounce off the rim and roll to the right side of our house, where there are no lights and, at night, it is pitch black. So I rimmed a shot, and the ball rolled to the right side of the house and was out of sight. Typically, I walked up to the side of the house where the outside light and pitch blackness intersect, and I came to a standstill with the hair on my body suddenly raised and felt an odd feeling come over me. A feeling of unease that I had never experienced before. It was all quiet when I heard a clear cackle come from the pitch black in front of me, and it literally sounded like a witch cackle you'd hear in the movies. Never had I heard anything like this before, and I was certain no one in my family would be hanging out in the backyard at night in the pitch black. Also, we are not close to neighbors with woods backing our house, so I quickly singled out that reasoning. Disturbed and unsure, I called my sister over, a couple years my senior, and told her to approach the darkness and listen. I didn't tell her what I heard because at the time, I thought she might think I'm crazy. She came up to the same point, where the light and darkness meet, and stopped as well. No longer than 5 seconds went by, and we heard the same cackle this time and some branches breaking. Both of us were pretty disturbed at this point and bolted inside the house. It's one thing to experience an event like this by yourself, but when shared with another, it makes it even more strange/disturbing. I honestly can't explain this to other people, but I've never heard that distinct sound again, and something stopped me from going further that night and alerted me there was a thing lurking in the pitch black. What is this thing? So my favorite thing to do is go on walks outside. I like to walk around in the dark too, and I've never had a problem with it up until recently. The first night of this happening, it was very quiet. Usually on my walks I hear animals and stuff despite it being dark. And this night I felt like something was watching me. The next night I went on another walk, and I was walking near this tree I always walk by when there was a smaller tree behind it that wasn't there before, and it looked like it was looking at me with eyes. I turned around immediately and speed walked back into my house, but I didn't let it know I saw it. Then another night I was walking and it was quiet, and I got that weird feeling that something was there/watching me, and I got under the moonlight just enough to see my shadow, and behind my shadow was this really tall, skinny looking shadow, and it looked really weird, so I immediately turned around, and nothing was there, not even a tree to make its shape or anything. I looked back at the shadow, and it was gone. Also throughout all of this my dog has been acting a bit more scared and very weird, to the point she didn't want to go outside and peed inside. Tonight I was walking, and my dad has this old truck he doesn't use anymore, but it's next to a fence that leads into my pasture, and then further in is the woods. I saw this pale looking head that had a bit of red on it. It's hard to describe, but it was there behind the truck. I immediately came back inside. Extra details I want to include are that I live on, the border of western Oklahoma and northern Oklahoma, and I live in a pretty secluded area. Sometimes at night I randomly get the feeling again. Does anyone know what this thing is, or is it just my imagination? I saw other people sharing stories like this, and I'm really curious about what this could be, so I decided to share it here. I apologize for not having a photo, but I didn't want it to know I saw it. Twin Peaks in Mount Hood. About 3 years ago in September, my friend, Agatha, and I drove up the southwestern base of Mount Hood to view planets with her new telescope. We often go to national forests for stargazing or night hikes. We are both experienced woodswomen, she's been a lifelong camper, and I'm a wilderness survival guide. We've both spent long periods of time in the wilderness. Both of us have had bear encounters, cougar encounters, wolves, elk, moose, you name it. I've also had my fair share of strange encounters with other people in the forests, from stumbling upon occult rituals to people living off-grid, but those are all stories on their own. All of this is to say that neither of us spooks easily, and we are very used to the diverse sights and sounds of the forests. Agatha had previously visited the location we were heading to. It's a dispersed campsite off a medium-use Forest Service road. We chose this specific location because we knew it was at a high enough elevation to reduce light pollution significantly, but not so high that we would encounter snow. It was a decent spot for stargazing with about a 150 feet diameter clearing that was mostly dirt and gravel. Though Agatha had been there before, I never had, and I wanted to drive a bit farther up the mountain to see if we could find a slightly less treed view. So we drove another few minutes up the road. Along the way I spotted a tent about 60 feet off the right side of the road at what looked like another dispersed campsite. The odd thing was there wasn't a vehicle parked at the site, just the tent. Another odd thing was that it was quite cold to be camping in a standard 2 to 3 season cabin-style tent. Night temperatures that time of year at that elevation are around 30 to 40 degrees Fahrenheit, and that night it was about 36. When I pointed it out to Agatha, she slowed down a bit to check it out. I was concerned maybe someone had left the tent, and if so, we would take it down and dispose of it properly. So she slowed to about 5 miles per hour, and I briefly shined a light toward the tent but not directly on it in case someone was in it and asleep. In the 10 seconds or so it took for us to slowly drive by, it looked like maybe the tent wasn't fully zipped up, and I could see through the mesh door. It also looked like it was improperly assembled. We didn't think much more about it and kept driving. We said we'd check the tent out fully to determine if it's a dumped item on our way back down. We drive maybe another 1 to 2 minutes when the road narrows severely as it curves on an incline. We are both used to sudden changes like that because Forest Service roads are known to be wily, but for whatever reason, Agatha comes to a full stop before taking the curve and says, "I don't think we should go any further." I said, "Okay, well, why?" And she said, "I don't know. But I'm turning around and going to the spot we originally came here for." I was slightly concerned because she sounded a bit upset, but I chalked it up to her just being excited to finally use her new telescope. She reversed about 50 feet and turned the truck around to head back to the clearing. As we approached the spot where the tent was, I took off my headlamp and handed it to Agatha so she could shine it out her window on the left side of the road toward the tent. The weird thing is it seemed like it had moved 30 to 50 feet down the road. It just didn't seem like it was in the same spot as before. Once we saw it to the left of the headlights, she came to a full stop on the road right in front of it. What was even creepier is that it now seemed to be closer to the road than it was before. But since I wasn't thinking too much about it the first time around, I just assumed it was one of those fallible eyewitness memory moments and let it go. But I could only let that go for about 5 seconds. I don't know what prompted Agatha, but she chose to shine the headlamp at full brightness directly on the tent. I said, "Whoa. Wait a minute, we still don't know if there might be someone sleeping in there." But as soon as I looked at the tent, I shut up. I stared at it for about 10 seconds before I said, "What the duck are we looking at? Is that a tent?" Agatha said, "Yeah, I think so. It's just upside down." I blinked my eyes a bunch, thinking maybe the cold air caused them to water and it was messing with my vision. I stared at it for another 5 seconds, and I don't know how else to explain this, but it looked like I was staring at a Picasso painting of a cabin-style tent. Nothing was where it was supposed to be. I looked away for a few moments, thinking I should have brought my glasses, and I couldn't believe my night vision was suddenly so awful. At this point I noticed a feeling of uneasiness creeping up on me, but I shrugged it off. I asked Agatha if she saw anyone in the tent. She took a few seconds to answer me and said, "Dude, to be perfectly honest, WTF I'm seeing, but yeah, I think I see someone's bare legs sticking up in the air." My heart went straight to my throat, and I immediately thought, oh no, someone is in fact inside, and they're either dead or dying of exposure, Agatha whispered. WTF is that? I looked toward the tent again, and for a split second it almost looked like there were in fact someone's bare legs sticking up as if they were on a cot in the dead bug position with slightly bent knees. But this was through the mesh part of the tent door, so I couldn't make it out fully. I blinked my eyes a bit because, for whatever reason, this damn tent was hard to look at, and when I opened my eyes, in just that millisecond of blinking, the mesh door was closed and the legs were gone. This whole time it still looked like a Picasso painting, and I started to get a headache because it felt like my brain couldn't reconcile what I had seen even though it was a seemingly ordinary object. It was so disjointed and out of proportion and seemed to shift every time I blinked. Agatha stared at it, mumbling WTF every few seconds when she suddenly shook her head, rolled up the window, and said, "Let's just go. Someone is probably sleeping in it." I have no idea why she came to that conclusion or why I went along with it aside from that being the only reasonable explanation at the time. We've both experienced out of the ordinary things in the wilderness, so while this was definitely strange and caused us both to be on higher alert, we didn't panic, and we rationalized the weirdness away. But of course that didn't last long because this night was determined to be strange. We left the tent and whoever may or may not have been sleeping in it, and we pulled into the gravel clearing 5 minutes down the road. We both put on our headlamps and scoped the area for trash and critters. The first odd thing to happen in this area is that while we were at the edge of the clearing, Agatha almost fell to the ground on her face. What's weird about this is the fact that she's an avid outdoorswoman, lots of experience walking at night on and off trails with or without a light and not tripping or falling. About a minute later the same thing happens to me. As I walked from the edge of the clearing back to where we'd set up a tarp and blanket, I tripped and almost fell backwards. This happened to both of us about half a dozen times more, tripping over nothing and tripping over our own feet. It almost felt like the ground wasn't where it was supposed to be. Rationally I could say everyone has off days, and in my case I hadn't been there before, but she had, and she was familiar with the area. Plus, I routinely visit new places many times, and I don't recall ever tripping and stumbling like this outside of treacherous terrain or creek walking. So, make of that what you will. Again we brush off the weirdness. And she goes about setting up her telescope. I lie down on the tarp while she tries to get Jupiter in view. She spent maybe 3 minutes setting up the telescope and about 30 minutes trying to lock in on Jupiter. Every time she gets it lined up in the scope and takes a moment to stand up straight, so all of 3 to 5 seconds, she bends down to the eyepiece again, and Jupiter is gone. That whole time I was lying on the ground on a tarp with a crocheted blanket draped over me, perfectly comfortable. I didn't notice just how comfortable I was until she asked me to come over and look through the scope to see if I could keep Jupiter in sight. As soon as I stood up, I noticed a temperature change from where I was lying down. It was suddenly way colder. Not like a wave of cold air, the air was still. It was like the temperature on the ground was 15 to 20 degrees warmer than the ambient temperature. I also couldn't keep a bead on Jupiter, and after another 5 minutes of trying, we gave up and lay down on the tarp for some stargazing. After chilling out for a few minutes in silence, I realized that Agatha didn't have a blanket, so I asked her if she would like to share mine. She said, "No thanks, I'm not cold." This was odd because she is one of those people who is always cold, so for her to decline a blanket was just another check for the list of anomalies of the night. I mentioned that to her and that I noticed a change in temperature from about 10 to 12 and off the ground. I wish I had thought to put my hand directly on the ground to feel if it was cold or not, but at the time none of this was registering as a red flag or something to pay much heed to. As I was staring up at the sky, which was perfectly clear, I noticed that it was split in two, running east to west. The best way I can describe it is that there was an invisible line demarcating half of the sky into a northern and southern section. The northern side was somehow lighter than the southern side. It almost looked like the north side was affected by light pollution, whereas the south was not. However, it became even stranger. As soon as I noticed the split sky phenomenon, I realized that the stars on the northern and southern sides were twinkling at different rates. As soon as I noticed the stars, the split reversed, the south was now lighter and the north darker. I pointed this out to Agatha. She watched for a while and confirmed she saw the same thing happening. We chalked it up to some unknown natural phenomenon. I have yet to get a solid answer of how this happened. It wasn't a light pollution dome or a light dome of any kind because this demarcation was stark, not at all diffused or fuzzy. The sun had set at least an hour and a half earlier, so it wasn't a twilight wedge either. It also could not have been due to anti-crepuscular rays because we were facing west. I would love for a meteorologist to weigh in on this. Another 10 minutes passed. I was so comfortable I felt like I could fall asleep. In fact, I was starting to close my eyes when Agatha suddenly sat up and shook me. She said she saw a light coming from approximately where the Picasso tent was, through the tree line to the southwest. I didn't bother sitting up and just turned my head to look in that direction. I asked if she thought it was a flashlight, and she said maybe, but it seemed to be too high off the ground. I said it probably was the person who is staying in that tent, and maybe they just got back from a night hike or are going to the bathroom. She agreed and laid back on the tarp again. Some time passed. I lost track of the minutes as I was starting to doze again, but I guess it was anywhere from 10 to 20 minutes. I was perfectly comfortable, lulled into a light sleep, maybe even a mild hypnagogic state, when I suddenly sat bolt upright. Agatha was still lying down and appeared to have fallen asleep. There was no noise. Nothing discernible woke me up. I looked toward the tree line to the southwest and saw a light. For a split second I was congratulating myself for having such sharp senses that I could tell when someone was walking with a flashlight that far away. However, that initial light faded quickly when I noticed another light, followed by yet another. I had one of those moments where my mind couldn't piece together what I was seeing and couldn't match it to anything I had seen before. There were a total of 3 lights, or orbs. I wasn't seeing beams of light emitting from a flashlight. I was seeing orbs of light floating independently through the upper half of the tree canopy toward us. They were maintaining a triangular formation but were rotating around one another. They had a bluish hue, kind of like a cheap LED sun lamp. I couldn't say for certain how large they were because I had no frame of reference aside from the tree line, which was about 50 feet away from where I was sitting. But the orbs were not directly at the edge of the clearing. They seemed to be much farther away. I could tell the orbs were coming toward us because they appeared to be getting slightly larger as I stared at them. I shook Agatha and pointed toward the tree line. She turned her head in that direction and shot up to her feet. She grabbed her telescope, and I stood up and wadded up the tarp and blanket. We threw everything in the bed of her truck, without putting the telescope back in its case or anything, and floored it out of there. I have never felt the kind of dread that I felt on the mountainside that night. I was in full fight or flight mode, to such a high degree I felt like I wanted to run while in the truck. The panic was so awful that my breathing was erratic and my hands went numb for a few minutes. We didn't speak until we got fully out of the forest and onto Highway 26. Once we saw another car passing in the opposite direction, we both sighed with relief and started in with a bunch of WTFs. To this day I don't have any answers. It was such a bizarre mishmash of innocuous occurrences. Each thing on its own was barely strange, but I can't help thinking that the temperature change, the ground being wonky, the Picasso tent, and the split sky were somehow related to seeing the orbs. Then again, it's the brain's job to try to make sense of everything, even when there's nothing to make sense of. Our panicked reaction and shared sense of dread was also very strange and out of character for both of us. It was a sudden, visceral reaction. It felt like there had to be something else at play to make us both react that way. Hopefully someone here has some insight on potential rational explanations. Otherwise, I guess it's aliens, lol. I found my spiritual tree in the woods near me and have not again, even though I have tried really hard. So, when I was little there was an assignment in art school, extracurricular, to paint a tree that represents your spirit. I remember what I painted because my parents still have the painting on the wall. What I painted was a pine tree that has thick bark as old as time, thick branches in the middle, and a top that is snagged. I don't understand why I painted that, but anyway. I was walking in my home forest, which I walk every day and know quite well. There was a new path I had never taken before, so I took it, and after a while I stopped in amazement when I saw the exact tree. I recognize it immediately even though I have not thought of the painting in a long time. I stood there for a long while and even touched the branches. I was a bit ashamed I had nothing to leave as an offering but figured I would find it again. It did not seem any different from any other part of the forest except for the uncanniness, so I just thought I could find it again. I left with, I think, elation, an increased feeling of happiness. But I have not found it again. Even though I have combed through the spot of the forest tens of times. No track, no tree. I think I was in Metsenpeito, literally forest cover, a thing in Finnish religion where forest elves take you to their realm when walking in a forest. Usually people get scared in it and have to do tricks or pray to the forest god to get out. And everything is different. Just search people missing in national parks horror stories, and you'll get the idea, but they just showed me my spirit tree. No tricks, no anything. Just wanted to share. I have no ideas about it, except that in hindsight it was a pretty powerful experience. My grandson works for a company that sells fiber optic internet to various businesses, which requires him and his colleagues to frequently travel between Arkansas, Tennessee, and Louisiana. They are installing new fiber optic lines in both urban and rural areas. The new housing areas are close to wooded areas. So they left Fort Smith, Arkansas, in the evening and were headed to their B&B in Ruston, Louisiana, and he said the B&B was out in the country in the middle of nowhere, so it was a late night, and they were about an hour outside of Ruston, Louisiana, and he said they were on a highway going through a forest area going about 65 plus miles an hour, and this thing ran across the road in front of their van traveling just as fast, but it was long enough that they all saw it. He was over 6 feet tall. He looked like a dog man covered in fur and ran on his hind legs, so they got on their phones and started searching the internet for this thing, and they found out the area they were in referred to this as a rougarou, but all they know is what they researched on the internet. But he does check in with me every day, so I know that he's doing okay, and he wouldn't lie about something like this. As a matter of fact, he loves to fish, and he loves to look for areas that are really remote to fish in. That day, they took some time to sightsee and veered off the road a bit to look for alligators, where they discovered a small bridge from which they could observe the gators before returning to the road, meaning they had gone slightly out of their way. He didn't know the exact location, but I planned to get a map so we can determine where it was, as he will likely be working in these areas for the rest of the year. People have warned all the guys not to enter the forest after dark, and now he understands the reason. The incident happened in October 2025. I saw it in the woods. My friend and I were in her hot tub. For reference, we live in the middle of the woods, and her closest neighbors are over 500 to 1,000 feet away. It's about 1 or 2 am, and she tells me she saw something, 2 glowing white orbs along the tree line about 5 or 4 feet in the air. We didn't think much of it until I saw a figure, and it was on all fours, a light gray color, and its back was turned to me as it was walking behind the barn. Its spine was almost sticking out of its body, and its body was half the size of how long its arms and legs were. When I first saw it, I thought my mind was playing tricks on me, but then I saw it again. It was just outside of the hot tub, and it left almost as quickly as it got spotted, which is what makes me think it's not a skinwalker. But at this point I jumped out of the hot tub and was going inside with my friend in a rush. As we're walking in, I see the orb she saw peering at me on the other side of the house. It's the next day now, and I'm scared to go outside, so does anyone know if this is a dangerous entity? Something explainable has been stalking the hiking trails near my house. It's been 10 days since my family and I have either been laid off, the case for me and my siblings, or forced to work from home, my parents' case, due to the COVID-19 pandemic. We live in a rural town near the Rocky Mountains, and 2 weeks ago we somehow had our first case despite being nearly in the middle of nowhere. My family has been surprisingly in good spirits, and my 2 dogs were more than happy to have our company 24/7. For the first few days I didn't mind. I got more opportunities to work on projects and build my art and photography portfolios. On our 6th day, I noticed something strange in my area when I went to take a walk and take some photos. Our backyard juts into the foothills and onto hiking trails claimed by our town. I always use the trails for photos, either capturing the beautiful landscape shots my area provides or, if I'm lucky, animal photos. The fence of my backyard is old and tall, at least 7 feet, this will be of importance later. Every time I open the gate, it creaks, effectively scaring off birds and rodents. You can tell by the rustling of trees and bushes. What made it already feel like an off day was that nothing made a sound when I opened the gate, and it made that god-awful noise. It just echoed into the wilderness, then absolute silence. Eerie, but I didn't think anything of it like a moron. I could hear every crunch of branches and leaves that I stepped on better than I ever could before. I wasn't going to be long, as it was getting late, and I had to go eat dinner soon. Another red flag was that I didn't see a single soul on the path. It's normally got a few people on it, and thanks to the virus bringing out the stupid in people, it usually had plenty of folks blocking the roads, not practicing social distancing or anything like that because it was the countryside. I didn't think of this as anything bad, in fact, I thought it was a blessing. I was jogging uphill, hearing only my own footsteps, towards a lookout spot that is usually crowded with tourists and hikers, but I could see it was clear from below. I was somewhat out of breath upon reaching the lookout point, sucking in air with some light wheezing. In my view, the setting sun shone upon my town, and I didn't need to worry about the sun getting in my shot. As I prepared my camera, I heard a sound that still makes me shudder to this day. It was the sound of my gate opening up, off tune, coming from a dip in the path on my right. I was no longer alone. Branches snapped as I heard what sounded like something shuffling around on the ground coming from the same area. I knew it was no echo. Whatever made that sound did it again, and my head snapped in the direction of the noise. I couldn't make out much as it was rapidly getting darker, but I saw something hunched over on all fours, with bone-thin limbs thumping the ground around it. I decided that was enough and ran all the way to my house. I heard the thumping sound in the distance, but not very close, thankfully. I slammed my gate shut and caught my breath. I saw my family staring at me through the window, looking concerned. I bolted inside and locked the doors and covered the windows. My dogs went crazy, hair raised on both of them. I did my best to hush them. They knew something was wrong though, good dogs they are. I explained what I saw and what I heard to my family, but the only one who actually took it seriously was my older brother. He had always believed in cryptids. He gave me flack for not taking photos of the beast, but I was honestly too scared to at that moment. It was fight or flight instincts that took over me, and I wasn't planning on fighting it with a camera. I got one of my dogs to sleep on my bed with me that night to alert me if anything happened, as well as for the standard emotional support. I got Seed, my pit bull. She's normally docile and loves nothing more than to cuddle, but considering she went bonkers when I got home, I figured she'd be a perfect watchdog. My room is upstairs, and I cracked my window open to see if I could catch a glimpse. I had my doubts this creature could climb. My brother told me to call him on his cell phone if we saw anything, as he was going to be drinking and Skyping his friends downstairs. I already had a hard time falling asleep early that night, but I managed. It was short-lived, however. At about 12:20 a.m., Seed started to growl. It was low, but it was enough to wake me up. I saw her head facing my window instead of me. She was sitting up. I gave her a kiss and hushed her, but she quickly went back to growling. Getting extremely nervous, I cocooned us in my blanket and slowly crept towards my window. I didn't initially see anything in the backyard. Yet, it didn't take long before I heard something from outside. It was my wheezing from earlier, or at least an imitation of it. It was definitely louder than I was doing it up at the lookout point. I frantically scanned the yard, looking for the source of the sound. Seed was growling louder, which didn't help the situation. I noticed something moving alongside the fence, on the other side of the property at the base of my window. All I could make out was something crawling, with bone-thin arms and legs. It was a brighter color, my guess is it was gray. It's hard to tell at night. I laid back on the bed, not wanting to be seen, and called my brother. He picked up immediately, and I quickly explained to him what I'm seeing. Within a minute, he had hung up on his friends, shut down all the lights downstairs, and was up in my room. I urged him to crawl so he wouldn't be immediately spotted in the window. I could tell he was nervous too. After hushing the dog once more, my brother could make out the eerie sounds the thing outside was making. I had noticed a pungent smell starting to waft into the room. I suspected it was from this thing. Silently, my brother urged me to close my window, something I probably should have done sooner. I made an effort, but the cold night had caused the window to go stiff. It let out a squeak before it shut. Unfortunately, it was too loud. Because the creature heard it. We watched as this thing stood upright. It was at least a foot taller than our fence. It was humanoid in shape, with wrinkly skin and mangy hair patches. Its head looked like a human's but bald, with almost bat-like ears and a full mouth of jagged, crooked teeth. Its jaw was slack, and a long tongue was hanging out. It was drooling on the fence. It was fixated on my window. My brother and I hid back, both doing our best not to scream or cry. Seed began whimpering, thrashing as my brother muzzled her with his hands. I heard Rocket, our other dog, go crazy downstairs, barking at the back door and pawing at it. I was tempted to go down there and bring her up here when I heard the sound of wood creaking, and I frantically closed the curtains. I noticed it looked brighter outside suddenly, and I heard a familiar click sound like that of a flashlight turning on. I formed a peephole with the lower part of the curtain, against my brother's decision, and took a look outside. A motion light tripped, revealing this thing even better. Its eyes were black, with the glint of light reflecting from the motion lights. They made them look like obsidian balls. Its torso had breached onto the top of the fence, with one arm touching the grass in our yard. Holy shit, the claws on it weren't large but were caked in dried blood and definitely sharp. It was no longer looking at us, but at the light. It covered its eyes and let out a shriek that sounded halfway between a cougar scream and a sheep's cry. It slunk back, and I watched it crawl away into the bushes. I had a gut feeling it wouldn't return that night, and thankfully it didn't. I didn't end up sleeping much at all that night. I made sure to spoil Seed for the next few days to make up for rudely having to muzzle her so much. I went out the next morning to look at where it was. The drool it left was there and smelled absolutely vile, like compost you'd forgotten to take out for several months mixed with expired milk. The fence looked like it was in stable condition at least. My brother wishes we had captured it on camera. It dawned on me that my father has one of those motion capture trail cams that people use to document wildlife. I'll have to dig it up myself, as I doubt he'd let me use it for a purpose he didn't believe in. There had been talk around the neighborhood yesterday of strange noises coming from the woods. Foolish hikers, that really should be staying home still, report hearing cougar cries and sheep cries to our local ranger. Whatever this thing is, it's definitely getting more comfortable around these parts with everyone staying inside due to COVID-19. I've been going out less and less on those trails, and I stopped going altogether during sunset. I would rather not take any risks. I've been leaving lanterns out on our fence to deter this monster. I know it's still out there, though. Stalked by an animal in Florida. All I know is that the encounter I experienced frightened me so much that even after all these years it still shakes me up to think about it. Until that evening, I had always thought of werewolves as being nothing more than just fairy tales, but that first encounter has left a huge question mark inside of me. I come from a family of skeptics, so I decided not to tell anyone about what happened to me. Then one night my brother came home trembling and pale. He told me about his experience, and I felt relieved that I wasn't the only one that had seen something. It was after 10 p.m. on New Year's Eve in the late 1980s. It was either 1987 or 1988. I was sitting out front of my parents' home, and instead of going out with my friends, I decided to stay home and celebrate the new year with my family. My father's car was parked in front of the house by the road, so I decided to sit on the hood, smoke a cigarette, and wait until midnight. The rest of my family was in the house celebrating. After about an hour I heard a strange sound coming from the neighbor's yard across the street. It sounded as though a man was moaning in pain. The street and the property were dark, so I couldn't see much except for a small light that shined off in the distance on the back part of the property along a cinder block wall. The wall where the light was sitting wasn't finished yet. The whole property itself was wooded with trees and tall bushes. The bushes on the property stood around 5 feet high and over and around 5 feet in width. I kept looking in the direction of the sound to try and see what was causing it. My first thought was that maybe someone was hurt, but then the sound changed. It went from a moaning to a low-pitched gurgling, then growling. The next thing I hear is a large thud as though something huge jumped and landed behind one of the bushes in the back part of the property. The sounds that followed were the sounds of something seriously heavy on all 4 legs darting behind large bushes, moving towards me in a zigzag pattern. I started questioning myself as to what the heck this thing was. Was it a horse or a dog? Because it sounded so heavy, and I could hear its breath when its feet hit the ground as it came closer. I heard the growling again, and it was like no dog I had ever heard. It was at this point that reality hit me and I realized that this thing was coming towards me. I suddenly felt the rush of fear go right through me. It stopped behind a huge berry bush that was across the street from me, which was about 15 to 20 feet away. It suddenly became quiet, and I couldn't hear the breathing or the growling anymore. I eased myself down off of the hood of the car because I didn't want to make any sudden movements, especially since it was so close. The front door was about 30 feet away from where I was at, and I didn't know if I would make it. I didn't know what this thing was, and I would rather not find out. I was so scared I could hardly breathe. My parents had a lot of bushes and trees in their front yard as well, so I noticed a gap in between a couple of them, and I started running. As soon as I started running, that thing started coming after me. I could hear it behind me as it came across the street. I heard its nails scraping the asphalt once or twice as it crossed onto our property. I was not about to look back, and as soon as I reached the front steps, I jumped to the top step and quickly ran into the house and locked the door. I was shaking so bad that I felt like I was going to pass out. Even with the music playing inside the house, I heard the thing outside the front door growling, and then it went quiet. I heard another thud as though it jumped off the step onto the grass, and I couldn't hear it anymore. Suddenly, I heard my brother-in-law speak over my shoulder, asking me what I was looking at. I jumped and thought I was going to choke on my own words. All I said to him was that whatever he did, do not go outside. He started smiling and said, "Okay." I guess he thought I was joking, but then he realized I wasn't. As soon as I took a couple steps away from the door, he opened the door and went outside to check but didn't go down the steps. He quickly came back in and didn't say anything. I asked him if he saw anything, and he said there was nothing there. I didn't tell anyone about it. Not even my brother-in-law. Later that night around 12:30 a.m., after everything quieted down, I was in the kitchen drying dishes when I heard the most terrible snarling growl right outside the window where I was standing. I suddenly dropped the plate I was holding, and it shattered on the floor. The fear crept back, and I started trembling again, realizing that the thing was still outside, but it was along the side of the house towards the back and not the front. I backed away, staring at the window, but it was pitch black outside, and I couldn't see anything. My mother came into the kitchen and complained about me dropping her plate. I still didn't say anything because I didn't think my family would believe me. I did tell my father that I thought I saw someone outside looking into the window. He grabbed his gun and went outside with my brother-in-law and yelled, trying to scare them away. It must have left after that because they didn't see anything. Until now, my sister was the only one that knew only part of my story. Goatman. I was at home with my friend, Samantha, a few hours after school ended, when my dad called me to let me know that he wasn't going to come home that night. There was going to be a really shitty storm, and he said he'd rather stay at a friend's house with a few co-workers than drive 2 hours. My dad is a construction worker, he works at different locations for every new project, and this one was far. My mom came home not too long after, drenched in rain. She talked to Sam for a bit before telling us she'd be upstairs taking a shower and filling out some paperwork from the office. Shit was thrown into the air at around 8 p.m., when Sam and I heard knocking on the door. It was already weird, because who the duck is even out in this weather? It was pouring rain, and the streets looked like an actual stream of water. I went down to the door, dragging Sam with me, only to be greeted by nothing. We were looking out the door for a little under 5 seconds when we heard knocking again. Now, this is when the shit that was thrown into the air reached and hit the fan. Sam and I instantly pissed ourselves when we realized someone was knocking on my back door being the door leading to the backyard. We quietly went up the stairs to my mom's room, finding her asleep, not even changed out of her work clothes. I woke her up immediately and told her someone was in our backyard. This obviously caused alarm, and seeing her so freaked out freaked Sam and me out even more. This might not sound as scary to you, but being home without my dad in the house was scary enough on its own. Mom went down into the kitchen, with us trailing not even 2 feet behind her, and she pulled out her rolling pin. Before we could reach the door, the knocking stopped. Mom reached over and pulled the curtain back. All Sammy and Mom saw was pitch black, but I swear I saw someone standing a few feet away from the door. Maybe it was because I was the only one of us facing its direction, but it was tall. Like 7 feet and maybe over. That's all I could tell you because that's all I saw of it. It was probably just one of the tree branches. It's really windy out, too. Mom suggested. I could tell Sammy wasn't too sure, and I knew damn well it wasn't a tree branch, but why freak the rest of them out? I know now I should have told them so we could have left, but I kept quiet for their sake. About an hour after that, Mom decided to go to the department store down the street to pick up some dinner and left both of us at home. It was only 5 minutes later when we heard knocking again. I quickly felt uneasy. It could be your mom? I went down to the door and asked who it was. The following 5 seconds of silence were the longest 5 seconds of my life. It's me. It was Mom, but at the same time I felt like it wasn't. Looking back now, I realize her voice sounded like it was lacking all human characteristics. It wasn't playful, nor was it frustrated at how long we were keeping her in the rain. It sounded like she didn't even know what emotions were. I opened the door without unlocking the chain and was greeted by my mom. Sam and I let her in, and she came without any bags. She sat down on the couch for a few minutes, looking around. She was so ducked up. She seemed glitchy, like her actions weren't flowing smoothly. Mom, are you okay? You don't seem right. Her eyes looked at me before the rest of her face turned. It was just a long walk. Cold, outside. Raining. She kept listing words and phrases that made little sense. I was getting more uneasy by the second, but I think Sam was just glad we weren't home alone anymore. The scariest thing that happened that night happened during one of Mom's ramblings. Sammy had asked her what we were having for dinner, and she started listing more foods that we didn't even have. Halfway through her rant, I received a text from Mom. Do you girls want lasagna? Ask Sammy what she wants. Take your time deciding, it's so warm in here. X. My heart instantly dropped. Mom was right in front of me, talking about fish fingers. Sam and, whatever was pretending to be, Mom directed their attention to me. I was panting, and, according to Sam, all color had drained from my face. Who is it? Mom asked. Wrong number. I quickly flashed a smile. You look tired, Mom. Do you want to go to bed? Sam and I will make dinner. I think I just need a bath. We nodded, and she stood up and made her way to the stairs. She was at the bottom of the stairs when I pulled out my phone to take a photo. I looked down at it for 1 second, but when I looked back up, Mom was already at the top step. I can't stress this enough, the time in which I looked at my phone and looked back up was impossible for someone to walk 13 steps. I ran back to Sammy and waited until we both heard the water in the bathroom running. Sam, my mom texted me. What? When that thing was talking to us, my mom texted me. She started freaking out and thinking of reasons. Maybe she meant to send the text earlier, but it only delivered now? It seemed valid. Apple is always glitchy like that. But we decided to call her anyway just to make sure. Just as the phone started ringing, someone knocked on the door. We went to see who it was. Sammy was about to open it, but I put my hand in front of her. I was so terrified at this point that I was in tears. Sammy stared at me in confusion. "Hey, Mom," I said into the phone. I was shaking, and as soon as Sammy heard me say that, she looked like she was about to throw up. "Open the door, it's freezing outside." I sighed in relief and threw the door open. Mom was standing there with the phone pressed to her ear and her shopping bags around her feet. We quickly explained what was happening, and it took my mom 2 minutes of hearing the story for her to climb up the stairs and walk towards the bathroom. She literally kicked the door open and found the tub almost filled to the rim. The window was also open, and the fly screen was torn. The rest of the night consisted of us trying to get over what happened. We ended up sleeping together in my mom's room, and my dad came home early the next morning. I only started researching a few days ago, and I found out it was the Goat Man. There is something in my grandfather's woods. So, this is going to be a long story, and I know there's going to be a lot of doubt here, but I'm deeply exhausted of keeping this whole story to myself. I've never met someone with an experience like this, not in as much detail and not as strange. I feel really alone and almost crazy, honestly. I sincerely hope that the summer I am about to describe was merely the product of my creative, traumatized mind dreaming or experiencing nightmares, yet I find myself unable to convince myself of this. I know what happened to me that summer, and I don't know what to do. I've never really discussed this at length with anyone, and I've been holding it a lot, for a long time. Basically, there is something evil in the woods that surround my grandfather's land. I've inherited it all, and I'm too terrified to go back. I live in Nova Scotia, Canada. I live in the capital city of that province now, but as a kid I was raised in the sticks, out in the woods, and mostly I was by myself. I know forests, and I know what's normal, and there is something living in my grandfather's woods that is not normal. I'm too afraid to discover what it is. My grandfather, Philip, I called him Puppy, but everyone else called him Phil, died 2 years ago last January. Just after his 73rd birthday. He had been in a care home for the last 3 years, but the last few months were the hardest. My grandfather was my best friend when I was a little boy. He was a huge man, with a big red nose, no hair, and brilliant sapphire blue eyes. He dressed well and loved the color pink. He constantly wore pink and even painted the inside of his house, which he built himself, pink. Really, he wasn't my blood grandfather, that was Duncan, who ended himself in '74. I never met Duncan, but he's not really a part of that story. My grandmother, Emma, met Philip as a young widow. She didn't know anything about him. She soon learned that he was intelligent, a brother to 4 younger siblings, and owned a lot of property outside of a small village in a different part of Nova Scotia. He made money by working for the town, digging and paving roads and the like. He and my Nan, a fiery chick with no time for anything she didn't want, hit it off. She had 3 kids with her dead husband, my mother and my 2 uncles. Philip was good with the kids, but never, ever let them come around his place. Only Nan was allowed, until I was born. I was born in '92, and I was had out of spite. But my grandfather loved me, for some reason, and treated me like I was his own kid. He constantly paid attention to me. He was really one of only 2 people that actually cared for me as a kid. My mother was negligent and self-involved, constantly passing me off to other people, other family members. I barely remember a good exchange with my mother as a child. I really only remember playing in the woods. My grandfather and my grandmother never married, and my grandfather never had any marriages before that, nor any children. Once in a while, I and my grandmother would make the hour or so long drive to go spend the day at my grandfather's place. He owned a huge chunk of family land, not unlike my family's own, just not on the coast. It was off of a winding river that the nearest village was named after. It was family land. However, the original family home had been swallowed up by a massive flood after my grandfather inherited it as a young man. The family home is still presently underwater, having collapsed long before I ever had a chance to see it. Instead, my granddad built a new home and a few maintenance properties around it. He left the new lake where it stood, let the old homestead fall into the water, and never spoke about it. When I stayed with my grandmother for visits, he would teach me things, lots of useful, down-home things. How to plant and grow veggies, what kinds of things were edible from the forest, how to boil water and clean it, what tracks meant what kind of animals were near, that the sound of the foxes and coyotes across the lake was nothing to fear, what kind of trees were around us, how to raise chickens and pigs for food, and how to treat them with respect, things like that, just wisdom. But he also taught me that birch trees scream when the wind blows, and if I were to hear that steady, gut-wrenching shriek and the wind wasn't blowing, to go home, right away. He taught me that the smell of rotting meat typically signaled danger and that I should never stray from the trail, especially if I was near the camp or on the surrounding trail. That the old, rusty scythe in the oak tree, so old that it had grown into the branches and fused there, unmoving and vaguely threatening, was for protection. The summer I turned 7 years old, 98. My mother decided to drive out to my grandfather's without asking if he was there. She'd never been to the property and didn't know the way. I recall her attempting to find the McKay Road several times, only to become lost. She finally arrived, and I remember my grandfather being completely startled by us appearing at his home. I had never been there without my grandmother, and as it turned out, she was out of town and unable to come down to look after me, but, once again, my mother wouldn't take no for an answer and left me with my granddad without much of a second thought. Night was falling, and my grandfather was nervous. Is the only way I could describe it. It was a remarkably still summer night, but he was agitated, chasing the chickens into the barn they stayed in and making sure the cats were locked in the shop with the yearling pig we'd been raising. I watched him through the mudroom window, standing on tiptoes to watch him stop to occasionally draw a kerchief against his forehead, sweating in the dull, thick summer heat. I remember the rising cries of the peepers and bullfrogs from the lake. We were so close that often they became cacophonous and really the only thing you could hear. That summer with the clear air, they were particularly loud. I loved that sound more than I can ever admit. It still brings back good memories. Finally, a little before full dark, he came in and made us a small dinner of venison and potatoes. We went to bed shortly after that. I thought it was strange because usually he and I would stay up to watch old westerns or something on the television, but he explained that he was tired and early nights are good for people, so I went to the spare room. The house he built had been simple, one floor with a crawl space and no attic. There were really only 5 rooms in total. A mudroom with a large washing tub and the icebox held the only door to the outside. It opened into the kitchen, and that led into an open concept living room. Just up from the kitchen and attached was his bedroom, then a small bathroom and the spare room, almost in a T-shape with the bathroom at the axis of the T and the bedrooms on either end of the top stroke. There were a few windows, one of which was in his room, facing the front porch, and another that was just above the head of the bed in the spare room, with another along the bed's left flank. I lay in that familiar bed in the loud silence of the croaking and twiping frogs roaring through the open, screened windows and finally fell asleep. It was early in the morning, exactly 2:48, when I realized that from my soon-to-be vantage point, I would see the clock glaring down at us. I don't know what happened first. I think I was still waking up, so I became aware of 2 things at once. 1, that my grandfather was yanking me off the bed and onto the wood floor alongside the left side of the bed, or 2, that someone was knocking incessantly on the door. My grandfather was huge compared to me, and he laid down basically on top of me and put his huge, calloused hand over my mouth and hushed me with the other. I remember how pale he looked in the moonlight. His eyes were dinner plates, and he looked very much like a frightened child. It was then that I realized the frogs had gone silent. The knocking continued. Loud. It was very incessant, done in a pattern of 3s with short, impatient pauses in between. Then, I heard a voice, very hauntingly calm and distant, coming from the front of the tiny house. Philip. I looked at my grandfather. Utterly no one called him Philip. Everyone called him Phil. He hated being called Philip right up until he passed. Philip. It's me. Your nephew, Kenneth. That's when I started to get very, very frightened. I never really knew fear like that, but hearing that voice, that weirdly clear, emotionless voice call my grandfather by that wrong name and then tell us that it was his nephew Kenneth? Kenneth with the jolly face and the booming, country voice and the charmingly misspelled name. Whatever it was then knocked on the house itself. I could hear it tap the glass of my grandfather's bedroom window, once again calling for him in that clean, crystal voice. Philip. It's me. Kenneth, your nephew. Let me in. I heard the whatever it was. Step off the porch after a moment or 2 and start walking, following the side of the house. My grandfather held his breath, pressing down harder over top of me and covering most of my eyes with his palm, hushing me again. I could barely see the blue of the screen above me, but I could hear perfectly well. It walked at a slow, even pace, unhurried completely. However, it did stop, once, at the bathroom window, knocking again. Philip. It called, then. Well. It stopped right against the screen above us. I couldn't see it, but I could see something blocking out the bluish light, and I could hear something taking slow, even breaths. Then, something dark pressed against the screen, and I remember being so terrified that I couldn't take a breath. Philip. I know you're in there. It's me. Your nephew. Let me in. We stayed there, in a standoff, for so long my body had bruises from the floor. Us, trapped on the ground, and it, standing against the screen. Finally, After so long, I got dizzy from holding my breath. It just left. It moved at an even, easy pace back against the side of the house and then out, gone as quickly and without warning as it had come. My grandfather waited a while longer, then slowly and cautiously stood up and put me back in bed. He didn't say a word but closed the window before returning to sit in the darkness of the kitchen. Slowly, the sound of the frogs came back, and at some point when the light of morning finally started peeking through the windows, I fell asleep. The next morning I awoke to the sound of the ATV being pulled out of its barn. I got up in a hurry, still sore from being pressed into the floor, and ran for the front door. Only to catch my grandfather pulling out of the car park and heading toward the forest trail. He was pulling a small cart behind him and taking things easy. I had plenty of time to see the blue, industrial tarp lying over the back of the cart. I pulled on a pair of boots and went outside, hoping to at least see where he was going, and ended up next to the shop, or barn, I suppose, the big oak where the scythe had been overgrown and its boughs had its roots right beside the thresher, parked beside the barn. I stood beside it. Then, I don't know what really made me look up, but I was met with my pig, the yearling we'd raised, staring blankly down at me from a new perch beside the scythe. My grandfather had ended the pig, taken its body into the forest, and left it in the tree. I didn't scream, but I wanted to so badly I felt my throat compress in stunned, terrified silence. For the next day, my grandfather pretended not to know what I was talking about when I asked where he'd gone, and where the pig had gone. He pretended that nothing had happened the night before. We ate lunch and dinner, then went to bed early. That night was uneventful. The next morning, however, I went outside. I think I was still operating on autopilot. As I stepped outside of the door, I didn't quite understand what I was looking at. Below the oak, the one with my pig in it, it looked like someone had left a pile of green leaves. As I stepped closer it became clearer. The pig's head was gone completely and had been replaced with pale green moth wings. There were many Luna moth wings scattered around, but no bodies, only the loose wings remained. I'll remember those loose wings lying there, over ankle deep, stacked against the tree with pig's blood still running down its bark. My grandmother came for me that night. I remember spending most of that day crying. Just waiting for her. I never went back after that. I haven't returned in nearly 2 decades. I'm horrified of that place. Utterly mortified. My grandfather died 2 years ago, 3 in January. He gave me the property. I think I'm supposed to go back there. I think I'm supposed to go there and look after whatever came looking for him that night. Anyone, really, with any advice is more than welcome. Let's clear some things up about skinwalkers, Wendigo, and related legends and creatures. I love monsters and native myths. I have loved them since I was a very young child, so it bothers me to see people mix these things up as they have. I don't want these excellent myths getting muddled and devalued. Now I'm going to tell you about the 4 creatures, yes, 4. I know the title only names 2, but there are 4 creatures/myths I want to talk about. They are skinwalkers, Wendigo, Goatman, and Fleshgate. I'm going to tell you here what they are. Skinwalkers. The skinwalker is a Navajo legend. These are people who can shapeshift into animals at will through evil deeds and rituals, not creatures. They bear a resemblance to witches or, to a lesser extent, werewolves. Wendigo. These are described as former humans who become inhuman beasts through the consumption of human flesh. It is said that they are wild and always hungry no matter how much they eat. Original physical descriptions were of thin, tall, pale, white-eyed humans and later evolved into the more deer-like creature you see depicted in various pieces of art in modern times. You can find fitting tales of such beings in Algernon Blackwood's The Wendigo and Rick Yancey's Curse of the Wendigo. So as you can see, there are 2 separate legends, and they are both pretty interesting in their own right. I think it does a disservice to them to just smash them together. These 2 are often brought up together with 2 other creatures, one that is commonly mislabeled as a skinwalker. The line between these next 2 creatures is muddled because I believe they come from the same stories, or at least their recent popularity does. Fleshgate. So the Fleshgate is a more modern myth/creature. If you've listened to skinwalker stories online, then you know these creatures. They are said to mimic the looks and sound of animals and humans in the pursuit of something nefarious. They're often unable to completely mimic their chosen costume, though, and are caught out for it. The name has been applied to them in recent times to keep them separate from skinwalkers. Goatman. Goatman is a great many things. It's a very common name for any urban legend that features a humanoid goat or goat/human hybrid creature. For a long time, the most well-known version of the Goatman was the Maryland variant, which was a mutated half-human, half-goat creature that attacked oncoming cars with a large axe. There are separate issues that cause for all the confusion of these legends, but a couple big ones stand out. 1. Just being a native legend, I think the issue with Skinwalker and Wendigo is the most simple. It's just people getting two very prominent native legends mixed up, and it's furthered by people new to these legends reading these mix-ups and taking them as the truth. 2. Skinwalker Ranch. Skinwalker Ranch is a famous UFO and paranormal hotspot that is a lot of people's introduction to the idea of a skinwalker. Unfortunately, based on my understanding, none of the events reported to have occurred at Skinwalker Ranch are actually related to the Skinwalker legend. 3. Anansi's Goatman Story. This is a very well-known and, in my opinion, a very good creep that details the events of when a group of campers was stalked by a creature they called the Goatman. The creature in the story is very much a fleshgate, and it is where I believe the popularity of such creature tales started. It actually predates the name Fleshgate, though, and as a result needed to be ID'd as something else. Why Goatman? No idea, but it has nothing to do with the original axe-wielding beast. As a result of all this, I think there is a chain of thought that people, especially people new to these legends, use that leads them to lump them together. If you read Anansi's story first, you become familiar with the idea of a Goatman. From there it's not a big jump to a deerman, and like I pointed out in my Wendigo summary, they are often depicted as a large humanoid deer creature. Once they get onto Wendigo, they'll come across skinwalkers because they are the two big scary native legends. Now for the past couple of years people have been using the Skinwalker name to ID these Fleshgate creatures, so for someone new to it, that can cause quite a lot of confusion and bring them back to Goatman because Anansi's Goatman is an early Fleshgate tale. It's just a big circle that's mostly connected by muddled details and shared names and ends up actually pretty much cutting out two legends completely aside from their names. Thanks for hearing all the stories, we hope you enjoyed it. We wish you and your family a Merry Christmas. Thank you all.